9 o'clock, 10 o'clock even. Am I on? I'm on too late. Yeah. Nick, are you all right? You sure? Positive? I'm all right. It's you I'm worried about. You and Will, that's what we're worried about. Right then, are we about there? Can we kick off then?
I'm just waiting for the broadcast.
Okay, no problem. We'll hit that one there. Are we on? Are we on? Near enough. It's near as damn it, isn't it? Right. I'll bet to me mic on. Hang on a minute. Everyone else is ready apart from me. There you go. We're on. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Are we on? We are on. Thank you very much. Right. Good morning, everybody. It's thank Crunchy. It's Friday. Friday, last day today of the 3-day sale. So the last 300. So 601 today through to 900. Another cracking day yesterday. Thank you ever so much for your participation yesterday. I think it was a good day, all in all. So I'll just go through the motions again because we have a new audience each day, obviously. So 300 lots today, 3 ways to bid, absentee bids, call them what you will, commission bids. People have different names for them. Basically, it's when people have come along or they've been in touch and they said, can you go to X amount for me on that car, and they leave it to us. So that's absolutely fine. We'll do that and we'll bid on your behalf for you. Phone bids, again, that's personally my favourite. That's with these guys down the bottom here. We've moved the cameras back this year so you can see them in action. You can see them actually bidding for you. So you can go at home, you can watch live, there's cameras everywhere, and you can see the guys actually bidding on your behalf. A little bit like a remote control thing. Incidentally, lads, be sure and ring your phone bidders, your customers on the sheets in advance, you know, at least 15, 20 minutes in advance. And then the internet, obviously the screens behind me and so forth, that's completely taken off, hasn't it, since COVID? I mean pre-COVID, it was there, but no one really took us up on it. Now, how many? It just never ceases to amaze me. So provisionals as well, that's another one. We convert over 95% of all provisionals, which you'll see throughout the day. You'll see notes coming back from the office to say this is sold, that's sold, and so forth. They're really important provisionals. What that basically means, I'll tell you 2 things about provisionals. What that basically means, if you have a provisional bid on a car, then you then are basically the highest bidder. We will then speak to the vendor and see if we can put a deal together. What it stops is people then ringing the office after the car or the item's been under the hammer and saying, oh, I missed that, I'll go an extra £50 or do this. No, we'll make a note of that, but whoever has the provisional bid, that's the bid that we have to concentrate on to start with. They've gone through the process and so forth. And again, the second part of an explanation on the provisionals, because not everybody is au fait with how the auction process works. And I do a quick example. MGB arrives, £4,000 reserve. The best offer on the day is £3,500. That would be sold on a provisional basis to that bidder. Then the team downstairs speak to the vendor, explain the situation. You wanted 4, we've got 3.5. And what happens in 95% of the cases is they meet in the middle and a deal's done. And you'll see that happening throughout the day again today. Collections, please book your collections. Most people know now not just to turn up randomly on Monday morning at 10:30 for a car that's right at the back of this building or 2 or 3 or wherever. For the first 2 or 3 days of the week, we have to be a little selective, obviously. By the time we get to Wednesday evening, Thursday morning, there's normally a path into each compound, into each building. We can then have a far more relaxed approach to collections. But you need to book your collections, predominantly because you also need a release code. So we allow the correct cargo to go to the correct person. And, oh yes, any issues, just made a quick note there, any issues you've got throughout the day, anything you're not sure of, there's 3 or 4 girls upstairs at least on the phones today. It is busy on the phones, it always is. However, ring through and they'll look after you. Now, earlier in the week on Wednesday, we had Mark and his pals down who bid at a charity auction. I think it was a charity auction that you did, Dad, and they came down for the day. So we do a few of those each season. When we're out and about, it's basically a charitable thing. They bid and they come down and spend the day with us. They normally speaking, they raise around about £1,000, £1,500 for a group to come down and experience what we do down here. Oh, there you go. Now, fathers, you're going over to Driffield. You say in April to another. Who are putting that on? What do you know? Okay. Right. Okay. If you go to the rugby club over on their internet there. The Driffield Rugby Club, it's all on there. They're having an evening to raise, again, some money for charity for cuddle beds. And I know, £14,000 for a bed, I saw that. Yeah, £14,000, they're quite specialist. So anyway, Father's going to go over there, do some auctioneering, and then I think one of the lots is going to be to come along and spend a day with us. So a very worthy cause. That's in April over in Driffield, so keep an eye on that. Now, so far this year, I mean, we managed to raise over £100,000 last year for various charities, and we spread it about between the larger, the nationals, and the smaller, the more local ones. So far this year, we've supported the Brain Tumour charity. We've supported the Wheels for Archie's cancer journey. Now, that's something I sort of got involved with a little bit, really. He's a cracking young lad from over at Filey there who sadly has cancer, and he's getting there. He's had to have a leg amputated in the meantime. He's only a young lad, and all this stemmed from literally a minor accident when he was out and about, I think either at school or playing, that just escalated. So we've got involved there. Have a look at Archie's cancer journey. It's quite a touching thing, really. Ayton Library, they're raising some funds to keep that very valuable operation going down there. The meningitis now, again, we've got involved with that. That's something that, again, is close to us. I said yesterday and on Wednesday that Paul contracted that when he was little, and we had a very worrying time there. Thorntondale Cricket Club, again, we've got involved with those guys. Staintondale Village Hall, they're raising some money for a new heating system, and Pickering Memorial as well. So some nationals and some locals there, all worthy causes, all benefiting from the entrance fee that you guys pay to come down and view during the viewing week. So all good. And we'll just do a few solds that the guys have converted overnight, as I mentioned earlier about the provisionals that are done. So lot number 90, that's an early one, that's from Wednesday, that's now been sold. Lot number 266, the MGB GT, that's been sold. Lot number 509, the hotel style lamps. We had various lamps in over the last couple of days, they've now been sold. 559, the Mr. Drip sign, that's been sold. 419, the Fiat dealership sign, that was a nice sign, that's been sold. 548, a Triumph Dolomite, that's been sold. Lot number 270, a BMW M3, that's also been sold. Lot number 584, Land Rover Defender, that's been sold. Lot number 470, a little Gorelli motorbike, that's been sold. Lot number 600, a rally sign, that's been sold. Lot number 596, the Ford Maverick, it was a black one, quite a nice thing that's been sold. Lot number 598, a little Hillman Minx, that's been sold. Lot number 401, a Triumph light up sign, that's been sold. Lot number 442, a little Honda, that's been sold. And lot number 447, a 1937 Norton motorcycle, that's also been sold. So that just shows you. So the team have been working on those last night. So we'll start today then, while I've been yabbing on. This has been clicking up nicely here, Will. So we have got lot number 601 is the brass English electric loco sign there. Where are we on that? We've got £70 bid there. At 70 we've got. At £70 then. At £70, 70, 80, £90 we have. At £90 then. At 90, £100. 110 mark. 110's just gone. 110. 120. £120 at 120. 130. £130 we have with Mark at 130. £130 then. £130. Your bid Mark at the moment at 130. Internet 140. 140 we've got, internet 140, Mark 150, £150. At £150 then, at 150 then off, 160 Mark, 160. £160, 170 he says, 170. 170 says Mark, 180 says internet, £180. 180, 190 with Mark at 190, 190. £190 we've got at £190. At 190 then. Hammer's going to drop down then, be warned it's going to Mark's telephone bidder at £190. Sold. 602 is the little Peugeot 205 Gentry. There we are. These were the more, well, as it says there, Gentry. These were the posh GTI, basically. There they were. A lot of them were automatic as well. Bonny looking car, these. A good car. There we are. We've got some interest here already. Where are we going to be on that? We've got 3,005 at 3,500. 6. 3637, 3,700, 37, 3,700 at 3,007, 38, 3,800 at 3,008, 3,800 pound we've got at 3,800 pound, 39, 39 in Cumbria, 39 in Cumbria, it's still provisional Cumbria at 39. 3,900. Good little car this, 3,900 pound. At 3,900 then, very provisional, but we'll try. At 3,900 then, are you all in? At 3,900, that's cheap compared to a GTI, isn't it? At 3,900 pounds. Very provisional, but we'll try for your Cumbria. At 603 is the is that pronounced Fouche? Fouche, there we are, lubricants light up double side, there we are then. We have got £100 bid, there she is, Michael, looking lovely. £100 we've got, £100 then, at 110, 20, 120, at £120, 130, 130, at £130 then, at £130, are we all done at 130? Hammer's coming down at 130, 130 provisional, moving on to 604, the Piaggio Vespa, here we are. The 2005 modern looking little machine, there we are, we've got some bids there on my screen, Will, we've got £800 straight away, £800 bid, 800 we have, 800 I'll take a 50 if it helps, £800, at £800 we've got, £800 bid, 800 then, at £800, £800 then, £800 then, 800, I'll put it down provisional at 800, at £800, £800 at 800, provisional 800. 605 is the Volkswagen light up sign and Brexton picnic set. There you go, a bit of a mixed bag there. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. 50, 60, £70 bid. At 70 then, at 70. At £70 then, at £70 we have. At £70 then, at £70 then, at 70. At £70, are we all done then? At £70 then, at £70 going. At £70, £80 we've got. £80 then, at £80 then, 80. At £80. £80 we have. At £80 then, are we all done at 80? At £80 then, £80 then, are we all done at £80 then? £80 it is. Provisional, lot number 606 is the Yamaha RD125. Here we are, we've got some bids here, Will. We have got £2,000, we've got 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, £2,600 we've got. At 2,600, at £2,600. 2007, 2,700, at £2,700 we have. 2007, she's on sale. 2008 says young Ashley at 2008. 2,800 we've got. £2,800, your bid Ash. 2,800. At £2,800, then are we all done at 2,800 to Ashley's telephone bidder at 28. Sold. A 607 is the Avril Hardy pump. Michael's got it on display, or there she is, just down there, thank you. Again, where are we going to be on that? £500, thank you. £500 away at 550, £600 then. At £600 we've got. At £600 then. 600 then. Cheaper that. At £600, £650, £700 bid. At 7. At 700. At £700 then. £700 we've got. £750. At £750, £750. At £750 bid. At £750. At £750 then. That's provisional at £750. At £750, provisional then, at £750, we'll see what they say at £750. 608 is the little tuck-tuck replica there she is. Again, we've got some bids here, Will. We've got 4,000, 4,2, 4,4, 4,6, 4,8, £5,000 bid. At £5,000 we've got. On sale at 5,000. At £5,000 we have. At 5,000. 5,002. At £5,200. At 5,200 then. At 5,002. Absentee bid with me. At 5,002 we're going to sell. At 5,002, at 5,200, at £5,200 then. It's on sale, it's going to go at 5,002, 5,3, 5,003, at 5,300, £5,300. I'm going to sell it. Are you all done? At £5,300. It's on sale, it's going to go at 53. It's going. It's gone. Top right, Josh. 609 is the War Office enamel repro sign. There we are again. Where are we going to be on that? We've got 40, 50, 60 pound we've got. At 60 pound then. At 60 pound then. At 60 pound. Nice little sign there. Oh, hang on a second, Perth. We'll just take that back. Yeah, you just hit the button as Will was doing the increments. I don't want you paying an extra 100. The next one's 70, Perth, if you want it. Yeah, oh, Rawtenstall's got it at 70. At 70 pound. At 70 pound we've got. At 70. Perth, you're out. You just hit the button as Will was changing. Thank you, you're back in. 80 pound then. You're paying £100 too much then. 80, 90 pound we've got. At 90 pound then. At 90 pound we have. At 90 pound. 100 pound then. At 100. Nice little sign at 100 pound then. At 110. 110 pound we've got. At 110. At 110. At 110. 120 we have at 120. At 120. 130. Fresh bid at 130. 130 pound then at 130. 130 pound at 140. 140. 140 pound then at 140. 140. 150 we have at 150 pound at 150. 150 pound then at 150 pound. We all done at 150. We're not. 160. 160 then. 160. 170. 170. 170 we have at 170 pound then. Hammer's coming down at 180. 190. 190. 200 pound. At 200 pound we've got. 200 pound then at 210. 210. 210. At 210 pound. At 210. At 210 going once, twice, third and last time. Be warned, it's going. It's gone. 610 is the Jeep Cherokee. Here we are. We've got some bids here, Will. We have got 16, 18, 2,000 pound. 2,000 pound we've got. 2,002, 24, 2,004. I'll take 100 if it helps. 2,400. At 2,004. 2,400 pound. It's on sale. 25, 26, 27. 27 I've got at 27, 2,700 pound. Absentee bid with me at 2,007, 28, 29, 29, 29 I've got at 2,009, 2,900 at 2,009, 3,000 pound, 3,000. Can I do a 50 Will please? I know I don't do too many, just to keep my figures right. 3,050 I've got, just to keep my figures right here please. 3,050 Will, thank you. At 3,050. 3,050 we've got. 3-1. 3-1. Oh, 3-1. Will, I'm going to have to mess you about again now. Can I go 3-2, mate? Sorry. I just had to take that bid in there. 3,002. 3,002 I've got. 50. 3,250. At 3,250. At 3,250. I just had to do that bid justice there, Will. 3,250 then. At 3,250. Northumberland, off she comes to you, I believe, at £3,250. Sold. Underbidder there, Josh. And 611, the Honda Racing neon light up sign, £45 we've got. At £45 and sold. At 45 then. At £45. Hang on a second, Cornwall. There we are, we didn't want you bidding again, £100 odd too much. There, 45. Now, Cornwall, you can come in at 50 if you want, that's more like it. £45 we've got. 50 and 55, 50 and 55, and 60, and £60 we've got, and £60 bid, at 60 pound then, at £60 then we have at 60, at £60 then, £60 then, Hammer's coming down, it's going to be sold at £60. Sold, 612, the Saxo VTR Saxo, cheap and cheerful, look, very sensible on the money, we know what these Saxos. Then what's the other one? There's VTR, VTS, isn't it? VTR and VTS, there we are. Becoming very popular within the movement. Gregor, Morland. VTR there, look, should be on your list. VTR, where are we? We have got £800 bid, £800. £800 we've got, 800, £800 then, 800, £900 then, £900 we've got, at £900, at 900 then, at £900 then, at 9, cheap little car, at 900, at 900 then, 900, cheap little entry-level VTR at £900. At 900, at £900. He needs a bit more. Sorry, we'll have to have a word with the girls upstairs in the office. £1,000 then, at £1,000 then, at 1,000, at £1,000, £1,000, Appreciate your bid, Stoke-on-Trent, but I think he's still looking for a bit more, and I don't blame him. £1,000 then, £1,000 then, that's very provisional then. We'll put you down at £1,000. Hammer's coming down at 1,000. And 613, aluminium Jaguar office desk. Now, oh, there we are, Michael's got it there. There we go then, we have got £50 bid, £50 we have at £50, then away at 50, on sale at 50, at £50 then, 60 and £70 with me at £70, £70 I've got here at 70, at £70 then, £80 then, £80 and sold at 90, £90, £90 then, £90 then, it's off to Hull at £90 and we all done, Hammer's coming, 90, you want 100? £100 bid with Alan then. £100 bid with Alan down there on the phones at 100. At 100, 110, back in Hull at 110. £110 at 120 he says, 120. £120 on the phone down there with Alan at 120. Sorry Hull, we're on the phones here with Alan at 120 then. We're going to pull the lever, it's going to go at 120. Alan 120. Lot number 614, the Triumph Stag. Oh, we've got some interest here, Will. Oh, well, yeah. Oh, gosh, yeah. 4,250, 4,500, 4,750, £5,000, 5,250, 5,500, 5,750, £6,000, 6,250, 6,500, 6,750 there. £7,000 here with me, Will. With me is £7,000. 7,250, 7,500. 7,500, £7,500 we've got, 7,750 says Mark, 7,750, at 7,750, Mark's bid, 7,750, your bid Mark, it's on sale, at 7,750 to Mark's bidder, at 7,750, £8,000, 8,000, I'll take 100 if it helps, £8,000 we've got, £8,000, 8,1 says Mark, 8,001, £8,100, Mark's bidder at 8,1, 8,001, Mark's bidder 8,2, 8,2, 8,2 internet, 8,3 says Mark, 8,003, 8,300 says Mark on the phone at 8,3, 8,003, 8,4, 8,004, in Bishopton 8,004, 8,5 says Mark, 8,5, 8,005. £8,500 says young Mark then. I'm going to pull the lever, Mark. It's going to go to your guy. £8,500, 8,6. 8,6 we've got. 8,7, straight back in at 8,7. 8,007. £8,700. Again, with Mark on the phones. £8,700. Are you sure? Giving you a moment or two. If not, I'm just going to knock it down to Mark at 8,7. 8,7 to Mark, thank you very much. 615, the Polygas rotating light up sign. Oh, there we are. Michael's got it on display down there. We have got £100, 110, 120, 130, 140, 150 we've got. 160 there, Will. 160 there, 170 with me, please, at 170. At £170 I've got. 170. At £170 I have here at 170. £170. At £170 then. At 170 I'm going to sell it. At 170 Hammer's coming down and we all done at 170. Off she goes. From 616. 13 bids on that screen here, Will. For the little Subaru. Out back, there we are. 13 bids that take me to 2,800. Nice car, says Michael. It must be Michael, the amount of interest we've got. £2,800 we've got there. 2,800, 2,900, £3,000 bid. I've got three. £3,000 here with me at 3,000. £3,000 bid here with me. An absentee bid on my sheet. £3,000 bids with me. I'm going to sell it at 3,001. Whitby, 3,200 with me. 3,002, absentee bid with me at 3,200, 3,300s with David, 3,400s with me, 3,004, £3,400, 3,400, 3,004, my bidder here, 3,500, 3,600, my bidder here, 3,600, bidder number 600358, 3,637, Whitby, you're now in, 3,007, I'm out, Whitby, you're in. 3,800 says Dave, £3,800 says Dave there, 3,800, 3,900, 3,900, Whitby's back in at 3,900, 3,009, £3,900, you're out Dave, Whitby's in, 4,000, 4,000 says David at 4,000, Whitby's back in, straight back in at 4,100 Dave, Straight back at you, 4-1. 4,001, 4-2 he's saying. 4-2 I've got here. 4-2 I've got. Whitby, 4-3. Perfect car for Whitby, especially if you live down on some of them lanes out the way somewhere. 4-4, 4,004, 4,004. 4,005, Whitby, 4,005. 4,005, you're out, Dave. 4,006, you're back in again. 4,006. 4,600, 4-7, Whitby, 4-7. 4-7. 4,800 pounds, says Dave. 4,800, says Dave. 4-9, says Whitby. 5,000 pound, David's bid. Taking you all the way, Whitby. 5,000 pound. 5,000 pound we've got. 5-1, Whitby. Who's in Whitby, please? Graham. Bids with you, Graham, at the moment. Oh, it's back with Dave. Dave's in at 5-2. 5-2. Yes. 5-3, Graham. 5-3. 5-4. 5,004. 5-4. 5,400 pound. That's with Dave. Graham's back in. 5-5. 5,006. David's telephone. 5,006. Is it a nice car, Michael? Nice car. 5,006. 5-7. I think you're there, Graham. He's sitting down now. If you're watching on the screen, you'll see he's declared himself out. Thank you very much for your bids, Dave. Graham, you're there. £5,700 then. She's off to Whitby then. At £5,700, be warned, off she goes. Thank you, Graham. 617 is the Ford Cosworth Motor Company lights upside. Oh, blimey, that's a big one, isn't it? There we are then. Oh, that's nice. I like that. Where are we then? We're going to be. What's we got here, Will? 180, 190, £200 we've got at 200 then. £200 then at £200 then at 200. £210, 210, 220, 230, 240 at £240 then at 240, 250 at £250 then, 250 at 250. That's a fair sign, that, isn't it? 250, 260, 270, 270, 270. At £270, I still don't think that's dear. 270. At £270 we've got 270. 270, 280, 290. £290 at 290. 290. What a lovely sign. 290. £300 we've got. 310. 310. £310. 310. £310 bid at 310. £310. Off to Hampshire at £310. Are you all done? I'm going to pull the lever then at £310. Lovely sign at £310 then. Are we all done? Are we there? 310. 310. You'll be capped to bits with that when that's lit up in your garage. Lot number 618, the Jaguar S-Type. Here we are. Lovely bit of information there from Mark. Tells you all about the car. Thank you very much. We've got 4-2, 4-4. 4-6, 4-8, £5,000 bid. £5,000 I've got here, Will, at 5,000. £5,000 then, at £5,000. At £5,000, I'll take one if it helps. Andy, 5-1. Just beat you in there, Will, just beat you in. Andy at 5-1. 5-1. Andy's bid at £5,100, at 5-1. 5-1 we've got. £5,100. Andy's telephone bidder at 5-1. I'm going to sell it at £5,100. 5-2. Accrington, 5-2, 5-2, 5-3, 5,003, £5,300, 5,003, 5,300. Are we there at £5,300 then? £5,300, Andy, it's your bid at 5,003. I'm going to sell at 5-3. 5-3. 619 is the Wallfiller, we call them there. There we are. The Mobile Oil Wallfiller sign. Ray does these for us. Smashing that is Ray. Gives most of it away to charity, bless him. There we are then. They just take your eye off a plain wall. We've got plenty of them, as I always say, around the buildings and units and outside and everywhere. There we are. Not so much outside, but inside. We have got 40 quid. Thank you very much. At £40 then. At £40. £40 then. At £40 then. At £40 we've got. At £45. £45 then. At 45. At 45. At £45. At £45 we have at 45. Cheap, aren't they? £45 then at £45. £45 then, cheap as chips then at 45. We're going to sell at £45 then, £50 then, £50 then at 50. £50, £55 then at 55. £55, £55 on sale and sold at £55 then. Are we all done at 55? Hammer's coming down. 620, the Mazda MX-5, little Mazda MX-5, brilliant are these. We love these, we think they're absolutely great. Brilliant, brilliant little fun car. Fantastic, there we are. Where are we going to be on that? We have got 16, 17, 18, 19, £1,900, cheap little car. £1,900 we've got. £1,900 at 1,009, little Mazda MX-5. £2,000 we've got in Chesterfield, thank you. £2,000, £2,000. £2,000, what a cheap little car, aren't they? You'll have a load of fun with this. £2,000, £2,000 we have. £2,000 with a hardtop, by the looks of things here. Hardtop on it, Josh. £2,000 with a hardtop. £2,000. £2,000 we have. At £2,000, we'll submit it for you. That is provisional, Chesterfield, but we'll see what we can do. At £2,000. At £2,000 then, provisional then. At £2,000 for the little MX-5 Mazda 2000. Provisional 2000. Moving on to the small wheel rally trades bike. Here we are, little trades bike. Alan's just bringing it in. We have got, we've got 6 bids there already, Will. Which takes us all the way to 225. So we've got 225 on there already. Can I have a £10 increment, please? 235, 245, no, 235, please. Yeah, mate, I've got loads of little bids here. 2004, 2000, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? That'd be nice. I put my bloody glasses back on again. 235, that'll do. 235 will do. 235, 235. I might take these glasses back and get a stronger pair. 235, at 235, at 235 we've got. 235 then, at 235 we're all done, yeah, put both pairs on. At 235, at 235 we're going to sell. At 235 then, off she goes. At 235 it's going to go. 235, top right there, John. 622 is the Rover 45. Here we are, little Rover 45. Looks a clean little car. Flick my screen over, there we are. Oh, it's a little automatic there, little automatic Rover 45 Club. There we are then. Looks a clean little car on there. Where are we going to be? Who's going to start me? Who's going to start me at £500, Will? Let's get it down to £500. At 500 anywhere. £500, thank you. £500 we've got. 550, £600 then. At £600 then. At 600, cheap little car. At £600 then. At 600. At £600 then. At 600. 600 then. Are we all done at 650? £650 bid at 650. £650. At 650, very provisional, Lincolnshire, but anyway, we'll try. At £650. At £650 for the first. £650 for the second. Third and last time, very provisional at £650. 623 is the State Express sign. There we are, Michael's got it there. We have got, where are we, Will? We've got £100 bid at 100, 110, 120, £120 then at £120, at 120, at 120. 120 at £120 then, 120 at £120 then. Are we all done at 120? At £120 then, at £120 at 120. You need a bit more for that. Have a word with the girls upstairs. 624, the Morris Cowley. Here we are. Look at that. 100-year-old Morris Cowley. 100 years old. Look at that. Nearly as old as you, Will. Look at that. 100 years old. Yeah, it looks in better condition than you do. There we are then, we have got some bids here. We've got £5,000, we've got 5,250, we've got 5,500. 5,500 for a Cowley, who'd have thought? 5,500 for the Cowley, 5,500. 5,500, how cheap are these got to be? These were £10,000 plus, literally, not that long ago. 5,500 for the little Cowley at 5,500. 5,500 and still quite a usable car, these. 5,500. We'll submit it for you at 5,500. 5,500. How cheap is that? £5,500 on the little cowley. We'll submit it for you at £5,500 then. Hammer's coming down at £5,500 then. Cheap as chips at 5.5. Wow, that is cheap, isn't it? Look at that. And lot number 625, the whole homemade golf clock. There we are. Mark does these for us. Mark's a local lad, lives in York. I know I'd like to meet her. There we are then, he does these for us. He does 3 or 4 for us in his spare time, bless him. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? £100 and away at £100, thank you. £100 we've got. Up £100 then. Up £100, 110, 120. 120 then. £120 at 120. 120, 130, 130, £130 then at 130, at 130, £130 we have, 130, 140, 140, 150, £150 at 150, 150, 160, 160, 170 we've got, £170, 170, 180, 180, 190, 190, at 190, £200. £200 we have at £200, 210, 210, 210, missing no one, 210, £210 at 210, 220 Ash, £220, 220 with young Ashley there at 220, 220 with Ashley at 220, 230, 230, 230, 230 we have, 240, 240, 240, at 240, 240, 250, 250. Lovely colours are those golf colours, aren't they? 250, 250 we have. Do you want 260, Ash? What do you reckon? He does, 260 he says. Yeah, spending like a sailor. Look, £260 at 260. 260 we have, at £260. Are we there? At £260. Hammer's coming down then, off to Ashley at £260. Are we done? Fair warning. Ash 260. 626 is the Audi TT 3.2. 3.2. If you're going to buy one, buy the 3.2. I'm getting my Audi TT out tonight. Seems the weather's getting a bit better. Claire said this morning, can we get the Audi out? I said, we can. We've got a little Audi like this. Where? Wow, we've got some bids here then, Will. We've got 2,000, 2,1, 2,2, 2,3, 2,4, 2,5, 2,6 on that screen. Cheap little car, £2,600 we've got. 2,600 at £2,600. 2,600, 2,7, 2,007, £2,700. That's provisional, Ken. At excuse me, at 2,007. 2007. Are we all done at 2007? Cheap little car that. 3.2. £2,700. We'll put you down then. £2,700 for a very bright looking Audi TT. Are we all there then? £2,700. Hammer's coming down if everyone's done at 2.7. Provisional 2.7. 627 is the Ford Cosworth side light up box, Michael. I see. There we are then. Where are we going to be on that? £30, £40 bid. At £40 we've got cheap enough at £40. At £40 then. At £40 for the light up box at 40. At £40 then. At £40 then at 40. At £40 then. Provisional. At £40 then. Hammer's coming down at £40. 628, the VW Golf GTI. There we are, little Golf GTI. It's got here, unfortunately we've only got one service fleet that was done at 53,000. What is she showing now? 53. Oh, it doesn't show me on there, doesn't tell me. There you go. It looks a clean little car, though, doesn't it? There you go. Where are we? You tell me who's going to start me. Well, drop it down to £2,000. It's got to be worth £2,000, surely. Let's get a £2,000 bid and see what we can do. Anyone want to jump in at 2,000? I can't start any lower than £2,000. I think we can all agree it must be a £2,000 car. Looks a bright little thing. Anyone want to jump in at 2,000? If not, we'll have to move on, and I'll have to ask you to speak with the team upstairs in the office if you've got any interest in the little Golf GTI. Can't start any less than 2,000 though, boys and girls. There you go. Thank you very much. 629 is the Minnie Mouse motor oil sign, Michael. Nice little sign there. Where are we again? We have got 40, £50 bid, £60 then, at £60 then, at 60. At £60 then, at £60 then, at 60. 60, did I just see? Sorry, Will?
No, that was an equal bid.
Oh, was it? Oh, a £60 bid. At £60 then we've got £60 then. At £60. At £60 then. At £70 per £70 then. At £70 we've got. At £70 I'm going to sell it. £80 it's on sale. £80 then it's going to sell. At £80 then. £80, £90 then. £80, £90 we've got at 90. At £90 then. On sale. Hammer's coming down. Off she goes. We're going to sell at £100. At £100 then. £100. £100. £100, 110, 110, 110, 110 we have at 110. Off to Perth by the looks at £110, be warned. I'm going to pull the lever, the hammer's coming down at 110. Sold, 630, the Kawasaki, there we are. There we are, only back in due to ill health sadly. I hope you feel better, William. There we are, we've got the bike here. We have got 3 bids, we've got where are we, Will? We've got 500, we've got 550, we've got 600, and we've got 650 there now. 650, 650, £650 we've got. At £650. At £650. At 650, 650. For my figures here, Will, can I take 675, please? 675, 675. I've got some bids on my sheet here. 675. 675 and 700 will here please at £700. At £700 then, at £700 I'm going to sell it at 725. At 725, 750 will please, 750 at £750. At £750 doesn't look dear, does it? At 750, 775 in Stafford, 775, 775. At 775 I'm going to sell it. At 775 then it's on sale, I'm going to sell. At 775 then hammer's coming down at 775. If you're all done, it's going to go. It's gone. 631 is the large Bentley sign, Michael. Oh, there she is, yeah. Oh, yeah, look at that. It's on the wall there behind me. There we are then. We've got some bids here, Will. We have got 180, 200, 220 we've got at £220. That looks nice. At £220, what a lovely sign. At £220 we've got. At £220 then, at 220, that's worth its money. At £220. At £220 we've got. At £220 then, I'm going to sell. At £220, she's on sale, she's going. At £230, £230 we've got. 230. 230, at 230, 230, 230, at £230, 230. Nice crisp sign that, at £230 then. Hammer's coming down at 230, be warned. 240, 240, 240, 240. Very crisp, like that, nice sign that. 240 then. Off we go at 240. If you're all done then, we're going to drop the lever at 240. Sold, 632, the Lotus Elan SE Turbo. I like these. And look how sensible they are on the money. Again, it wasn't that long ago. You needed 7, 8, 9, even as much as £10,000 for one of these. And look now, it very much is a buyer's market. You can't really fall off at the moment, the way the world's gone and prices and things. Now's the time to jump in and tick that box that you've been meaning to tick forever. And look what we've got here. We've got, Will, we've got £4,000, 4.2, 4.4, 4.6, 4.8, 4,008. 4,008 we've got there. 4,008, 4.9 please, Will. 4,009, £4,900, it's on sale at 4.9. £4,900, it's on sale. £4,900, I'm going to sell it at 4,900. At 4,900 then I'm going to sell, be warned, it's going. At 4,900 then, hammer's coming down, it's going to go. Bid at number 600353 at £4,900 then, be warned, it's going to go. Sold. And we have 633, the Shell Derv Globe. There we are, Shell Derv Globe. Again, £40 bid, thank you. £40 we have. At £40, thank you. At £40 then. At £40 bid. At 40. £40 then. 40, £50 we have at 50. £50 bid. At £50. £50 bid. 50, £60. £60 then at 60. £70 is an internet bid at 70. Bury St Edmund, £70. £80 we've got. £80. £80 bid on the with me here, Will. £80. £80 bid here with me at £80. £90 then. £90 we've got. At £90 I'm going to sell. At £90 then. At £90 then. Hammer's coming down. I'm going to sell it at 90. Oh, £100. £100 bid at £100 and 10. 110. 110. At 110. £110. Are we there? £110 then. I'm going to pull the lever at £110. It's going to be sold. 120. 120. Stand there, Michael. Keep there. £120 at 120. At £120. Don't bounce it, Michael. I've just sold it. £130. £130 at 130. 130 I've got. £130 then, off she goes now. Get ready with that button, Will, at £130. Fair warning. Sold. 634, the 1947 Douglas 350. There we are. Again, look, super sensible on the expectations there. Look at the guide. Very sensible guide. I think we can all agree that, can't we? And a nice machine there. Where are we going to be on that? £1,800. And yep, 18 then, 18, 19, £2,000. At £2,000 to 1. 2001 at £2,100. How cheap have they got to be? 2001 at 2,100 then, at 2,100 then, at 21. £2,100. How cheap? At 21, 22. 2002 at 2,200. At £2,200 we've got 2002 at 2,200. It's provisional at the moment. Who's that, Will? Ian, it's provisional. We'll try for you, Ian. Cheap, isn't it? 2,200 at 2,200. Again, not long ago it was double that. 2,200 at 2,200. Then we'll try for you, Ian, at £2,200. 635, a steel reproduction double-sided jukebox sign. Oh, I get you. Yeah, I'm with you, Michael. Yeah. There we are then, with a bend, ready to bolt straight onto your wall. There we are, it's got a bit of a bend to it. All you need are 2 screws and away you go. Where are we then? 30, £40 bid at 40, thank you. £40 then, at £40 we have. At £40 bid, at £40. At £40, £50 we've got, at £50. At £50 bid, £60 and sold and done. At £60 I'm going to sell it. At £60 it's on sale now, £70 we have. 70, £80 then, at £80 then, £80 she's on sale, she's going 90, £90, 90, £100 then, at £100, £100 then, at £100, £100 then, we're going to pull the lever, she's going at £100, be warned, it's off, £100. And 636 is a Lotus Esprit Turbo SE. There we are, Turbo SE.
Oh, massive expenditure, engine rebuild, etc. Done nothing in the last couple of years. Look,
there you go. Paul
spent
just
money
said,
on it.
there you are. No. The owner has certainly lavished some time and money on the car. All works carried out by Southwest Lotus. Now, I always pick these guys up. I don't think I've actually met them, but I am right in the guys that they do some work for you, aren't they? John's just reminded me as well there, because I'm not a massive specialist fan. I'll be quite honest with you. I share my father and my brother's thoughts on a lot of these specialists. However, the Bangers and Cash team came across the Southwest Lotus guys, and they've done some storming work for you at very, very sensible money. They do a good job. So I'll have to meet you guys. If I have met you, I do apologise, but I don't think I have. But there you are. If there's ever a specialist out there that I would recommend, it's these guys. Anyway, and they've done a nice bit of work on the Lotus Esprit Turbo there for Mr. Martin. So there we are. We haven't got enough, Will, but we've got some. So we have got 15,500, £16,000 bid at £16,000, at £16,000. It is the Turbo, is the SE. At £16,000 we've got, at £16,000, at £16,000. £16,000, 16,250 says Mark, 16,250, cheap car Mark, 16,250, at £16,250, at 16,250. It is very provisional, Mark, at the moment, at 16,250, we'll try for you, at 16,250, £16,250, at 16,250, it's Mark's bid, albeit provisional. It's now jumped to young Andrew over there at 16,500. 16,500. 16,750. 16,750. 16,750. It's not out the way. Not out the way. £17,000. £17,000. 17 and a quarter. 17,250. 17,250. 17,250, 17,500, 17,500, 17,750, don't blame me Mark, 17,750, 17,750, £18,000, 18, £18,000, 18 and a quarter, says Mark. 18,250, says Mark. 18,250. 18,250. He's missing a trick. Does he want 100? I'll do 100 for him, I do. And I'll do the same though for Mark. 18,250. I'm going to miss it for 100 quid. 18,250 I've got. 18,350. 18,350. You never know. 18,450. 18,450. 18,450. 18, thank you Andy, pass my thanks on for the bids. 18,450 Mark, been in from the beginning there, Mark's 18,450. There'll be a deal done Mark, I'm sure. Very sensible owner with the car. 18,450, it's on a provisional basis at the moment to Mark's bidder at £18,450. 18,450. Andy is the underbidder there. And moving on to 637, this way to the air raid shelter. This way to the air raid shelter. £80 we've got straight away out the traps and sold at £80. £80 then, £80 then it's going to be sold at 80. £80, £90 we've got at £90 then, at £90 then, at £90 then, and we all done at 90. At £90, £100 bid at 100. At £100 then, at £100 and 110. At £110 at 110. At 110. At £110 at 110. 110, 120, at £120 at 120, at £120 then, at 120 then, she's on sale, it's going, £120 then, oh, we're done at 120, we are, 638, is the little Moggy Miner, there we are, bless her, I'm going to miss this outside, it's a bit of a focal point outside for us, there, the Moggy Miner there, little bit of modern art, there we are, a bit of modern art. Who wants to start me at 500? £500 we've got. At £500 then. At £500 then for the bit of more modern art at 500. 550. At £550. At 550. At £550 we have. At £550 we've got. 550. £600. At £600 then at 600. At £600. At £600. 650. At 650 we've got £700 then at £700. A little bit of background which I maybe should or shouldn't tell you, but I will anyway, it's too late now. The car actually belongs to Mr. Banford of JCB stardom. So there you go. So there's a little bit of a talking point for you. There you are. So owned by Mr. Banford as in JCB. £750 we've got, at £750 then, at £750, at 750, so it's come straight from Mr. B himself, at £750, at £750 we've got, at £750 then, at 750, at 750, £800 then, £800, £800 then, at £800, at £800 then, £800 then, 800, £800 then, we'll submit it for your leads at £800 then, £800 then, are we all done then? £800 then, off she goes at £800. We'll submit it for you, these £800. And 639 is the Ferrari Repro enamel sign, a nice little size sign, go anywhere size. We have got 50, 60, £70 we've got, at £70 then, at £70 then, at 70. Nice little sign there, look, £70 then, at £70 we've got, at 70, at £70 then, at 70. £70 then, at 70. At 70, one more bid and I'll put it on sale at £70. At £70 then, at 70. At £70 then, at £70 then, he needs just one more, that's a little bit more for that sign. Have a word with the girls upstairs or it'll go on to the timed auction. Lot number 640 is a 2000 Chevrolet GMC Corvette. Look at that, what a machine. £6,000, looks like it's got 100 miles an hour stood still. At £6,000, 6-1 Will. 6-2, blimey, you're making me work for this, aren't you? 6,002, we've got 6-2, 6-3, 6-4, 6,004, 6-5, 6-6, 6,006, 6-7. 6-8. Okay, Father's driven it just a few away from Thornton down to here, said it rides lovely. £7,000, at 7,002, 7-2, on sale, 7,002, what a lot of cars, 7-4, 7-6, 7,006. 7-8, 7,008, £8,000, £8,000 we've got. I'll take 100 now, Will. But you made me work for that. £8,000, £8,000, 8,001, £8,100, 8,200, 8,300, Sooty's just woke up, 8,300, 8,300, 8,300, on the phones with young Alan, 8,400, Skegness, 8,500, somewhere, doesn't say where, 8,500, 8,600, says Alan, 8,600, Alan just beat you in there with an 8,600, 8,600, 8,700, 8,700 we've got, 8,800 says Alan, 8,800, 8,008, 8,008 says Alan, £8,800, Alan's bid, 8,900, Skegness, 8,900, 9,000 says Alan, £9,000, £9,000, Alan's bid, 9,000, £9,000, Alan, your bid at the moment, 9,000, 9,100, 9,100, 9,100, 9,100, Alan, what do you reckon? 9,200's gone, Doncaster, fresh bid, 9,200, 9,300, too late, Al, 9,300's gone, 9,300, 9,400 he says, 9,400, 9,004, 9,400, 9,500, 9,500, thank you for letting me know, £9,500, 9,500, who's that, Will?
This is Darren.
Darren, 9,500, you there, mate? £9,500, Hammer's coming down then at 9,500, hang on. Quickly, do you? If not, it's off to Darren. 9,600, you sure? 9,600. Oh, Darren, I built you up there, didn't I? Now we've got a 9,600 bid sneaked in. 9,600, on the phones at 9,600. 9,700, 9,700. Oh, definitely now. He says, Darren's saying, thank God for that. Hold him down. £9,700 then. £9,700. Hammer's coming down at 9,700. Are we all done? Are you sure? Oh, 9,008. 9,900. 9,900. There's always a bun fight in there at the end. 9,009. £9,900. I can't bring it down too quick. He's shouting, bring it down. I'm sure he is. 9,900. Are we all done? Are you sure? Giving you time. £10,000. £10,000. You what, sorry, Will? I know, but I can't rush it down, can I? Otherwise I get nailed to the cross. £10,000. £10,000. Are you sure? Are you sure we're all done? Are you sure? Are we all done then? £10,000. I'm going to pull the lever. It's going to go. £10,000. It's going. It's gone. Thank you ever so much for your bid. 641 is the we sell Shell lubrication sign. There we are. We have got 50, 60, 70 pound bid, at 70 pound then, at 70, at 70 pound then, nice size again, 70, 80 pound then, 80 pound we've got, 80 pound then, 80 pound, at 80 pound then, 80 pound, 90 pound on sale, I'm going to sell it at 90 pound, at 90 pound then, she's going to go, I'll take a fiver, if not it's off, at 90 pound then, are we all done, at 90 pound, Hammer's coming down, at 90 pound, off it goes, at 90 pounds. There it goes. 642 is the little Triumph Tiger Cub. Again, look at that, very sensible on the money. 1,700 pound bid there, thank you. 1,700 pound we've got. That's not dear, is it? 1,718. 1,800 pound then. 19's coming along at 19. 19, 2,000 pound for the little Tiger Cub. 2,100 then we've got. 21. 2,100 pound. 2,1. 2,001. 2,2. Mark just beat you in at 2,2 there, Will. At 2002, 2003, 2003, you're out, Mark, 2003, 24, 2,400, 24, 25, 25, 2005, 2005, 26, Mark's back in at 26, 2006, young Mark, 27, you're out, Mark, 27, 27 we've got, 27, 28 he says, 2008, 28, 28, young Mark, 29, going to fill it up, Mark. 2009 we've got. 3,000 he says. 3,000 pound. 3,000 pound. At 3,000 pound then. We've slowed up now, so at 3,000 pound I'm going to bring the up 3-1. 3-1. 3-1. 3-2 says Mark. 3-2. 3,002. 3,200 pounds. Young Mark's bid there at 3,200 pound then. Thank you for your bids at 32 then. It's going to go. Be warned. Get ready with that button, Will. £3,200. Sold. 643 is the Honda reproduction enamel sign. Again, nice little sign there. Look at that. Nice, clean little sign. Go in your office, won't it? There we are. Where we are then? 40, 50 pound. We've got 50 pound then on the way at 50. Thank you. At 50 then. Are we all done? At 50 pound. Nice little sign at 50. At 50 then. At 50 then. At 60 pound then. At 60. At 60 pound. At 60 pound then. At 60 pound. At 60 pound then. We'll put it down provisional at 60 pounds. 644, the Mazda MX-5. Little Mazda MX-5, little cutie. Here she is. And where we've got on this, we've got V5, we've got, it's been garaged. I'm just looking through any other bits and pieces. 5-speed manual, there we go. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £800 is the start. Thank you very much. £800 is the start for the little Mazda. £800. £800 then. £800, cheap little car. £800 we have. £800. £800 then at 800. Are we all done at 800? We'll submit it. 800, 850. £850 for a little convertible MX-5. 850. £850. Provisional at £850. Then hammer's coming down if you're all done at £850. 850 provisional. 645 is the large collection of AA badges, Michael. There we are. Nice collection there. Where are we on that? You tell me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There you go. There's over a dozen. There you go. Where are we going to be? You tell me. Let's get away with it at 60, Will. Open up at 60. There you are. £5 a piece. That's cheap enough. £60 we've got. £60 then. 60 and £70 then. 80. Thank you. £80 then. £80. They're still cheap enough, aren't they? At that. £80 then. £80 then. Are we all done at 80? £80 then, big collection of AA badges, there's an instant collection there for you. £80 then, at £80 then, are we all done at 80? £80 then, £80 then, are we all finished at £80? He needs a little bit more. 646 is the MG Midget. MG Midget, looks a clean little car from these photographs. Looks a clean little car that, there we are. MG Midget, British Racer again, new tyres, hood's in good order, with a small nick in the rear offside. There we are then. Well, these are very honest there. Thank you. Oh, Reverend Philip. Thank you very much. There we are. We've got some bids here. We have got 2004, 25, 26, 2,600 we've got at £2,600. 2006, 2007, £2,700 at 2,700 at £2,700 at 2007. 28's just gone, Dave. 2008's just gone. 2008. 2008 has gone. 2008, 29. David's in at 29. One more bid, I'm going to put it on sale. 2009, £3,000. It's on sale now at £3,000. 31 says Dave at 31. 3001. £3,100. David's bid at 31. At 3,100. 32. 32. 33. 3003. 3003 on sale and going at 3003 and 4. 3004. 3004. 35. 3005. 3005. 3,500. £3,500 and on sale at 3,500 then. David's telephone bidder if we're all done at £3,500. Sold to David's guy. 647. I'll just do a couple more point jump on. 647, the McLaren F1 light up sign. Oh, that's a nice one. Ooh, that's a nice one. I like that one, Michael. Yeah, nice that, isn't it? There we are then. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £100 straight away. 125, 150, thank you. £150 we've got. Nice sign that. £150. At 150. 150. 175. 175. At £175. At 175. At nice sign there. 175. 175 with the brackets there. Bolt it straight to the wall, Michael. Yeah, just turn it around that way a little bit, then we can see where we are. There we are. And the other way, that's it, they can see exactly what it is. A nice quality light box there. 175 then, at 175 we've got at 175. At 175 then, provisional at £175. And moving on to 648, the Maserati Quattroporte, there we are. Look at that, these are cheap, aren't they? Aren't they good value? Look at that. Good value for money. There we go. Where we are then, it says there, please note that there was no warning lights on the car until we changed the battery. So we replaced the battery by the looks of things. I'm just going by the notes I've got here. Maybe the owner asked us to put a new battery on, I'm not sure, but we changed the battery and then she's put on some codes. Yeah, well, that's modern cars for you, isn't it, unfortunately? So she'll have to be plugged in and whip them out. Where are we going to be in the meantime? It's dead sensible on the money, aren't we? Dead sensible. Dead sensible. Bring it down to 5, Will. Is that what you're doing in the meantime? 5,000, look at that. Look at that for £5,000. That's a hell of a car. £5,000 opening bid anywhere. Anyone want to make a start? If not, you're going to have a word with the girls upstairs in the office. I can't start any lower than 5 though. I think that must be a £5,000 plus car, mustn't it? Move on. 649 will hit the bump. 649 is, oh, that large sign that we're going to drag on for ages and let the lads hold it up for half an hour. There we are then. I'll slow right down so you can hold it for a long time. Where are we going to be? £100 away. Thank you. At £100. That's a nice size one. Look at that. £100 then at £100. 110, 120, 130. £130 then at 130. At £130 then. At 130. That's a hell of a sign that. I take it it's double-sided. So yeah. £130 then. At £130 we've got. There we go. Look at that. If anyone's seen the film The Plank, yeah, these two are in it. £130 we've got, £130. At 130, everyone be Googling The Plank now. Watch the film, watch the little silent movie called The Plank, ladies and gentlemen, if you're at home. Honestly, if you've got a warped sense of humour like most of our family, it's brilliant. £140 we've got, at £140 we have, at 140 then. At £140, it's provisional at the moment at £140, at £140, at 140, at 140, at £140 then provisional, at £140, 140. I'll just do the transit, then Paul's going to jump on and I'll have a cup of tea. Ford Transit. I dread to think how much this would achieve if it wasn't left-hand drive. It's left-hand drive, but you've got to sit somewhere, haven't you? And Paul says, oh, quite often, you're only 2-3 foot away from the other side, aren't you? But there you are. What a lovely van. A lovely, lovely van, which you'd be looking at double this if it was right-hand drive, wouldn't you? But a nice van. So there you go. Where are we going to be on the little van? You tell me. Who's going to start me up? In no way can I start any less than 6.5. Absolutely no way. And no way. If we've got any bids any more than that, then fine. If not, I did say to our owns it, I said, bring it down, we'll give it a go. There's surely going to be someone who will appreciate it for what it is. Now we might do, we'll see, but I've got nothing on my sheet. If you've got some interest, please have a word with the team upstairs. 6.5 won't buy it though, I'll give you a heads up, it will not buy it. I wouldn't sell that van if it was mine for that sort of money. Anyhow, if you've got an interest in the van, please have a quick word with the girls upstairs. In the meantime, I'll pass you on to Paul and I'll see you shortly. Thank you.
Right then, morning ladies and gentlemen. Right then, and we're moving on to lot number 651. There we are then, the steel reproduction double-sided SO bottle sign. There we go then. Lot number 651, when I just get my screen sorted out here, there we are, and we have £50 bid at £50, at £50 then, at £50 bid, at 50, who wants 60, at £50 we have, and 60, £60 we have, at £60 then, at £60 who wants 70, at £60 then, at £60 then, and we're selling, at £60 then, £60 only, at 60 and 70, £70, at £70 then, at £70 then, looking round, at 70, 80 pounds, £80 then, up in Perth, at £80 bid, at 80 pound then, we're going to pull the lever, at £80 then, selling, at £80, sold at 80, thank you, and we're moving on to, oh dear, I pressed the wrong button here, look, and we're moving on to lot number 652, Austin A30. It's a nice solid example, says Mick. There you go. Well done, Mick. I've still got the wrong screen on there, look, Josh. There we are then. And we have got interest here with me, ladies and gents. We have got 2000, 2224, 2004, 2004, 2526 with me, 2006. Yeah, I went and pressed the wrong button, mate. At 2006 and 7, 2007, at 2007 and 8 says Mark, 2008, Mark on the telephone, 2800 2009, you're out Mark, at 2009, 3,000 he says. Sorry about that, mate.
You're
At
all right.
£3,000 bid. At 3,003.1. 3,001. At 3,100. A super user-friendly little thing. 3,2. 3,002. Thank you, sir. At 3,002. And 3. 3,3. 3,003. At 3,300, 3,4 says Mark. 3,004 at 3,004. And 5, 3,5, 3,5. Be handy if that plate comes off. 3,6, 3,006 at 3,600 at 3,006. And 7, 3,7, 3,007 at £3,700 then we're going to sell at £3,700 then for the first, second, third and last time, 3,800, only just Mark, 3,008 at 3,800, £3,800 then, Mark on the telephone, 3,900, 3,009. Thanks for letting me know, £3,900 then for the first, for the second, third and last time, 39, thank you. And we move on to 653, the light up Lotus sign. There we are then, there we go, nice little sign for you. 70, 80, £90 bid, at £90 then, at £90 bid, at 90, at £90, 100 says Berry, at £100 then, 100, 110, 110, 110, at £110, at 110, £110 then, at £110, 120, 120, 130, 130, at 130, 130, who wants 40? At 130 then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time at 130. Sold at 130, thank you. I'll try not to press the wrong button on here now. There we are. And we're moving on to 654, the BMW E36 M3 Evo. There it is, look. Lovely, lovely looking car. Superb looking car. 6-speed manual. To be fair, it's the one you want. 6-speed manual. I like a bit of manual. You know where you are. There you are, look. You've all read the spec there, look. Warning triangle, toolkit, all the rest of it. There you go, look. Vendor suggests perhaps having the headlining redone on the hardtop. So there you go. Again, a very accurate description. Thank you very much. There we go. Right, where are we going to be? 15, 15, 5. 15, 5. Over there, Will. 15, 5. At 15,500. At 15,516 says Rotherham. At £16,000. At £16,000 we have. At 16,5. 16,5, 17, 17,000 at 17,000, 17,000 at 17,5, 17,5, 18,000 says Rotherham, £18,000 at £18,000, then who wants 5? 18,000 at £18,000, 18,5, 19, 19,000 at £19,000. At £19,000, and we're on sale at £19,000 bid. At 19,000, I'll take 250 if it helps. At 19,000, look at him, look. At 19,000, 250. And 5, 19,5 at 19,750. I knew you were there, you were waiting, weren't you? Oh, there you are then. I did your job for you. At 19,750 on the telephone. Oh dear, hang on, something's gone wrong here. 19,750 and 20,000. You're out. At 20,000, at £20,000. 20,250 and 500. 20,500. Are you back, Will? At £20,500 we have. You're out. £20,500 then Rotherham. Not anymore. Cheshire, Rotherham, 21,000. 21,000. We knew it was going to do well, didn't we, ladies and gents? You only have to look at the car to see that. It's a lovely car. £21,000. At 21,000. Does he want 250? At £21,000 then. We're going to sell it at 21,250. You were picked there, 500. 21,5. 21,500, 750, says Alan. 21,750 on the telephone. 22, back in Rotherham. 22,000. 22,250. 22,250. Alan there on the telephone, not anymore. 22,500. 22,750 he says. 22,750. Alan on the telephone. 23,000. 23,000 pounds. What's he think out? 23,000 pounds is Rotherham. 23,250. 23,250. 23,250 and 500. You've been in it from the start, Rotherham. Good morning. 23,500 pound we have. 23,500. What's he think? Is he sure? He won't sleep tonight. At 23,500 pounds then for the first, for the second, third and last time. 23.5 going off to Rotherham. Well done, Rotherham. Well done. I'm pleased you got that. You really were in from the beginning there. And we're moving on to 655, which is an RAC double-sided enamel sign. There we are, look. Nice little sign there, double-sided. Get it hung up somewhere. There we go. We have 70, 80 pound, 90 pound bid. At 90 pound then, at 90 pound bid, at 90, 100, 100 pound then, at 100 pounds, 100 pound then, at 100 pound, who wants 10? At 100 pound then, are we done? At 100 pound then, the hammer's coming up then, 110, 110, 110, 110, 110, who wants 120, 120, 120, 120, 120, at 120 pound, 120 then, who wants 130, at 120 pound then for the first, second, third and last time at 120. DT. And on to 656. I don't know if you saw. Nah. On to 656, ladies and gentlemen. 2007 Audi TT Quattro Coupe. That was provisional, that. 656. There we are then. Not a looking car. A lot of looking car. There we go. With interest with me, Will. With interest with you. We have 3,000, 3,1, 3,2, 3,3, 3,4, 3,5, 3,6, 3,600 at 3,600 pounds. 3,7, 3,007. Yes, I would, yes. 3,7. I'll take a 50 if it helps for my figures, ladies and gents. At 3,700. At 3,700 pound then. At 3,700. On sale. Looks good value. At 3,700 pounds then for the first. For the second. Third and last time. Giving everyone plenty of time. 37. Thanks, Will. And we move on to 657, the Power Lube Motor Oil Enamel, a reproduction sign. Nice little sign, look, there you go, lovely. There we are. We have 40, 50, 50, 60 pound bid. At 60 pound then, at 60 pound, who wants 70? At 60 pound then, at 60, 60 pound we have. At 60 pound then, 70 says Perth. At 70 pound there, at 70 pound then, who wants 80? At 70 pound then it'll come, I'm sure. At 70 pound then, in fact I'm going to put it on sale, there you go, it's on sale. At 70 pound. At 70 pound then, who wants 80? Be sharp. At 70 pound then and 80. 80 pound says Cornwall. Good morning, Cornwall. At 80 pound. 80 pound then for the first, second, third and last time, 90. 90 says Perth. He's not finished. At 90 pound then. At 90, who wants 100? At 90 pound then for the first, for the second, 100. 100 pounds. At 100 pounds. 100 pound then. At 100 pounds. At 100 pounds then. We're going to pull the lever at 100 pounds. There you go, thank you. And we move on to 658, which is a 2003 Subaru Impreza WRX Turbo. There you go, look. One owner to 140,000 miles, it says. Engine rebuild at £6,000. It's a few quid, wasn't it? 500 miles since, it says here. There you go, look. It's got a Pro Drive performance kit on it. Lovely. Look at that, and sensible money, look. Superb. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that then? What we got? Is there 5 out there? There must be £5,000 out there. That looks a real straight car, isn't it? Yeah. There must be £5,000 out there, ladies and gents. Surely it is a Subaru Impreza WRX. There you go. I know. It's worth that all day long, Mickey. It is, you're absolutely right. There you go. Yeah, absolutely. Get 4.5 on there, Will. Let's get it away. Let's get it away. Surely, there you go. It should be lit up at 4.5, shouldn't it? It should be. Yes, quite right too. 4.5, 4.5. At 4.5 then, 4,500. At 4,500, the Subaru Impreza. At 4,546, 4,006 and 7, 4,7, 4,700. At £4,700 then, he hasn't got the engine rebuild cost back yet. At £4,700 we have. At 4,700, who wants 4.8? Carnforth wants 4.8 at 4,800. You can't go wrong. At £4,800 then. At 4,800, who wants 4.9? At £4,800 then. We're going to sell it provisionally at £4,800 then for the first. For the second, you're all missing a trick. Third and last time. Carnforth at 48. And we're moving on to 659, the Thelson Motor Oil Pyramid Can. Yeah, that's the one, Mickey. There you go. 659, 659. There you go. Pyramid can and 2 oil jugs, ladies and gents. There we are. We have 70, 80, 90, £100 bid, at 100, £100 bid, at 100, who wants 110, at £100 then, at £100, at 100, £100 then, at £100 then, who wants 110, be sharp, at £100, at 100, 110, 110, 110, at 110, who wants 20, at £110 then, at 110, we're going to sell it, at £110, looking round then for the first, second, third and last time at £110, sold at 110, and we move on to 660. You coming up?
No, just a quick question. This guy with this,
yes.
His length for 510.
Right.
He wants 400 instead. So
all right.
If you got him, cross that one off.
Okay. Keep me right. That's fine. No problem. And we go on to lot number 660, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. 1994 Vauxhall Corsa LS Auto. A lovely little car. Sits up the building there. A little peach. There you go. Mix there. Lovely. Superb. What a lovely little car. 31,800 miles on the clock. Believed to be correct. Look. There you go. Owned by the family from new. Son and then father. There you go. Kept in the garage. Superb. Speaks for itself. Has got sports mode on the automatic gearbox. There you go. What a lovely little car. There we are. We have £900 bid. At £900 then. At £900 the little Corsa. At £900 bid. At 900, 1,000. £1,000, 1,100. £1,100 then. 1,112. £1,200 at £1,200 bid. At 1,200, oiler up underneath, it would see you out. You can't wear them out, can you? At £1,200 bid. At 1,200, at 1,200, who wants 13? At £1,200 then. At 1,200, have another bid and we'll put it on sale. At £1,200 we have. At £1,200 and 13 and on sale. It's not a lot of money, ladies and gents, for a 31,000 mile Corsa. Lovely little car. 1,400, I should think so as well. £1,400 bid. At 14 and 15. £1,500. Let's be fair, we should have put some GSI badges on it. Would be worth 3 times that, wouldn't it? £1,500 bid. At 1,500 then. At 15, who wants 16? Yeah. Leeds wants 16. 1,600 we have. At 16 and 17. £1,700 then. At 1,700. £1,700 then. Is there 18? At £1,700, it's a cheap little car. At 1,700, 18. £1,800. £1,800 then. At 1,800. £1,800 then. Do you want 19? At £1,800 then. We're going to sell it. At £1,800 then. Looking round. Fair warning for the first, second, third and last time at 1,800. Sold at 18. I fail to see how you can be disappointed. And we move on to 661 Goodyear. There we are, look. King Tight Farm Belts. There you go, look. reproduction enamel sign. That's what it is. There you go. There we are then. We've got 80, 90, 100 pound, 100 pound bid, 100 pound we have. At 100 pound then 110, 110, 110, at 110. At 110 then, at 110 pound. At 110 then, are we done? At 110 pound then, we're going to sell it provisionally at 110 pounds. Provisionally at 110, top right. And on to 662, 1983 MG Hustler. That's what you're waiting for, isn't it? I saw him stood there. Filmed by Bangers and Cash upon collection. So it's been stored for some time, not been run for a year or two. We can't find any rust on the body. No, we haven't been underneath, but there's no rust on the body. Right. Father's just saying, when they were new, ladies and gentlemen, they had one on show at either the Geneva or a prestigious motor show, showcasing them, were they? Perfect camera car. We did. We've had two. There you go, you see. Yes, no, well, we have had two of them in the past. One very similar in wood. One was white, if you recall. Yep. They made a four-wheeler as well. They made a six-wheeler, as we can see, and a four-wheeler, and they were designed by Mr. Williams, I think he was called, who was the Aston Martin / Lagonda designer. I think he did them on the back of a beer mat on the way home. I think it's in the doctor since. Anyway, we're messing around, ladies and gents. Here we go, look. Now, I've been telling the Bangers and Cash crew it would make a perfect camera car for them. I mean, look at the vision you've got in it, John. I mean, come on. And, of course, you can get in it. Yeah, there you go. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. It's something a bit quirky, a little bit different, a little bit special. There you go, the Hustler. There we go. Let's get that down to business. We have 3,000, 3,1, 3,2, 3,3, 3,4, 3,5, 3,600. At 3,600 pounds we have. At 3,600 pound then. No rust on the body. At 3,600. At 3,000. Yes, if you go down the motorway, yes, that's right. Yes, you must. The Pope.
Nothing from the Vatican City.
Not as yet. But there's time yet. At 3,600 pound we have 3,700, 3,007, 3,007. At 3,700. At 3,700 pound then. Who wants 3,800? At 3,700 pound then. Are you sure, Morland? At 3,800. You're missing a trick. At 3,800 pound then. At 3,800 pound then. At 3,009. 3,900. At 3,009. Have another bid and we can sell it. At 3,900 pounds. Put it on sale, Father says. He's sticking his chin out. At 3,900 on sale. At 3,900 pound then. Are we done? At 3,009 and 4,000. And 141. You can't find another one, can you? Let's be fair. At 4,001. There was talk of 500 made, although I think there was only actually 200 assembled. But anyway, there you go. You make your own inquiries. At 4,100. 4,2. 4,002. 4,003. At 4,300. At 4,300. 4,4. 4,4. 4,5. 4,005. 4,005. If all else fails, you could grow your tomatoes in it. At 4,500. At 4,500 pound then, we're going to sell it. At 4,006. 4,006 and 7. 4,7. 4,007. At 4,700 pound then. At 4,700. 4,8. 4,008 and 9. 4,9. 4,009. At 4,900 pounds then, what do we think? At 4,000, 5,000, 5,000 pound, 5,1, 5,001, at 5,100, at 5,100 pounds then, at £5,100 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 5,100. Sold at 51. Well done, well done. There you go.
To a Mr. Pope.
To a Mr. Pope. Oh, there you are, Mr. Pope. Well done, well done. That's maybe a code name. There we are then, and we're moving on to 663, ladies and gentlemen. Cleveland guaranteed double-sided enamel sign. There we are then, 48 inches or thereabouts. There you go. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be at 100, 120, 140, 140 pound bid. At 140, at 140 pound. At 140, who wants 60 or 50? That'll do. At 150, he's on the internet out. 150, 160, Alan's bid. At 160, at 160, 170, 170, at 170, 170. 180, 180, at 180, 190, 190, at 190, at 190, 200, 200 pound he says, 210, 210, at 210 pound, 210, 220, 230, 230, 230, at 230 pound then, what do we think? At 230, 250 he says, at 250, 60, 260, at 260, at 260 pound then, at 260, 70, 270, at 270 then, Alan the bidder then, at 270 then, looking round for the first, second, third, 280, 280, at 280, 290, 300, 300 pound, what can I do? At 300 pound then, at 310, 310, 310, 310, at 310 pound then for the first, second, third and last time at 310 pound. Sorry, you got there in the end. And we're moving on to 664, ladies and gentlemen, which is a 1995 Ford Escort Cosworth. Now this, I like this car. Now, I make no secret of it. You can keep all your Cosworths. The only Cosworth that interests me a little bit is an Escort. And I don't know quite why that is. But this car, I love this car. I absolutely love this car. It drives as tight as a drum. I've never had one, Mick, no. I should treat myself. Are we going to chip in, Mick? We'll buy it between us. There you go. Yeah. There you go. Now this car, ladies and gents, I've driven it down the industrial estate and no more. But in all honesty, you don't need to drive it anymore. It drives lovely. Tight as a drum, no rattles, no squeaks, just lovely. 18-inch wheels, I think they are on it. The correct 16-inch wheels accompany it. Would probably look better with the 16s on, to be honest, but personal preference, of course. And some of you will have noticed it's perfect for a bit of continental touring, left-hand drive. Doesn't bother me, couldn't care less. I love left-hand drive, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, enough of me rapids on. We're going to kick off with that 32 there. 32, 32, 5, 33, 33, 33, 5, he says. 33, 5, at 33,500. 34, 34,000, at 34,000 pounds. It's a cheap car. At 34,000 pound we have. At 34,500. At 34,500. At 34,500 and 35. 35, 35,000. 35,500. 35,500. At 35,500 and 36. 36. At 36,000 pounds. At 36,000. At 36,000, who wants 500? At 36,000 pounds we have. At 36,000 pound then, 500. 36,500, at 36,500. 37, 37,000. At 37,000, at 37,000 pounds. 37,000, who wants 500? 37,000 only, doesn't look a dear car, at 37,000 pounds. It's not a dear car, Mick, no. At 37,000. 37,000, then we're going to submit. No, we're not. 37,500. 37,500 pound then. 37,500. We're going to have to talk. At 37,500 pounds then, provisionally for the first. Are you sure? For the second, 38. 38,000. 38,000. Still not a dear car. at 38,000. At 38,000 pounds. I think you're going to have to find a bit more, guys, but good luck to you. At 38,000 then for the first. 38,500. 38,500. At 38,500. What do we think, Daventry? 38,500 pounds then. 38,500. Giving you time. At 38,500 pounds then for the first. Very provisionally, I might add, for the second. Third and last time at 38,500. There you go. Good luck to you. And we're moving on to 665. Some Girls metal sign. Ah, there you go. That's a lovely sign. Look, produced by Mark, regular supporter of the sale. He does some lovely, lovely things. There we are then. Absolutely £80 bid. At £80 we have 80 and 90 and 100. £100 then at £100. £100, 110, 110, 110, 110, 120, 120, 130, 130, 130, 140, 140, 150, 150, up £150, 150, 60, 160, up 160, 160 and 70, 170, 170, 170 then, up 170, 170, are we done? Up £170 then we're going to pull the lever, up £170. Sold at 170, thank you. And we're moving on to 666, 2009 Fiat 500 Lounge. There you go, look, nice modern looking little Fiat for you. There was one of these on a rally the other day. It looked ever so funny as a rally car. It really did, it was great. He had a good result as well. There you go, little Fiat 500, look, one owner, full service history it says, full MOT. There we go, look, lovely little car. You're coming to tell me something? I thought you were coming to announce something. There we are then. We have got 11, 12, 13, 14, £1,500 with me, Will, I'm afraid. I'm sorry, Hull, but I had it first. At 1,500. At £1,500. At 1,516. Yes. At 1,600, I see what you're doing there. At £1,600. At 1,600. At 1,600 as a 50 if you want it. At £1,600 bid. At 1,600, who wants 50? At 1,600, then we're going to sell it. At £1,600, then looking round for the first, second, 1,650 and 1,700. I see why you did that. At £1,700. At 1,700, there's still a 50 if you want it. At £1,700 then, and 50, 1,750, at 1,750, 1,800, at 1,800, £1,800 then, at 1,800, 1,800 then, we're going to sell it, at £1,800 then for the first, second, third and last time at 1,800, sold at 18. And we're moving on to 667, American Civil War replica cannon. There we are then. There we go then. Now, this here is actually, the actual cannon is fiberglass, ladies and gents. We're keen not to deceive anybody, and you would never know until you come up and just give it a little knock. It's absolutely fantastic. It really, really is. But it is fiberglass, so just bear that in mind. There we are. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be 500, 600, 600, £600 bid. At £600 then, at £600 we have. At £600 then, at I knew it. At £700 standing over there. At £700. He's out now. 800 we have. At 800, £900 bid. At £900 then, at £900. At 1,000, 1,000, 1,100, £1,100 then, £1,100, 1,112, 1,200, 1,200, 1,200, 1,300. Oh man, where are we going to put this? At £1,300. At £1,300 and 14. 1,400 was on the telephone, Will. I'm sorry, Louth, it was in the room. At 14 and 15. 15. 1,500, at 15, 1,500 then, standing, 16 in Louth, 1,600, at £1,600, at 1,600, we're on sale here, you know, it's off to Louth, you're out, at £1,600, at 1,600, no, not you, no, it's going to Louth, at No, that's £1,600. That's 1,600. That's 60. Is Scotland going to let it go to Louth? That's Scotland on there, isn't it? I know who you've got on there. That's 1,600. I'm telepathic. Did you not know? That's £1,600. Then we're done. That's £1,600. Then we're going to sell it. That's 1,600. It's going south. That's £1,600. Then for the first. He's missing it for £100. For the second. Third and last time at 1,600. There you go. It's off to Louth. Well done. Well done. He'll wait for the next one. Tell him. And then we're moving on to 668, ladies and gents. Here we go, a 1961 Singer. There she is, look, the Singer Gazelle convertible. There you go, look. Oh, lots of topless fun to be had in that car, look, lovely, brilliant. There you go. We have got 3,000, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 5, 3, 6 over here with me. 3,600 at 3,600 at 3,600 pound we have at 3,600. Looks good value to me at 3,600 pound bid at 3,600. Who wants 3,700? Be sharp at 3,600 pound. Then it's on sale. It's on sale starting with a 3. At 3,600 pound bid. At 3,600. Are you done? At 3,600 pounds, then I can hardly believe it. At 3,600 pound for the first, for the second, third and last time at 3,600. That must be the buy of the day, surely. And we're moving on to 669. Here we are then. Steel reproduction, double-sided Eccles caravan sign. There you go, that's lovely, isn't it? There you go. We had a Willoughby on the show last night, didn't we? I happened to see it. There you go. Expertly moved by myself and Mick, I might add. There you go, Mick, well done. There you go. Now then, where are we going to be with this then? We're going to be 20, 30, 40 pound bid, at 40 pound then, at 40 pound bid, at 40 and 50. 50 pound he says, at 50 pound. 50 pound then, at 50 pound then, who wants 60? At 50 pound then, we're going to sell it provisionally, at 50 pound then for the first, 50 pound for the second, third and last time then at 50 pounds. Hope you get it, DT. And on to 670, Ashley's on his feet. Here we are then. Oh, lots of interest in this one. Lots of interest, ladies and gents. 1966 Morris Minor 1000 convertible. New hood, lovely example, well presented, and indeed it shows by the interest that I have here with me. So, you're starting me off there, Will, at 1,600. Then we're going to whiz away up to 4,000 up here. 4,000, 4,1, 4,2, 4,200. At 4,200 pound we have 4,3, 4,4, 4,4, 4,004, 4,4, 4,5, 4,6, 4,006, 4,600 here with me at 4,600 and 7 and 8, 4,8, 4,008. Dave's on his feet. 4,8, 4,9. 5,000, 5,000 pound we have. 5,1, 5,2, 5,3, 5,3, 5,003, 5,003 and 4, 5,4, 5,6 please, 5,006. At 5,600 pound then. 5,7, 5,8, 5,008, 5,008. At 5,8, 5,9 and 6,000 please. At 6,000 pounds. At 6,000 pound then. At 6,000 pound bid. At 6,000, 6,1. 6,100 Scarborough. Hello. At 6,100. At 6,1, 6,2. 6,2 Jersey, look. 6,2, 6,3. 6,003. At 6,003 and 4. 6,4. 6,004 and 5. 6,5. 6,500, 6,6, 6,006. At 6,600 pound we have. Just shows when they're right. They're lovely. 6,7, 6,007. Did you see? You wouldn't have seen the show last night with the Morris 1000 motorhome or camper van. It was lovely. Yeah. Just lovely it was. At 6,008 and 9. 6,009. at 6,900. 6,009. Who wants 7? At £6,900 then, staying local at 6,009 and 7's just gone in picture, I'm sorry. 7,000 in Jersey, £7,000. You can have 7-1 at 7,100, says Andy on the phone there. Sorry, Bridlington, it was in the room first. 7-1, 7-2 back in Jersey, 7-2, 7-2 at 7-2 and 3. Bridlington, 7,300. 7,003 and 4, 7-4, 7,400 at 7,005, 7-5, 7,005 at 7,500 pound then. 7,500, what do we think? At 7,500 pound then, the hammer's coming up at 7,600, 7,006, 7,600 pounds at 7,600 pound then for the first. For the second, I'm sorry you have to lose it, Bridlington, third and last time. 7,600 going to Jersey, Channel Islands, there you go, well done, superb. And on to lot number 671, ladies and gentlemen, a Morris Sales and Service reproduction wall filler. There you go, look, little wall filler for you. There we are. We have 40, 50, 60 pound bid. At 60 pound then. At 60 pound bid. At 60. At 60 pound then. Who wants 70? At 60 pound we have. At 60. At 60 pound. At 60. At 60 pound then. Who wants 70? At 60 pound then. Be sharp. At 60 pound then and 70, says Barn Oldswick. At 70 pound then, 80 pound bid. At 80 pound. Who wants 90? At 80 pound then, 90 pound, 100 pounds, 100 pound he says, at 100 pound then, at 100 pound then, we're going to sell it. At 100 pound, 110, Barn Oldswick, 110, at 110, 110 then, at 110 for the first, second, 120, 120, at 120 then for the first, for the second, 130, 130, at 130, what do we think? At 130 then for the first, for the second, third and last, 140, 140, at 140, who wants 50? At 140 then, for the first, 150, 150, what do we think? At 150, for the first, for the second, third and 160, the day is young, we've got time. At 160, 160 and 70, 170, at 170, 170 then, at 170 then, for the first, for the second, 180, 180, at 180, at 180, at 180, 180, do you want 90? He does, 190, 190, at 190 pound bid, at 190, is there 200, at 190, it's going to go bang, at 190 for the first, second, third and last time at 200. At 200 pound we bid, at 200 pound then, at 200 pound we have, at 200 for the first, for the second, third and last time at 200. Bit of a rally there, chaps, well done. And on to 672, 1955 Jaguar XK140. There she is, look. There we are. The Jaguar production record trace certificate and invoices accompany the car, look. Was a former fixed head coupe. There you go, that explains it, doesn't it? No boot lid. Yes, I smelt a rat. There you go. Much better like this though. There you go. Lovely. Now, car starts on the button, runs beautiful. Paintwork's lovely. Mechanically, it seems lovely. Only moved it on the estate, but it feels lovely. Interior is superb. It's a very, very nice, superb example. There we are. You tell me where we're going to be then. 36, he says. 36 at 36,000. 36,000 pounds then. At 36,000 pounds. At 36,000. We better have a little bit bigger than that, Will. There you go. At 36,000 pound we have. At 36,000. 36,000. Let's be fair, you couldn't buy a rotten one and make it look like this for this sort of money, could you? At 36,000 pound then. At 36,000. Who wants 37? At 36,000. I think we're going to have to talk. At 36,000 pounds then. At 36,000. You're going to have to find some more, I'm afraid. At 36,000 we'll talk. For the first, very provisionally for the second, third and last time at 36. We'll talk. And on to 673. There we are then. The Peugeot light up dealer sign. There she is, look. There we are. We've got 40, 50, 60 pound bid. At 60 pound then. At 60 pound we have. At 60, who wants 70? At 60, 70 pound. At 70 pound then. At 70, 80 pound he has. 80 pound then. At 80 pound then. At 80. Was that a bid, Will? 90 pound. At 90 pound then we're going to sell it. At 90 pound then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time then. At 90 pounds. 100, only just Sleaford. At 100, he's sneaking in there, Will. At 100 pound then. At 100 pound then for the first, second, third and last time at 100. 100 pound. And on to 674, the Aerial Red Hunter. Now look at this. Now, we couldn't start this when it first arrived, and the vendor very kindly came down last week and he showed me how to start it. I've probably forgotten half of it, but he showed me and he gave it 2-3 strokes with the decompressor in, and then he did a little twiddle and he went, just a stroke, and it went bom, 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 bom. Absolutely beautiful. There you go. So you don't need to do all this fighting with it and things, just a gentle stroke and away it went. Absolutely lovely. So I did do a video of it and I did ask for it to be put on there. So thanks very much for coming down and showing us what's what. Lovely little machine. There we are. At £2,800 we have, with a chair look, with a sidecar. There you are. Had a full engine rebuild and the crank being redone 70 miles ago. No wonder it runs so well. Absolutely superb. There you go. There you go. It'll have another oil change before being put in the auction. There you go. So it's been done. There we are then. You could ride it home. At £2,800 we have. At 2,800. At 2,800. Who wants 29? 29. Cheshire. At 2,009. 2,900. At 2,009. £2,900. Then who wants 3? At £2,900. Then have another bid. We can put it on sale. At £2,900. Then at 2,009. 2,009. Do you want 3? At £2,900. Then we're going to sell it provisionally. At £2,900 then for the first, second, third and last time at 2,900. Provisionally, thank you. And on to 675, large collection of Corvette scale models and hobby models. Collection of models, Mick? Look at it. No, they're in the back there. There we are, ladies and gents. You tell me we're going to be £50. £50 we're off. At £50 then. At £50 we have. At 50, who wants 60? At £50 then. At £50 then. At 50, 50, 60, 60, at 60. Do you want 70? 70, 70, at £70 bid. At 70, £70 then. Who wants 80? At 70, £70 then. At 70, it's your bid, Dave. At £70. At 70, you can have 80. At 80, £80. £80 then. Wind him up a bit, Mick, wind him up a bit. At £80 we have. At 80, you're out, Dave, you're out. £80 bid. At 80, he's too busy laughing. £90. At £90 he says. At £90 then. At 90, Dave on the telephone. £90 there. At £90 then. At 90, who wants 100? There you go. Essex wants 100. £100, we're on sale, tell him. at 100, 110, 110, at 110 pound, at 110, what do we think, Essex? At 110 pound then, at 110 pound, we're going to sell it, at 110 pounds, 120, only just Essex, only just, at 120, Essex, 120, 130, 130, at 130, at 130 then, at 130 pound then, what do we think, Essex? At 130 pound then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 130, 130 to Dave, and on to 676, here we go then, little Metro, 1.1 GTA, there she is, look, a GTA, rare little car, look, finished in green, wants a little pump up on the front corner, look, you'll have noticed, glass sunroof in it, look, remote central lock-in. That was when in the period when you advertised that you had remote central lock-in. It was a big deal. There we are then. We have interest with me, we have interest with you, Will. There we go, it is no reserve, ladies and gentlemen. It is here to sell. There we go. We've got some joker at £260. Yeah. And then we move on to 1,000, 11, 12. And then we whiz up to £2,000, please, Will. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 we have. At 2,000. £2,000 then. I better have 21. 2,001. At 2,100. At £2,100 then. At £2,100. Who's got 2? At 2,100. At 2,001. At £2,100 then. We're going to sell it. At £2,100 then for the first, second, third and last time. Top stroke bottom. Yeah, there you go. And on to 677. Here we are then. The Porsche Germany light up sign. There we go then. To me, to you. Lovely. There we are then. We have 80, 90, £100 bid. At £100 then. At £100 we have. At £100 there, at £100, 110, 110, I'm going to put it on sale, at £110 then, at 110, 110, who wants 20, 120, 120, 130, 130, 130, at 130, looks nice lit up, doesn't it? At 130, 140, 140 and 50, 150, 150, 150, at 150. 150 then, 160, 160, at 160, 160, are you done? At 160 then for the first, 170, 170 and 80, 180, 180, 180 and 90, 190, 190, at 190, 190, who wants 200? At 190 then for the first, second, £200 he says, at £200 bid, at £200 then, at £200 then, who wants 210? At £200 then for the first, 210 he says, 210, 210, £210, at £210 then, at 210, 220, 220, 220, at 220 and 30, 230, 230, 230, is there 40, at 230 then, at 230 for the first, second, third and last time at 230. Sold at 230. Thank you very much, chaps. And on to 678. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. 1972 Triumph TR6. There she is. 6 just there, I think. There she is. Nice, straight-looking car look. Sensible on the money. There we go. We all saw that the other one yesterday, or was it Wednesday? We saw one Wednesday, I think, didn't we? Yes. There we are then. Good value, this one. There we are. 12,500 we have, Will. At £12,500 bid. And on sale from the off. On sale. £12,500 we have. At 12,500. 12,500 at 12,500. 12,500 then is the 750 at 12,500. At 12,500 then who wants 750? At 12,500 then are we done? At 12,500. 12,500. 12,000, that bid there is that bid there, isn't it? At 12,500, I know that's the trouble, isn't it? At 12,500, at 12,005, 12,5, 12,6, I'm going to go 12,6 because I don't think it is. At 12,006, at 12,600, at 12,600 pound then, at 12,600, I know who it is now, at 12,006. 12,600, we're going to sell it. You're missing a trick. At 12,600 pounds then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 12,600. That man there you go, thank you. And on to 679, 2 empty Petronas oil drums. You mean you didn't bring them in to hold them up? Ugh. There we are then. £80, ladies and gentlemen, and on sale from the off at £80 bid. At £80 then, £80 then, who wants 90? At £80 bid, at £80 bid. Is there someone on the phone for these? At 80 and 90, 90, at... Oh, that's all right. I just didn't want anyone to miss anyone, Dave. You know, I like to work with you, you know. At £90 bid, at 90, who wants 100? At £90 then, at £90 then for the first, £90 then for the second, third and last time at £90. There you go, £90, pair of drums. And on to lot number 680, there we are, 1984 Mazda RX-7. There she is, sits just there, arrived as a non-running car. We managed to get a bit of fuel put in. Runs lovely. Runs lovely. There you go. I didn't have the chance to drive it down the street, but it starts and it sounds just as it should sound. As far as I'm concerned, we'll make a lovely car. We polished it up, look, and cleaned some life into the old girl. There you go. It must have been stood around for a while, I think. There we go, look. So it will make a very special car, Mick. You're absolutely right. Yes, kept garage for the last 9 years, exactly. There you go. I said it had been stood around for a bit. There you go. So, there you are. You've all been down and seen it, I know. We have £3,000 here on my right. We have £4,000 here on my left at £4,000 bid and 4-1, 4-1, 4-2 with me at 4,002, 4-2, 4-3, 4-3. It's not a problem. At 4,300. £4,300 then at 4,004, 4-4, 4,004 and 5 and 6 with me, 4-6, 4,006, 4,600, 4-7, I'll have 4-8, 4-8, 4,008, 4,800 at 4,009 and 5,000, please Will. £5,000 then at 5,000 we have, at £5,000 then 5-1, York, at 5,100. 5,100, I'm out. At £5,100 bid. At £5,100, then who wants 5-2? At 5,100, can't find them. We all know that. At 5,001, 5-2. 5,002, across the pond. Good morning. At 5,200. 5,002 and 3. 5,003, staying a bit nearer. At £5,300 then at York. 5,003 at £5,300 then we're going to sell it at 5,004. 5,400. 5,004 at 5,400. At £5,400 then 5,500. 5,005. At 5,500. At 5,005. £5,500 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 5-6, 5-6. Don't leave it to the last minute though, you will miss it. At 5,600, 5,006 then, at 5,006 for the first, 5-7, 5,007, at 5,007 for the first, for the second, 5-8, 5-8, county down at 5,008 across the pond there at £5,800 we're bid at 5,800. What do we think, York? At £5,800 then for the first, for the second, third and final time. Going across the pond. Thank you for your bids, guys. And we move on to 681, the Power Lube wooden hand-painted sign. There we go then, hand-painted, ladies and gents. Keep it indoors. There you go. Raymond does these. He makes a cracking job. He really does. They're brilliant. They are absolutely great. There we are. We've got £10, £20, £30 bid. At £30 then. At £30 bid. At 30. At £30 then. Who wants 40? At £30 then. At £30. You imagine how long it takes him to sit there and do that. At £30 bid. At £30 then. Who wants 40? It's right, Mick. I know. At £30 then. At £30 bid. He's working for about 2p an hour. At £30 bid. At 30, 40, £40 bid. At £40 then. At £40 we have. At 40. Do you know what? I'm going to put it on sale. At £40 then you're buying it. I'm selling it. At £40 then for the first. £40 then for the second. Third and last time at £40. £40. Sold it, Ash. I sold it. And we're on to 682, 2012 Jaguar XF Luxury V6 Auto. There you go, 2 owners from new, 84,000 miles, and a lovely car, a lovely car. This is silly this year, this money is just silly. Absolutely superb it is, superb. There you go, what a lot of car. There we are, we have 3,000. 3, 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 3, 5, 3, 6, 3, 7, 3, 7, 50, 3, 7, 50, 3, 8, 3,800, 3,800, at 3,008, 3, 9, 3,009, here with me, at £3,900 bid, at 3,900, at £3,900 then, at 3,009. Who wants 4? I should think so. Liverpool wants 4 at £4,000. At £4,000 then, at 4,000. Who wants 100? At £4,000. It's for nothing, innit? It's a Jaguar XF, ladies and gents. It starts on the button and it sounds just as it should sound. 3-litre V6 diesel Jaguar look. Oh, what a car. £4,000 bid. At £4,000. Comfier in the back of that than your sofa at home, Ash. At £4,000 bid. It might even be comfier than yours will. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000 then who wants 100? At £4,000 then we're going to sell it. At £4,000 then for the first. Can't believe it. For the second. Third and last time at 4,000. Now that's the car of the day. There you go. That's for nothing, that car. I timed it to perfection. And on to, oh, you got some chips, have you? Ah, yeah, that looks very nice. Well done. I'm off chips at the moment. And on to 683, ladies and gentlemen. Although it doesn't help, they do smell good. 683, ladies and gentlemen, an SO Blue Anytime, double-sided reproduction sign. There we are then. We've got 50, 60, £60 bid. At £60 then. At £60 bid. At 60, at 60, at £60 we have. At 60 and 70 and 80, £80 with me. At £80 then. At £80 bid. At 80, 80, 90, 100. £100 then. At £100. £100 then. At 100, 100, £100 we have. At 100, £100 then we're going to sell it. At £100 then for the first. 110, 110, 110, £110, 110. Nice that, isn't it? At 110, 110, 120, 120, 120, 120, at 120, 120. Are you done? At 120 then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time at 120. Sold at 120. And we move on to 684, ladies and gentlemen. There we go, MGB Roadster. There she is, look. 13,000 miles since a rebuild. Rubber bumper conversion. Best of all worlds there, haven't you? Superb. They ride better than the earlier ones. Engine rebuild, gearbox, cylinder head, 1,000 spent, look. Overdrive, wooden steering wheel. There you go, look, rosewood steering wheel. What a lovely car. Lovely, lovely car. Maybe I ought to have some taller tyres on it if you're being a bit picky, but anyway, that's a personal thing. There we are. We have got £10,000 and on sale from the first bid. £10,000 bid. At £10,000 bid. At 10,000. £10,000 then, at 10,000, who wants 250? At £10,000, 250 says Mark. 10,250, 10,5 here with me. 10,5, 10,5, sorry, 10,5. 10,5 and 750. 10,750 at 10,750. 10,750 at 10,750, 11,000, £11,000. £11,000 then 250 with me. 11,250, do you want 11,5? 11,250's here. 11,250. 11,250 bid. 5, 11,5, 11,005, 11,500. Andy on the telephone. 11,005 and 750. 12,000 here with me. £12,000 we have. £12,000 at £12,000 then. At £12,000 then, I'll take 100 if it helps. How's that? At £12,000 we have. At £12,000 at 12,1 says Josh. 12,001 at 12,100. 12,100. Are you sure? At £12,100 then. £12,100 for the first. For the second. Third and last time at 12,100. Josh's phone. And we're moving on to 685, ladies and gentlemen. There we go, look, 4 22-inch wheels with centre caps, look. There you go, look. 10J 170 PCD. There you go, is that right? Yeah? Yeah, that's it, that's what he says. There you go, look. The highest bid at the end of the auction will be submitted. 22-inch, ladies and gents. They're like this big. They're massive. There we are then, where are we going to be with them then? Is there £200 there? £50 a piece, they're worth that, aren't they? £200. At £200 then, at 200. £200 then, at £200. At £200 then, at £200, who wants 25? At £200 then, 225. 225, 225, at 225. 225 then, at 225. Who wants 250? 225 then, 225, 250. 250 at 250. 250 at £250 then. At 250, £250 then, we'll submit it. At £250 then, looking round. At 250 then for the first, second, third and last time at 250. Top right, Ash. And on to 686, ladies and gentlemen, 1958 Bentley S-Type. There she is, look. S-Type, Sports Saloon, 6-cylinder, 70,000 miles, believed to be correct. Make your own inquiries, of course. Very, very sensibly reserved. I'm tempted to sell it on a provisional basis and check these figures, I'm not going to lie. There you go, I am going to sell it on a provisional basis, ladies and gentlemen, just to double check these here figures. We have got 7,000 over here. We have 8,000, 8,1, 8,2, 8,002, 8,200, 8,002, 8,3, 8,003, 8,300, 8,4, 8,004, 8,5, 8,005, and 6, 8,600, and 7, 8,7, 8,007, 8,700, 8,8, 8,008, 9, 8,9, 9,000. Do you know anything about this one?
No, other than the fact I would just submit that to make sure we're
I
all
am
lined
exactly
up.
doing that, yes.
The cheapest S1 in the world.
I know that, exactly right. £9,000 we have. 9,1, 9,001. I am going to do it provisionally, as I already mentioned, just to make sure that these figures are indeed correct, because let's be honest, this is Fiesta money, isn't it? At 9,300, at 93, 94, 95, 95, 95, 96, 96, 9,006, and 7, and 8, 98, 9,008, 98, 99, 99, 10,000, 10,1, 10,1, 10,001, 10,100 then, 10,2, 10,002, 10,003, 10,3, 10,3, and 4, 10,004, and 5, 10,5, 6, 10,6, 10,006, 10,600 then, at 10,6 and 7, 8, 10,7, 10,7's here. Do you want 10,8? Sooty wants 10,8. Look, he's straight in. Look, 10,8, 10,008, and 9, 10,900, 10,009, 10,900. You can't go wrong, can you? It's for nothing. 10,009, 11,000, 11,000 pounds. 1, 11,1, 11,001, 11,1 is you, Josh. 11,100, 11,001. What you should be doing is just holding your hand up, really. 11,2 on the internet, so you missed it. 11,2, 11,2 and 3, 11,3. Does he want 4? 11,3 is Josh. 11,3, 11,300. Just as well I'm concentrating. 11,4, 11,004 and 5, 11,5, 11,005, 11,005, 11,005 and 6, 11,6, 11,006, 7, 11,7, 11,7, 11,007. You're making me work, Will. 11,007, 8, 11,8, 11,8, 9. Oh, I think we're nearly there. 11,9, 11,900 is Josh. 11,9, 11,009. We are going to sell it provisionally though. 11,900. What's he think? 12, 12,000, 12,1, 12,1, 12,1, 12,100. 2, 12,2, 12,002, 3. It's still joke money, let's be fair. 12,3, 12,3, 12,003. I know, Mick, I know. 4, 12,4, 12,4, 5, 12,5. You want to eat them chips at the same time. 12,5, they'll be going cold. At 12,005 and 6, 12,6, 12,6, 7, 12,7, 12,7's on the telephone, Batley, sorry. 12,7, 12,8, 12,8, 12,8, 13. Well, sorry, 12,9, sorry, even I'm losing concentration now. 12,9, 12,9, 13, 13,000, Alan's phone, 13,1, 13,1's Josh, 13,1, 13,1, 2, 13,2, 3, 13,3 he says, 13,3, 13,3, 13,300 pound and 13,4, Batley, 13,4, 5, 13,5 says Josh, 13,5, 13,500 pound then Josh there on the telephone, 13,6, Batley, 13,7 he says, 13,7, 13,7, 13,700. What do we think, Batley? 13,700 pound, then we're going to sell it provisionally. 13,8, 13,8, 9, 13,9, 13,900. We're still going to sell it provisionally. 13,900, 14, 14,000, 14,100, 14,1. I think this is the longest stint I've gone in hundreds, Will. Yeah. 14,100 is Josh. 14,1. It's, there you go, 14,1. 14,100. At 14,100 pound then for the first, for the second, third and last time provisionally to Josh. 14,1. Thank you for your bids, guys. We'll go in slightly larger increments, I think, going forth. Well done. Thank you. On to 687. Steel reproduction, double-sided, Y-pack spark plug sign. There we are. £60 and on sale from the word go. At £60 bid. At £60, that's a nice little sign. At £60 bid. At 60 and 70 and 80. £80 we have. At £80 then and 90. £90 then and 100. £100, 110, 110, 120, 120, 130, 130, 130, up 130, 130 then, we're going to sell it, up 130, 140, 140, 140, 140, do you want 50, up 140, 50, 150, 150, up 150, 150 then, up 150 then for the first, second, 160, 160, 160, 160, at 160 then for the first, second, third and last time at 160. All at 160. And on to 688, ladies and gentlemen, a 1997 Aston Martin DB7 Auto. There you go. Good value, Aston Martin, look for single digits. There you go, look at that. Can we start at that 7 over there, Will? £7,000, look, it's a joke. £7,000. At £7,000 then, at £7,000. At 7,000, who wants 250? At 7,000, it's Fiesta money, it's daft. At £7,000 we have. At £7,000 then is the 250. At £7,000 then, at 7,000 we'll have to talk. At £7,000 then 250. 7,250. At 7,250. At 7,250. I mean, how can you buy an Aston Martin without going in double figures? At 7,250 bid. At 7,250. At 7,250 makes no sense, Mick. At 7,250. 7,250. Who's got 7,5? At 7,250. We'll submit it. We'll talk. At 7,250 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 7,250, 7,5, 7,5, only just at 7,005, 7,500 at 7,5, 7,750, 7,750 at 7,750, 7,750 then who wants 8? At 7,750, at 7,750, I bet if you have another bid, I bet it'll come. At 7,750, 7,750 then for the first, very provisionally I might add, for the second, third and last time at 7,750. We'll try for you, Saltburn. And on to 689, ladies and gentlemen, Michelin Garage illuminated sign down there, lovely sign, lovely, lovely. There we go, we have 120, 140, 160, 160, £160 bid, 180 he says, 200 here with me, £200, £200 then, at £200 then 220, 220, 240, 240, standing, 240, at 240, 240, 240, 260, 260, at 260, 280, 280, at £280 bid, 300, £300 we have, at 300, 320, 320, and 40, 340, and 60, 360, 360, 380, at 380, 380, at 380, who wants 400? At £380 then we're going to sell it. At £380 then for the first 400, £400, at 400, 420, 420, at 420, 420, at £420 then, at £420. Sold at 420. And on to Yamaha, lot number 690, 1979 Yamaha RD250. There you go, look. What a lovely little bike that is, look. There you go, looked after bike. Had a lot of money spent on it, a lot of time. Not used for a while, so needs to be checked over. There you go, superb, lovely. There you go. Where are we going to be with that one then? You tell me, ladies and gents. Well, it's a start. We have 1,500 at £1,500. At 1,500 then, at 15, who wants 16? At 1,500, £1,500 only. At 1,500, at £1,500 and 16. 16 he says, at 16, 1,600, at 16, 17, £1,700 we have. At 17, at 1,700, who wants 18, 18, 1,800, 1,800, that's a low number, isn't it? 18, 19, 2,000, £2,000 then, at 2,000, 2,1, 2,1, 2,001, 2,100, 2,2, 2,2, 2,002, 2,2, 2,3, 2,3, 2,003, at £2,300 then, at 2,300, at 2,300, are we done? At £2,300 then, we'll sell it provisionally, at £2,300 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 2,300. Hope you get it. And we're moving on to 691. There we are then, the Bowser Petrol Pump Project. There you go, petrol pump project through there, too heavy in it. heavy, it gives you a bad back. That's right, Mick, it does, you're right. There you go. There we are then, ladies and gentlemen. We've got interest with me. We have got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1,000, 11, 12, £1,300 bid. At £1,300 then. At 1,300. At £1,300 then. At 1,300. Who wants 14? At £1,300. At 1,300. We're on sale. At £1,300 then. Are we done? At £1,300. £1,300 then for the first. For the second. Third and last time at 1,300. Top right, Ash. And we're moving on to 692, ladies and gentlemen. The little puck. There she is, look. There you go. Been in a barn since 2011. It has been an unseized restoration project, it says here. There you go. The new owner, I wish you many happy hours of riding and all the best. There you go. That's lovely, isn't it? Brilliant. There you go. There we are then. And we have got £160, look. No reserve. She's on sale from the off. Up £160 bid. Up 160. Up 160. 180. 180. 180. £200 there. At £200 we have. At £200 then who wants 20? At £200 then. At 200. Do you know what? It'd be worth buying that, wouldn't it? Some of the girls just to keep the fellas out the way. At £200 bid, wouldn't it? Just give them it. Just play with it. At £200 bid. At 200. He must be due a birthday soon. At £200 bid. At £200 then. At £200 then. Is that it? We're going to sell it. At £200 then. Looking round for the first. For the second. Third and last time at 200. Sold at 200. There you go. Buy it for the fellas. Chuck them out in the garage. Job done. And on to 693, ladies and gentlemen. The Dallas Cowboys enamel reproduction sign. There we are then. Where are we going to be? Is there £40 for it? Is there £40 out there? Well, there is £40 bid. At £40 then. At £40 bid. At 40. At £40 then. Who's got 50? At £40 then. At £40 bid. At 40. Is there 50? Be sharp. At £40 then. We're going to sell it provisionally at £40. Provisionally at 40. And we're moving on to 1966, which is lot number 694, Fiat 850. There you go. I knew you were going to do it. Runs beautiful, this little Fiat. Beautiful. It really does. It's the sweetest little Fiat engine I've heard in a long, long time. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. There we are, look. Comes with a few bits of paperwork, bits and pieces, look. There you go. Vendor's known to us. There you go. I've just clocked the vendor. Good guy is the vendor. He's not feeling so well at the moment, but he's a good guy and he knows a good car. There you go. There we are then. You tell me where we're going to be. We're going to start with that 6.5 over there, Will. 6.5. 6,005. 6,500. At 6,500. Who wants 750? Josh wants 750. 6,750 on the telephone. Thank you. At 6,750 bid. At 6,750. At 6,750 and 7,000, says Alan. 7,000. Sorry, Batley, it was in the room. 7.25 is Josh in the room on the telephone. At 7,250 bid. At 7,250, 7.5. 7.5. At 7.5. And 750, 7,750, 7,750, at 7,750, 8,000, says Alan, on sale, £8,000, 8,250, 8,250, at £8,250, 8,250, lovely little car, at 8,250, 8,5, 8,005, 8,5, 8,750, 8,750, at 8,750 bid. 8,750 against you. 8,750, 9,000. 9,000 pounds at 9,000. 9,250 at 9,250. Dave pounced at 9,250 bid. At 9,250. 9,5 he says. 9,005 at 9,5 and 750. 9,750 at 9,750. 9,750 at 9,750. 9,750. Does he want 10? 9,750, 10,000 he does, at £10,000 bid, 250, 10,250, at 10,250, 10,250, Josh's telephone, at 10,250, 10,250, 10.5, thank him, 10.5, 10.5, 7.50, 10.750. Do we need to wind him up, Dave? At 10.7. Oh, he's across the pond. Oh, it's long distance. At 10.750, ladies and gents. 10.750, 11,000. 11,000 pounds then. 11,250. 11,250. 11,250. 11,250. 11,250. 11,250. 11,250 we have. 11,250, what's he think? I think we've got a bit of a language barrier. 11,500, 11,005, 11,005, 750, 11,750, 11,750, 11,750 pound then on the telephone, Josh's telephone, 11,750 for the first, for the second, third and final time, 11,750. Josh's phone, well done, good little car that. Well done everybody. And on to lot number 695, a wooden hand paint, no not hand painted, no, professionally painted. There we are, oh that's lovely isn't it? Rothman's Honda sign look, on wood, beautiful, produced by Mark. They're all of the same quality, ladies and gents. They are absolutely superb. They really, really are. There we are. We have 40, 50, 60, 70 pound bid. At 70 pound then. At 70 pound bid. At 70. At 70 pound then. Who wants 80? At 70 pound then. At 70 pound we have. At 70. At 70 pound then. Where's 80? At 70 pound then. At 70 pound we have. At 70. Beautiful. Absolutely lovely. Put them in your living room. At 70 pound bid. At 70 pound then. At 70 pound then. We're going to sell it provisionally then. At 70 pound then for the first, second, third and last time at 70 pounds. We'll try for you. Just make a note of that number there, Ash, in case that 70 doesn't come off. I wouldn't take 70 for it if it was mine. Thank you very much. And we move on to 696, ladies and gentlemen, which is a 2006 Porsche Cayman S Tiptronic S. There you go then. The vendor, the car was driven to the auction. Look, there you go. There you go. Looks good value. It looks terrific value. Never mind good value. There we are then. We have 57.50 over there. We have 6,000 over here. At 6,000 pound bid. At 6,000 pound then, who wants 250? At 6,000 pounds then, it looks for nothing. At 6,000 pound bid. At 6,000, who wants 250? At 6,000 pound then. At 6,250 says Mark. At 6,250. At 6,250 on the telephone. At 6,250, who wants 6,500? At 6,250 we have. At 6,250. At 6,250, are we done? Can't believe it. At 6,250 bid. 6,500. 6,500, I should think so. At 6,500. 6,500, you're out, Mark. At 6,500 pound then, we're going to submit it. At 6,500 pound then. He's thinking. Yeah, go on then. At 6,600. At 6,600, Will. At 6,600, thank you. At 6,600 pound then on the telephone. I'll do the same for you at home. At 6,600 pound bid. At 6,600. 6,600, 6,700. 6,700, 6,700. At 6,700 pound then, we're going to submit it. At 6,700 pound then, provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. It's gone. It's gone, Will. And we'll move on to, there you go, it's still there. And just before you hold that up, Mick, some provisionals that have been converted, ladies and gentlemen. 425, My Garage Rules sign, has been sold. Lot 605, a VW Light Up sign, has been sold. Lot 620, a Mazda MX-5. Lot 546, an Ossa Trials bike. Lot 634, a Douglas 350. Lot 636, a Lotus Esprit. Lot 641, Shell oil sign. There you go, that'll do you for a while. There you are, there's some more there for a bit later on. Thank you very much. So there's the importance of getting your provisional bids on the system. There we go, and on to 697, ladies and gents. A Bosel exhaust system, double-sided reproduction sign. There we are then. There you go, where are we going to be with that then? Is there £40 to kick us off, Will? There must be £40 out there to kick us off, there must be. I've got nothing here with me on this one. No. Come on, guys, £40 and we'll have a go. There we go then, £40 we have. At £40 then, at £40 bid. At 40, who wants 50? At £40 then, at 40, £40 then. We're going to sell it provisionally. At £40 then, are you sure you're all done? At £40 then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time at £40. Provisionally at 40. And on to 698, 2001 Vauxhall Vectra SRI, a 150. Rare car nowadays, Mick, you're absolutely right. Used to be everywhere, didn't they? We all ran them, they were a lovely car, brilliant. And they've all gone, they've all gone. I know this. There we are then, 118,000 miles. Look, careful miles, I would suggest. Look, chain drive, no cam belt on this one. There you go, lovely, lovely. Spent a couple of £1,000 on paint work in recent times. There you go, lovely. There you go, lovely car. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be at that 1,800 there, look. At £1,800 then. £1,800 we have. At 1,800, who wants 19? At £1,800 then. Looks good value. At £1,800 bid. 1,800, who wants 19? At £1,800 then we'll talk. At £1,800 then, looking round, 1,900. At 1,900, at £1,900 then. At £1,900, they were a good, reliable car, these, they were spot on. At £1,900 we have. At £1,900 then. At £1,900 then, we'll sell it provisionally. At £1,900 then for the first, second, third and last time at 1,900. We'll try for you. And we're on to 699, the triple QX and Valvoline oil drums. There you go, look, 2 oil drums there for you. There you go, we've got one of them. There you go, lovely little drum. There you are. Is there £40 to start us off? There must be £40 out there to kick us off. There must be, surely. Make them into a seat, couldn't you? There you go. Oh, safe. Put your money in it, Mick. It wouldn't fit, he says. There you go. Is there £40? Come on. Sharpen up. No, we're moving on then. We're moving on. Lot 700, ladies and gents, is a Maserati. There we are then, a Ghibli. There you go, V6, automatic. What a lot of car. Oh, what a car. Look at this, look. The registration M1 PLP is not with the car. It is not with the car. It's a 15 reg, yes, absolutely. Father collected it. It is low mileage, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's done not a lot. I know, yes. So Father's just saying, ladies and gents, he collected this car. It's very low mileage. I can't actually see the mileage on here. It is low mileage. And he was just saying, you know, if you didn't realise what sort of they are, it shouts 40 or 50,000 quid to you. 17,000 miles. Well done. Here due to illness. There you go. So the vendor is unwell, sadly, so hope you're feeling all right. Hope you're there. Hope you're feeling okay. Father collected it, met the family, etc., bits and pieces. That is the reason for sale. If it wasn't for his health issues, it would not be here. So there you go. I was lucky enough to do the video and things on the turntable there, and indeed the car is lovely. Speaks for itself. It really, really does. There we are. And we have 10,000 over here on my right, Will. At 10,000, 10,500, 10,500, 10,005, at 10,005, 11,000, £11,000 bid, £11,000 then, 11,000, £11,000 we have, £11,000, £11,000, 17,000 miles, 11,500 says Alan, 11,500. 11,500, 17,000 miles, ladies and gentlemen. The car is superb. £11,500 bid. 11,500 is Alan's bid. I'm out. 11,500. 11,500. Who wants 12? 11,500 pound then. It does look like it should be a 30,000 pound car, doesn't it? 11,500. 11,500. I'll take a 250 if it helps. 12,000 pound we have. 12,000 pound. 12,250. 12,250. Alan there on the telephone at 12,250 bid. At 12,250. 12,5. 12,5. 12,5. 750. 12,750. At 12,750. You're safe to 20k on that, aren't you? At 12,750. At 12,750 bid. At 12,750. 13 says Kent. 13,250. 13,250. At 13,250 bid. At 13,250. What do we think, Kent? At 13,250. 13,250 pound then. 13,500. Lancashire. 13,500. At 13,750. 13,750. At 13,750. 13,750 on the telephone. 13,750. You're missing a trick, everybody. At 13,750. 13,750 pound then. 14. 14. 14,250. 14,250. It's worth 20 grand. Sat there, it's shouting 20. You've got to ring him. I know, yeah, keep going, keep going. 14,250. 14,250. Alan's telephone. At 14,250. Father's worried about ringing him. At 14,250 bid. At 14,250. At 14,250. What do we think, Lancashire? 14,500. 14,500. 750. 14,750. 14,750. At 14,750 on our telephone. At 14,750. Shall we say 15? At 14,750 we have. At 15,000. 15,250. 15,250. At 15,250. I take it we've got to make a phone call. At 15,250. I think you should. At 15,250. We will have to make a phone call, but I'm pretty sure it will come, ladies and gents. At 15,250 then. At 15,250. That's you, Alan. At 15,250 then for the first. 15,500. 15,500. 750. 15,750. At 15,750. At 15,750. Provisionally, we're going to do it provisionally just in case. 16,000. 16,250. 16,250. At 16,250. 16,250. What do we think? Lancashire? 16,500. 16,500. 750. He won't regret it, tell him. It is a beauty. I don't know if he's been to see it, but it is a lovely, lovely car. At 16,750. 16,750. What do we think, Lancashire? At 16,750 then. I'm going to do it provisionally. I'm going to sell it provisionally. Just out of courtesy, 17,000. 17,250. 17,250. 17,250. At 17,250. 5. 17,500. Do you know what? I predicted it would do between 18 and 20. 17,750. He'll get an answer in 5, he says. 17,750. Alan on the telephone at 17,750. 17,750 then. What do we think, Lancashire? At 17,750. 18. 18,000. Who is that, Will?
This is Brian.
Brian. Yeah. Afternoon, Brian. 18,250. 18,250. On the telephone. Sorry, Brian, you're out. At 18,250. Do you want 18,500? 18,250. We're going to sell it provisionally then. 18,500. Sell it. He says sell it. We're on sale, Brian. He'll worry about the phone call after. 18,500. 750, 18,750, 18,750 on the telephone. What do we think, Brian? 18,750. Looks a lot of car. 19,000. 19,000. It is a Maserati, don't forget, at £19,000. 19,000. What's he think, Al? 250. 19,250. At 19,250. 19,250. 19,250. Do you want 19,500, Brian? 19,250 we have. 19,500, says Brian. 19,500. 19,500. Where are you going to find another one? That's the thing. 19,500. 750. 19,750. 19,750. At 19,750. 19,750. Do you want 20, Brian? He does. 20,000. 20,000, says Brian. The trouble is, we've got two guys who know a good car. £20,000 we have. And a quarter. 20,250. 20,250. 20,250. It's such a shame one of you is going to have to lose it. At 20,250. On sale at 20,250 for the first. For the second. Third and last time. Alan's bid. There you go. Well done, guys. Well done. I failed to see how you're going to be disappointed with that one. You're jumping on. Well done.
Oh. Thanking you.
Oh, dear.
Right then, lot number 701 is the Rolls-Royce Launderette Star. Very unusual car, and your opportunity to buy today. There we are. Look, the reserve has been adjusted accordingly. It went through the last sale. Didn't quite get there, but a very, very unusual car if you know your Rolls-Royces. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £10,000 at 10. £10,000, 10 and a quarter. 10,250 and 5. 10,5. 10,500. At 10,500 and 750, 10,750, at 10,750, £11,000, 11,000, £11,000, £11,000, 11,000, £11,000, we have 11,000, 11,000 and a quarter, 11,250, £11,250, 11,250, 11,250, 11,250, very unusual car, 11,250. We need a bit more. Have to have a word with the girls upstairs in the office. We need a bit more, I'm afraid. Lot number 702, however, is the 2.8 injection Capri. Lots of info there. Lots of bids here, Will. We've got 9.5, 9,750, £10,000, 10 and a quarter, 10,5, 10,750. At 10,750, £11,000 bid. 11,000 and a quarter, 11,250. £11,250 we've got. £11,250 then. Oh, don't know who was first then. 11,005. Maybe Josh, 11,500. 11,750. £12,000. At 12,000 we have. And a quarter. 12,250 we've got. 12,250. Mark, 12,500. 12,500. 12,005. 12,500 we have. Andy, 12,750. £13,000 I've got. £13,000 I've got. And 250, says young Mark. 13,250 is Mark's bid at the moment. 13,250. 13,500, Andrew. 13,500. 13,500, I'll take 100 if it helps. 13,500. 13,500. £13,500. 13,500, I'm going to sell. 6. 13,006. 13,006. 13,600. 13,600. Andy, what do you think? 13,700's gone. Dorset. 13,700. 13,800. Mark. 13,800. 13,800. 13,800. 13,900. Back in Dorset. 13,900. 13,900. 14 says Mark. £14,000 says Mark at 14. 14,000. £14,000 says Mark. £14,000. I'm going to pull the lever then. £14,000. It's going to Mark at 14,1. 14,1. 14,1. 14,2 he says. 14,2. 14,002. 14,2. £14,200. Dorset, you're out. Andy's out. Mark, you're in. 14,200. 14,002 for the first. For the second. Third and last time, get ready with a button wheel at 14,002. 14,2 Mark. Lot number 703, the Ford sign with a Rolex style clock, sorry, there we are then. £90 on the way, £90 we've got, £90 then. At £90 bid, straight out at 90. At £90 then, at £90 then, at 90, we all done, I'll put it provisional then at 90. At £90 then, £90 then, hammers coming down, provisional then at £90, be warned. Provisional 704 is the little Honda, lovely little machine, look at her. Lovely little machine, little beauty there she is, where we're going to be on that. £1,500 we got straight away. At £1,500, at 15, worth every penny. 16, 17 there, Will, please, I'll take that 17. At 1,700 then, at £1,700 we've got. I'm going to sell it at £1,700 and it's on sale at £1,700. Lovely little machine at £1,700 then. Hammers coming down at 17, are you sure I'm going to sell? Sold. 705, the Harley Davidson motorcycle sign. There we are, reproduction sign. There we are. Where are we then? 50, 60 pound then, 70, thank you. At 70 then, are we all done? Are we there at 70 pound then? Nice little sign there at 70 then. Are we all done and dusted at 70 pound then? At 70 pounds. 706 is the 1990, oh 80 Will, sorry, 80 pound then. £80, sorry, I picked this one up. £80, £80, I'm going to sell it. £80, then I'm going to sell at £80, it's on sale. Hammers dropping at £80, be warned. 706, here we are, that's the right one. The score for 255, Charles Bike, here we are then. Again, dead sensible on the money. Who's going to start me at £500? Let's have a go at 500. 250 Scorper, look at that, got to be worth £500, surely. Must be worth £500, you trial lads, look at it. Anyone going to start me at 5? Thank you. £500. Exactly, £500 we've got. At £500 then, at £500 then, at 500. At £500 we have. £500 then, provisional then, I'm going to sell it. Provisional then, at £500 then, are we all done at 500 cheap bike? 707, 3 times 2 shell gallon pans. I think it's 3 2-gallon cans. There we are, £50 we got, 60, at 60, 70, £80 and sold. £80 I'm going to sell. At £80 then, on sale at £80. Just let the internet catch up, but just switched over drivers, hang on a second. £80 we've got, Josh next bid's 90. Good lad, there we are, £80 we've got, 90's just gone. On Stowmarket, 90's just gone, Alan. At £90 has just gone. £100 says Alan, at £100. At £100. £100 we've got, 100. £100 Sooty, your bid at the moment £100. At £100 then, are we all done? At £100 then, hammers coming down 110. 110. £110. 120 says Alan, £120 we've got, 120. At £120 then, at 120. £120 then, and we all there, Alan, it's your bid at £120, hammer's going to fall at 120. 708 is probably the nicest Lotus Elan in the country, I would think. Absolutely stunning car, lovely bit of information there from the vendor, thank you very much. I'm just going to sneeze, hang on. Excuse me. There we are. Absolutely beauty, Michael, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Yep. She's a thing of beauty and a joy forever. Lovely. Where are we? You tell me. 33.5 is a start. 34. 34 then 5. 34.5. At 34.5. At 34.5. At 34.5. 35. At 35 then. At 35. At 35. At 35. At 35 then. Are we all done at 35? Probably the nicest one in the country, I would suggest, at 35. At 35 then, at 35 then, at 35. At £35,000. At 35, at 35,000. Hell of a car at 35,000. It needs a bit more. 708, the Monaco Grand Prix sign. Here we are. There we are. Hand painted by Ray. Does a lovely job. Look, puts a few in every sale. Donates most of the proceeds to charity, bless him. Look, he's a top lad. £55 we've got. £60 then. At £60 we've got. At 60, £65. £65 and sold at 65. At 65 then I'm going to sell. At £65 then. Worth every penny at £65. Hammer's coming down at 65. Sold. And now this is a nice machine. The Honda XL 250R. Lovely, comfortable bike. Look at this. We have got 22, 24, 26, 28, £3,000 bid. At £3,000 bid I have, at 3,000. At £3,000. £3,000. An iconic Honda there at £3,000. Are we done? 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, 3 please Josh, 3, 3. 3,003. At 3,300. 3, 4, 3, 5. 3,500. 3,500. At 3,500. £3,500. I'm going to sell it at 3,500 then. It's going to go at £3,500. Are we all done at 35 then for the cracking Honda at £3,500? Too late, mate. Sorry, 35. I didn't rush it through, Cumbria, sorry. 35 is sold. Have you corrected that, Josh? 35. 711, the Alfa Romeo Julius Sprint enamel sign. Here we are then. The enamel sign there. Michael's got it there. Where are we? We tell me. We have got 60, 70, £80 then, at £80 then, £80 then, £80 for the nice Alfa sign at 80. £80 at £80 then, £80, £90 and on sale. Come in, I think, Josh, was that? Coming, it's coming, it's coming. There we are, £90 then. £90 I'm going to sell. At £90 it's on sale. At £90 then, on sale at 90. At £90 then, on sale at £90. Are you sure? At £90 I'm going to sell. So 712, the registration number. Now we had a few reg numbers yesterday and on Wednesday, and I explained our logic behind it. Obviously some of those numbers were big money. 20, 30, 40, 50,000 pounds. We can't sell them unless they go under the hammer. Granted, not every time are we going to sell one under the hammer because they're very individual, but now it opens the door for negotiation. So if you're interested in one of the plates that doesn't sell under the hammer, you can have a word with the girls upstairs. Now this particular one is obviously, I'm sure you can read, V7RRH. Where we're going to be, you tell me. Anyone want to start me at £400? Anyone want to start? If not, we'll move on, not a problem. You can speak to the girls upstairs later on. No, we'll move on. 713, well the same applies with 713. 713 is 24 JBF, a nice short number. Sensible again on the money. Look, very, very sensible. And as I just stated, we put these under the hammer. Granted, they don't always sell under the hammer, but it does open up the door for negotiations with the office. Now, anyone wants to make a start at £4,000, now's the time to speak up. If not, we'll move on and you can have a word with the girls in the office should you wish. Nothing on your screen, Josh? Nothing on mine? No, they are very individual, which is why we no longer have the numbers all on our register, on our website, because we were inundated with ridiculous offers of money for plates and so forth. So here we are, moving on anyway to 714 is the Vauxhall Corsa, the little Corsa. Let me just update my screen, sorry, there we are. There we are, the little Vauxhall Corsa. There she is, a little automatic Vauxhall Corsa, better still, 17,000 miles it says there. Last serviced just before Christmas, spare wheel and tools, original working radio. There you go, it's been in the collection, the little car. Now where are we going to be on that? Who's going to start me? £1,400 is the start. 14, 1,500 at 1,500 then. At £1,500 at 15. At £1,500 then. At 15. At £1,500 then. That's a cheap little Corsa, isn't it? At 1,500. £1,500 we've got. £1,500 for the little Corsa automatic. It's done no miles. At 1,500. At £1,500. At £1,500 then. At £1,500 are we all done? At 16 we are. At 16, at 1,600, at £1,600, at £1,600, 1,600, that is provisional at 1,600, at at 1,600. That is provisional at £1,600. Is that it? At 1,600 then, I'll pull the lever at 1,600 then. Provisional at 16. 715 is the little John Deere child's tractor. £40 we've got, £40 then, up £40 then, 40, up £40 then, £40 we have, up £40 then, up £40 then, at 40, £50 bid, up 50, £60 then, at £60 then, at 60, at £60, £60 then, at £60, are we all done at 60, at £60 then, hammers coming down at £60, are we all done at £60? Provisional at £60, moving on to 716 is the 1965 Triumph Tiger. Triumph Tiger, here we are, look, we've got some interest in this bike as well. Not surprised, look at it, she's lovely. We've got 2,750, we've got 3,000, we've got 3,250. We've got 3,500, we've got 3,750, we've got £4,000. We've got 4,100, we've got 4,200. 4,200 we've got, 4,200, at £4,200. Hang on a second, we just get the internet lined up. One moment. Hold the line, caller, one moment. Bear with me, the joy of internet, ladies and gentlemen. 716 we need, guys. 716, there we are, and we've got 4,200 at the moment. If we can adjust the numbers, we've got £4,200 bid, the next bid is 4,003. Thank you. 4,002, brilliant. There you go, £4,200 we've got, at £4,200, at 4,200, £4,200, at 4,002, 4,002, Josh, sorry to mess you about, but can I take a 50, mate, please? At 4,250, which is almost where we were. At 4,250, just to keep my records straight, my numbers straight here. 4,250, at 4,250, at 4,250, 4,250, 4,300, 4,300, £4,300, at 4,300. 4,300, are you sure? I'm going to drop the hammer down then. At £4,300 we're going to sell. At 4,300 then, fair warning. Drop right there. And 717 is the steel aviation spark plug sign. There we are. We have got 40, 50, £60 bid, at £60 and sold at 60. At £60 then, at £60 bid, 60, at 60, 70 there coming, is it Josh, I thought? 70 there we are, £80 we've got. At £80 then, at £80 and £90 on the way and sold at 90. At £90, it's going to be sold. At £90 then, at £90 then, at £90 then, are we all done at 90? Hammers coming down at £90. Sold. 718. 2006 VW Transporter. It says here, please note VAT is applicable to the hammer price on this vehicle. There we are. It says it's plus VAT. That's what it says on my sheet. That's obviously what we've been informed. There we are. And we have got £3,600 bid at 3,600. £3,600. 3,600. £3,600. We'll submit it then at 3,600 if that's where we are. 37. 3,007. £3,700 at 3,007. 3,007. 3,800. 3,008. 3,008. 3,900. 3,900. £4,000 bid. 4,000. £4,000. £4,000 bid. We've got 4,000. 4,100. 4,001. 4,100 at 4,001. 4,200. 4,200. 4,300. 4,300. 4,300. 4,400. We're nearly there. 4,400. Next bid I can put it on sale. 4,400. £4,400. 4,400. I'm going to put it down provisional then at 4,400. One more bid and I'll sell it outright. For now it's £4,400 on a provisional basis then. Hammer's coming down at £4,400 provisional. 719 is the new Hudson sign. There we are. Oh, that's a nice size one. Is it a canvas, Michael? There we are then. Oh yeah, it says there in big letters on my screen. Painted canvas. There we are then. The canvas sign then. Where are we? You tell me. 30, 40 pound we've got. Up 40 pound then. Up 40 pound. Up 40 pound then. Up 40 pound, cheap enough at 40. Up 40 pound then. Up 40 pound then. Are we all done at 40 pound? Lot number 720 is the Wolsey 1500. Here we are, the 1500 Wolsey. There we are. Lovely little runner. Again, where are we on that? Who wants to start me? £4,000. Up 4,000. Up £4,000. 4 2, 4 2, 4 3. Up 4,003. Up 4,300. Up 4,003. Up £4,300. Up 43. Up 4,003. £4,300 then at 4 4,004. Up 4,400. 4,400. Very provisional at the moment at 44. 4,004. 4,400. 44. Are we all done at 4,004? Cheap little car. At 4,400 then. Is that it? We'll put you down provisional then at 4,400. 721, the aluminium Spirit of Ecstasy, Michael. There we are. That's a nice big piece, isn't it? There we go then. Again, where are we going to be on that? 40, 50, 60 pound bid. At 60, 70 pound then. At 70 pound we've got. At 70. At 70 pound bid. At 70. At 70 pound then. At 70 pound. Lovely ornament then at 70. 80 pound. 80 pound. 80 pound then we've got at 80. 80 pound. 80 pound we have at 80 pound. 80 pound then. At 80 pound then. 80 pound then at provisional then at Bury St Edmunds at 80 pounds. 722, the BMW 318 IS. They are the little coupe BMW. Again, lots of interest here with me. We have got 2, 24, 26, 28, £3,000 bid. At £3,000 I've got. At £3,000. At £3,000 then next one's 31. At 3-1, 3-2, 3,002 we've got. 3,002. At £3,200. 3,002. Are we all done? I'm going to sell. 3-3, just beat you in, Mark. 3-3, 3-4. Grimsby's at 3-4. 3,004. 3,004 at Grimsby at 3-4. 3-5, Dave. 3-5 is Dave. 3-5 is David's bid at 3-5. 3-5 is Dave's. 3-6, Mark. Mark, 3-6. 3-6. Dave, 3-7. 3-7 with Dave. 3-7 with David's bid at 3-7. 3-7 we have. David's bid then, I'm going to pull the lever, then it's going to go at £3,700. It's going to be David's bid, 3-8. Just gone, internet bid, 3-8. Internet bid at 3-8. 3,008, internet bid. 3,008, internet bid, Dave, 3-9. 3,900 at 3,009. She's on sale, it's going at 3,009 for the first. Second, third and last time, £4,000. 4,000. £4,000. £4,000 we've got. 4-1 says David at 4-1. 4,001. 4,002. 4-2. 4-2. 4,200. At 4,002 for the first. Second, third and last, 4-3. 4-3. 4-3. 4-3. 4-4's gone. 4-4 has gone. 4,004. Internet bid at 4-4. 4,004. All you lads are out. Internet's in. I'm going to pull the lever. 4-5. David says 4-5. 4-5. 4-5. 4-6 has gone. 4-6 has gone. 4,006 then internet bid. I'm going to pull the lever if you're all done. 4-7. 4,007. 4,007. Telephone. 4,007. 4-7. 4,007. Are we there at 4,700? 4-8. 4-8. 4,008. 4-9. 4,009. Press the button, mate. There we are. 4-9. 4,009. 4,009 on my left at £4,900. At 4,009. £4,900 then. Hammers coming down, be warned to all of you. £5,000. 5,000. Who's that, Josh? Oh, David. £5,000. £5,000, David. I think you're just in. Everyone said no, they're out, they're out, they're out. So £5,000 looks like it's going to David. You say, Josh, on the internet there at £5,000. Sold at £5,000. I knew that would be a bun fight for that car. 723, the Muhammad Ali versus Henry Cooper enamel repro sign. There we are, Michael's got it there. There you go, £80 and sold and done at 80, 90, £100 bid. At £100 then, at £100 we've got. £100 and on sale and sold at 100. At £100 then I'm going to pull the lever, then it's going to be sold. At £100, are you all done and dusted at £100? Sold. And the little Yamaha, the little YB100 Yamaha. Look at this little sweetie, she's lovely. Look at that. Cracking little Yamaha YB100, look at her, she's a sweetie, isn't she? We have got 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15, 16, £1,600 we've got at 16, £1,600, £1,600 there, 17, 18 with me please Will, 1,800 with me, 1,800, £1,900, at 1,900, at £1,900, 1,900, at 1,900, £2,000 bid, 2,000. At £2,000, 21, £2,100 at 2001, lovely little bike, 2001, worth every penny, 2,100, 2001, £2,100, lovely little lightweight bike, little cracker, 2001, I'll take a 50 if it helps anywhere, at 2001, that's worth every penny of that lads, £2,100. 5,000 miles from you, one on a little YB100. Go on then, go and find another one. 2,150, £2,150. At 2,150, at 2,150, I'm going to sell then at 2,150. Little cracker at 2,150. I love the best little lightweight you can buy. This little YB100. Are we there then at £2,150? Are we all done at 2,150? Hammer's coming down at 21.5. Are you sure? 22, 2,002, 2,200. At £2,200, 2,002, 2,200, don't lose it for 50 quid, 2,200 then, Hammer's going to come down then at 2,200, we'll get ready with that button, 2,250, 2,250, 2,250, 2,250, down at Hull at 2,250. Little cracker, 2,250 then. Get ready, Will. I'm going to pull the lever. It's going to go at £2,250 for the first, second, third and last time. You've had plenty of time. Sold. 725. Happy Place metal sign, Michael. There you are. We have got £80 bid. 80, 90, £100, 110, £120 here. £120 then at 120 I'm going to sell. At £120 it's on sale. 120, 130 sold. 130, 140. £140 at 150, 150, 160, £160, £160 then 170, 180, 190, 190, 200 we've got, £200 bid, at £200 then 210, 220, 230, 240, 240 we've got, 250, 250, 260, 260, 70, 270, 280, at 280, at £280 then at 280, 290, 290, £300 then, £300 on sale, going to go at £300 then. Are we all done and dusted? And Hammer's coming down, be warned, and 10, 310 and 320, £320 bid at 320, £320 then. Off she goes at 320. Get ready with that button, Will. At £320, I'm going to pull the lever. The Hammer's coming down, be warned. 320, there you go, £320. Now, Father's been involved with the Triumph Stag. I do believe you met the family, the owners.
Many years ago.
There you go. So, I shall pass you over. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I met the family first about 20 years ago, and strangely enough, I can remember as though it was yesterday, I offered them 15,000 quid for this stag, which was much the same mileage as it is today. It hasn't improved with age, I'm afraid, so there is some work and recommission to be done. Mother bought it new. It now belongs to Jim, her son, who was very, very poorly. I hope you're feeling a little better than the last time I saw you, Jim. We met up and it's filmed by the Bangers team, so obviously they'd like to follow it through and go when it goes to the new owner. Anyway, if you're looking for the most genuine stag, probably available for many, many years, you're looking at it now. But do be prepared, it was going to want some serious recommissioning and such like. I think it's got a little bit of an half shaft issue at the back, to be absolutely frank with you. Those of you that know these cars will know about spline stiction, and I think we've got a slight problem there, but not an expensive problem. The car is just so honest, it's ultra low mileage. I've just told you the background about it, I can't tell you any more. No doubt you've seen it. Start me on it, where are we going to be? Up to you entirely. Who's got 10? Who's got 10,000? Whereabouts? 8 then? 8, we're away. 8,000, 8,250, 8,500, 8,500, 8,750, 8,750. I've got 8,750, 8,750, 8,750. 9, 9,000, 9,250, 9.5, 9,500, 9,500. I've got 9,750, 9,750. Gonna submit it. 9,750. 10,000. I've just took the telephone. 10,250. Sorry, Will. Just took the 10,250. I've got 10,250. 10,250. 10,250 on our telephones. 10,250. 10.5. 10.5 internet. I'm going to submit the highest bid out of courtesy. 10,750. It will be accepted, but I've got to make a phone call. I owe the family very much that. 11,000. 11,000 pound. 11,250. 11,250. Alan's phone. 11,250. 11,500. 11,500. 11,500. 11,500 internet. 11,750. 11,750. Alan's phone. 12,000. Back with Josh. 12,000. 12,000 on the telephone. You're out, Alan. You're out internet. 12,250. Back on the net. 12,250. Do you want 5, Alan? 12,250. I've got 12,500. Josh's phone. 12,500. 12,500. Phone on the left. 12,500. On the telephone. Internet, you're out. Alan, you're out. 12,500. Internet back in at 12,750. Whittam again. 13,000. 13,000 pounds. Josh's phone. 13,000. Good old Whittam, Colchester. 13,000. 13,250. Saltburn. 13,250, 13,500, 13,500. On the telephone, 13,500. Josh's phone, 13,500. I'll have an answer for you in a few minutes, as long as I can get hold of him, but 5 minutes, just a courtesy call. It will sell, I promise you, it will sell. 13,750, Whittam. 14,000, 14,000 pound. 14,000 on telephone. 14,000. Alan, you're out. Internet, you're out. 14,000 pound. That it then? Go in then. 14,000 pound. Thank you very much for your bidding, ladies and gentlemen. 14.25. 14.25. Alan's phone. 14,250. 14,500. 14,500. 14,500. And away and going then. 14,500. Gonna be sold 14,500. I'm gonna sell it. I've got some discretion. I'm a bit worried about getting hold of Jim, the owner, because he's very often on some sort of contraption for his breeding, so I might struggle. 14,750 internet, so I'm going to make a decision. 15,000 on the telephone, and I'm going to take the responsibility and sell it. 15,000 on the telephone, Josh's phone. I'm sure he'll be pleased with the job I've done. I hope he is. 15,000. Sold and gone on away. 15,000 on the telephone. Alan, you're out. Internet, you're out. Gonna sell it. 15,000. Gonna be gone. 15.25. Back to Whittam. 15,250. 15,250. Whittam's the buyer. 15,500. Back with Josh. 15,500. Telephone. 15,500. And away then. 15,500. How are we going? That it? On sale. Gonna go. 15,500, going to be sold. Thank you for your bidding, gentlemen. 15,500 on the telephone for the first. 15,500 for the second. Third and last time, telephone bid, 15,500. Whittam, beware, you're out. 15,500 on the phone. 15,500, internet underbidder. 727, the Peep Show light up sign. The, yeah, one for Dave, yeah, pop it on his iron gates. Here we are. No, don't worry about it, Mick. You got enough of these, mate. You got plenty enough of these. Here we go then, what's it worth then? Whereabouts? 100, 120, 140, 160, 180, 180, 180. I've got 180, 200. 200 pound, 200 pound. Have some fun with that, can't you? 200 pound away going. 200 pound, are you all done then? 200 pound away, 220, 220, 240, I've got 240. 240, I've got 240, 250, 250, 260, 260, Mr. Wood, 260. 260. Going away then, 260. On sale and going, 260 for the first. 260 for the second. Third and last time, 270. 270. Cornwall, 270. And away then, selling 270. Are you all done? 270. Last time looking round, 270 and being sold for the first, second, third. And last time, 270. Thank you. 728 is a 57. Healy 106. Lovely old cars, mate. Now, I don't know, it's my opinion only, I suppose, but I think if you ask most Healy people, most Healy men that have had all sorts of Healy 100s and what have you, I think they'll tell you the 106 is the nicest car. I do honestly. The power-weight ratio, the way they drive, it's just absolutely lovely. I'd go for a 106 over a 3 litre every day of the week. Stronger engine. 728, we've got 1957, what a car. 15, 15, 16, 17, 17, 5, 17, 5, 18, 18, 5, 18, 5. £18,500. God, that's worth the money, Mick. There is a set of wire wheels. You sure? Mick says there's a set of wire wheels. Oh yeah, look, here we are. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah, a set of wire wheels and adapters included. Yep. There you go. So you can put your wire wheels on if you like. Almost a shame, really. I mean, factory wheels I think look nice, but anyway. 18,500. 18,500. 18,500 is the 19. 18,500 only. Worth more that car. 18,500. 18.5. Can I say 19? 18,500. And going then, 18,500. I can't do it. I need more, ladies and gentlemen. 18.5. Come along and see it. Go in the timed auction. 18,500 for the first, second, third and last time. I can't do it, but 18.5. Used Royal Daylight Lampo. There it is, Mick. Yeah, super sign. Look at that. Lot 729 we're doing. What's it worth then? 50, 60, 70, 70 pounds, 70 pound away and 70 pound. 70 pound and going then, 70 pound. Are you all done then? 70 pound. Can I say 80? 80 pound I've got. 80 pound I've got and away, 80 pound. Are you all done then? 80 pound. Selling it provisionally, 80 pound. Got more on my sheet, 80 pound. Are you done? You sure? 80 pound fair warning. Going to be sold provisional at 80 pound. 80 pound provisional. Brian James trailer. Oh dear. Oh, what's happening with trailers, eh? Can't make enough of them, can they? What a business to be in. Who'd have thought trailers in the doldrums for all them years ago? You know, 20, 30 years ago, I mean, there were trailer manufacturers struggling. Now, oh dear, are they making some trailers? And good luck to them. They've stuck in there and worked away at it, and this is the result. Good luck to them. 2,600 quid we got, 27, 28, 29, 3 grand, £3,000, 3-1, 3,100, 3-1. 3,100, 3,100 quid, 31. 3,100 pound and going then 32. 3,200 pound, 32. 3,200 pound away and going 32. 3,200 pound and going and sold then 33. 3,300 pound, 33. 3,300 pound you want for 3,300 pound. 3,300 pound and going then 3,300 pound. On sale and going, can't be dear, 3,300 pound. Going then, £3,300, Mr. McCready, £3,300. And away and going, internet underbid of 33 for the first, second, third and last time, 33. Mr. McCready, under internet underbidder. If there's any cribbing to be done with it, well, you put that anyway. All right. 731, Mr. Drip, SO, Happy Motoring Reproduction sign. There it is, Mick, you got it? Mr. Drip. 50, 60, 70, 80, 80 pound, 80 pound, 80 pound away. 80 pound and going. Mick's got it, look, lovely little wall filler, 80 pound. 80 pound only, 80 pound is the 90, 80 pound and away, 80. Are you sure then, 80 pound? Going then, 80 pound, selling it provisionally, 80 pound. I'll take a fiver if it makes you feel better, 80 pound. 80 pound and going. That it then? Are you all done then, 80 pound and away, 80 pound, provisionally only, 80 pound. 85, 85. Oh, there's that old Droitwich again, mate. Droitwich again. Yeah. 85, you know, there's a big car show down there. There is, yeah. I remember you telling me yesterday, yeah, I know. £85 going provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. Droitwich. 72 Vauxhall Victor, 2300 FE. Oh, the estate car. Now then, let's just sort the men out from the boys. Look at her. What a car. Right one, 2300. What a motor. The amount of people this last viewing week have said, oh, the condition of that Victor, you don't see them like that anymore. You didn't see them like that when they were 3 or 4 year old. You were struggling, I can assure you. But by crumbs, we did sell them well. 732, 1972 she is. I love them to bits. Powerful, on top of the job. Cruise at 70, 80 mile an hour. No effort whatsoever. Whereabouts then? Where? 6 and a quarter, 6, 5, 6, 750, £7,000, £7,000. In from a true enthusiast. Retired, plays around with a few cars, enjoys himself, sort of thing that I'd like to do. I will do one do eventually, and just finds nice cars, uses them a little bit, puts them through us, we sell them. That's a lovely lifestyle he's got. £7,000, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75. 7,005, do you want 6? 7,005, it's for nothing this car. 7,500, going then 7,500, 6, 7,006. 7,600. Going away then, 7,600, not made reserve, but we can talk, we'll try. 7,600. All done then, 7,600. I'm selling it provisional to Dave's gentleman on the phone, but warn him, Dave, he's going to have to dig a little bit deeper, get another little tin out the garden, dig it up. 7,600. Going for the first, provisionally for the second, 7,700. 7,700. Morden. Just down the road there from Colchester, 7,700, 7,800, 7,008, 7,800. On the telephone, 7,800, 7,800. Going then, you're doing some, Jack? No. 7,800. Are you not? 7,800, 7,900. Internet, 7,900, 7,900. Got it? 8,000, £8,000. 8,000, what a car. £8,000. Not only can you use it as a show car, you can actually use it all the way through the summer. Total reliability on them because there's nought to go wrong, and you can keep up with everyday transport. £8,000 and selling then, on sale and going. Your bid, Dave, I'm going to sell it here. £8,000 and away. 8-1. 8-1. Wow, just down the road from Colchester there, Morden, Chelmsford. 8,200, 8,002, 8,002. Sort of thing, you check the oil and water and drive it straight down to Chelmsford. No messing, lovely rundown. 8,002, 8,002. Telephone, 8,200. All done then, 8,200. That it? 8,300, 8,003, 8,300. 8,400. Money well spent, mate. Well done. 8,400. 8,400. Morden, you're out. 8,400. Are you all done then? 8,400. On the telephone. 8,400 and away and going, and 8,400. Thank you for bidding, gentlemen. 8,500. Morden man's back in again. 8,005. Proper cars. 8,600. You can't nick proper cars, mate. You can't. 8,600. Oh, we sell loads of them. Yeah. Oh, man. Well, they're cavernous in the back. Yes. Brilliant caravan towing cars. And they're fast, 2.3 powerful, you know, lovely car to drive. To be honest, far better car to drive than a Cortina, to be honest with you. But I'm a Cortina fan, I know that. 8,600. Dave's phone, 8,600. £8,600 and away and going, 8,600. Here's the 7, 8,007, Morden, 8,007. 8,007. 8,007. Go 9, Dave, and you might stand a chance. £9,000. On the telephone, £9,000. £9,000. Morden, do you want another 100? £9,000. Molden's out. Telephone's in, £9,000. Earn away and going, 9,000. Are you sure you're done? 9-1. 9-1. These Essex boys are tough, as you know. 9-2. You don't frighten an Essex boy very easy, I can assure you. 9,200 on the telephone. 9,002. And going. 9,002 and away. Your bid. All done then. Only joking. Thank you for your bidding, gentlemen. 9,3. 9,4. 9,4. Has he seen it, Dave? He's seen it, has he? Yeah. 9,400. Yeah, I hope the Malden man's seen it, because he'll then appreciate just how nice it is. 9,004. I'll tell you what, Will, brilliant matching colour, that. I can remember painting it, and it did match pretty well. You wouldn't go panel to panel, but it would match halfway down the door like. No, 9,5. 9,6. 9,600. 9,600 £.
Somebody actually said on social media that it's so ugly, it's beautiful.
Well, there's something wrong with them, isn't there? Because I think it's so beautiful anyway, like, you know. But yeah, it's the way of putting it. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. It's a man's car. That's what it is. It's a man's car. 9,700. Internet. Do you want 10? 9,007. 10? 9,800. 9,800. 9,008. 9,008. Malden, you're out. You're coming back. 9,800. 9,008. On the telephone. What do you think? Top men, both of you, 9,009. 9,900. Is he going to have it? Shall I let him have it? 9,009. 10? Oh, 10. Wants to be back on 10,000. 10,000 £. Yep, going then. 10,000. 10,000 £. All done then? 10,000 £. Malden, you're out. I'm really sorry you're missing it. Top man, thank you very much for your bidding. Telephone's buying it. 10,000 £. Come back in quickly if you wish, but it's got to go. £10,000 going to be sold. On the telephone for the first. On the telephone for the second. Fair warning, Malden. Very sorry for you. I know someone's got to lose. Been there plenty of times myself. It's not nice. Third and last time. 10,000. Thank you for your bidding, gentlemen. Well done. Thank you. Now 733, a Lucas oil banner. Oh, that's a nice big banner. There we are. What's that worth then? Whereabouts then? 20, 30, 40 pound, 40 pound, 40 pound away. 40 pound and going then, 40 pound on sale and going. 40 pound away and going, 40 pound away. Are you sure you're all done? 40 pound and going, 40. That it then, 40 pound, I'm selling it provisionally, it's nearly there, 40 pound. All done then, gonna sell it provisionally for the first, second, third and last time, 40, 50, 50, 60, with you all the way, 60 pound. 60 pound away then, 60. All done then, £60. Going then, last time looking round, are you sure you're done? £60, fair warning, going to be sold for the first, second, third and last time. Are you sure you're done? Fair warning, £60. There you go. 59, BSA D7, little Bantam, 734. We're doing cracking little bike, of course. Everyone should have a Bantam, as we know. Super little machine, whereabouts then? Start me on it. We're 1,000, we got 1,000, 1,100, 12, 1,300, 1,314, £1,400, 14, 15, £1,500, 15, £1,500, a lovely little Bantam. Probably the last of the proper looking Bantams, to be fair, with that tank. £1,500 and away then, 1550, 1550, 16, 1,600, £1,600, £1,600, a little beauty. £1,600, are we all done then? 1,600 only. That it? 1650, 1650, on we go then, 1650, going for the first, second, third and last time, provisionally 1650, we'll put a deal together on Shore. Provisional mate, yeah? Shell, oil, Shell, petrol, wouldn't it? One from Raymond. Good old Raymond, he's supported us for years as Raymond. Raymond came out one Sunday morning, you know, with a load of them signs. He said to me, I don't suppose you'll be interested in selling these signs with you. I said, I blooming well will. And that would have been 10 years ago, and we've been selling them since. Super thing. 735 we're doing, we're 20, 30, 40 pound, 40 pound, 40. 40 pound, what a lovely little wall filler. You will never find cheaper. 40 pound should have been a forger. £40 should be doing £20 notes, not these signs. £40 and going. Are you sure you're all done? £40. £40 and away then, 40. Are you all done? You sure? £40. Last time looking round, £40 and away and going. £40. Provisional 40.
I know some people don't like the memorabilia stuff, but I mean you've got to give a little bit to everybody, don't you?
You have, Will, yeah. You know, and you split it up and mix it in a bit, and then that are watching, you know, maybe looking at a car 100 down the line, want a bit of entertainment as well, don't they? You know, got to look to service everyone. 736, 2007 Citroen C5 VTR HDI, all the rest of it. Proceeds to charity, Mick. That's nice, isn't it? Proceeds to charity. Thank you very much, Mr. Anthony Jessamine. Proceeds to the charity. You don't say what. Royal National RNLI. That's it. Yeah, Royal National Lifeboat Institute. That's it. RNLI. Anyway, put it that way. There you go. All proceeds to charity. Bang on. Absolutely bang on that. Now, what do we do? We don't normally do any charges, do we? It's a net one, isn't it? It's a net one. No charges. What you bid and what the hammer comes down is what you pay. No charges, and we send the whole lot to the RNLI. Good cause, you never know, you might need it one day, heaven forbid. 736, come on then, whereabouts, where, 200, 225, 250, 250 pound, 250, 250 pound away, 250, for nothing, 250, who's got 75, 250 pound, 75, 275, 275, 300 here, 300 pound, I've got Mr. Percival, thank you, 300, 325, Carlisle, 325, 350, all proceeds to RNLI, 375, thanks Will, 375, 375, Carlisle's going, 375, all the lot, no charges, straight into the charity pot, 400 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, 425, where's 50, come on, 425, worth his money, you know that, 425, 450, thank you, 450, 75, back with Carlisle, thank you, 475, 500 pound, 5 and a quarter, Carlisle, thank you again, 5 and a quarter, I don't know where the other bidder is, do we know that? Will has just got UK in it. No, maybe not, eh? Anyway, 5 and a quarter is going to Carlisle. And very, very pleased. There we are. Do we know who he is? No. No, well, he's an anonymous bidder. That's the right word. I can't get my tongue around that. But, 575, Carlisle, 575. Thank you, gentlemen. The two of you, brilliant men. Thank you. 575 and going 600. 600 pound. 600. 6 and a quarter. 6 and a quarter, all the lot to the RNLI. 6 and a quarter, that it? 6 and a quarter and away and going then, 625. That it? And on its way then, thank you ever so much for your bidding, gentlemen. Oh, we ain't finished yet, 650. 650, 675. Carlisle again, 675. Thank you for your bidding, gentlemen. Do appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'm going to sell it now then, £675. It's going to Carlisle by the looks of things. That it, all done, 675 for the first, 675 for the second, third and last time, 675. There we are, good lads, well done, thank you. Thank you, all for charity. We try and do our bit, don't we? People knocking us all the time, they always have a little pop at some people, don't they? Especially us, it seems, but I like to think we do our little bit. Michelin Man, 737, repro sign, Michelin Man, repro sign, there it is up there now, 50, 60, 60, 70, 70 pounds, 70 pounds, 70, 70 pounds, 70 pound away and 70 pound, 80 pound and going 80 pound, I've got 80 pound, 80 pound and all done then 80 pound, I'm going to sell it 90 pound, 90 pound, 90 pound, all done then 90 pound, 90 pound, is there a oneer? 90 pound, are you sure you're done? 90 pound, all done then, 90 pound, selling it provisionally, 90 pound for the first, second, third and last time, provisionally, draw it, which again, 90 pound provisionally, 738, 2007 Mercedes S320 CDI, lot of car, whereabouts then, lots of bids here, 26, 28, 2,800 pounds, selling it provisionally at 2,800 then, 2,800, are you all done, 2008, 2009, 2,900, can I say 3? 2,900, selling it provisionally, 2,900, nearly there. Next bid, I'll put it on sale, 2,900, are you done, you sure, 2,900. Stockton the bidder, 2,900 pound, provisionally going then, are you all done? 2,900, selling it provisionally for the first, 2,900 for the second. Stockton the buyer, 2,900 provisional, 29 provisional. BMW sign we got now, reproduction sign, lot 739. 50, 60, 70, 70 pounds, 70 pound and away, 70 pound. 70 pound at it, 70 pound, are you done, you sure? 70 pound. Where's 80? 70 pound only. All done then, 70 pound, I can't do that, I need more, 70 pounds away. Is there 80? 70 pound and going then, 70 pound, that it, 70 pound only. Timed auction for that one, I'm sorry. 740 is the 1972 Triumph Stag. The red one, pimento red by the looks of it, lovely colour, super thing, you've seen all the write-up, comprehensive history file with bills and photos, etc, etc. Hey, whereabouts then? Lots of interest with me. 9, 9, 2, 4, 6, 9, 6, 9, 8, 9,008, 9,008, fill it up, come on, 10, 10,000, 10, 2, 10, 4, 10, 6, 10,600, 10,006, 10, 8, 10,800 pound, 10,008. 10,800 pound and going away then, 10,800 is to 11. 10,800 only is to 11. That don't look dear, does it? 10,800. That it? All done then, 10,800. Very, very, very provisionally. 10,800 for the first, second, third and last time. Need more. 10,800, we need more on that. 741, 1998, Nissan El Grande. I've got a friend who's got one of these. I think they're absolutely fantastic little kit. He loves it to bits. Loads and loads of room in it, really useful. Whereabouts? What's it worth? 800 quid. Yeah, I know it's worth that, all right, no doubt about it. 800 pound. 800 pound internet. 800 pound is the 800, 900, 900 pound, 900 pound. Where's 1,000? 900 pound away then, 900 pound for nothing. 900 pound, 1,000 pound and going 1,000 pound. 1,000 pound. Looks cheap, doesn't it? 1,000 pound. Gonna sell it, I've got a bit of discretion, I'm gonna sell it. 1,000 pound. You're never gonna buy a cheaper one than that. 1,000 pound, and away and going. 1,000 pound, are you sure? 1,000 pound, it's on sale. It's gonna go 1,000 pound only. How about that? 1,000 pound for an El Grande. 1,000 for the first, second. We can sell it, can't we? Yeah, look at this. Oh dear, oh lordy. 1,000 sold. Now, as we keep saying, get your name down. As David keeps saying, get your name down on the provisional. We got a chance of buying it dead right. We convert 90-95% of the provisional sales, as you know, and there's some here that they've just done. The boys and girls through there doing a brilliant job, which is 665, the RAC double-sided sign, 581, Mr. Drip Happy Motoring sign, 641, the Mazda MX-5 is sold, 602, the Peugeot 205 is sold, 603, the Fuchs, I think that's how you pronounce it, lubricant sign sold, 683, the Shell V-Power sign is sold, and the 681, the Power Lube hand-painted sign is sold. So they're all converted, sold and done, invoiced and gone, hopefully paid. Lot 742, 2007 Toyota Land Cruiser. Ooh, now we're talking the business, eh? Bye. You know what they say, Will? If you want to go in the Outback, go in the Land Rover. If you want to come home, go in the Toyota. They say, don't they? Whereabouts then? What's it worth? 5, 5, 6, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6,500. 6, 5, 7,000 pounds, 7. 7,000 pound. Popular, aren't they? Can't wear them out. 7,000 pound, fantastic rear kit. 7,000 pound away then, 7,000 pound, that all done. 7,000 pound was submitted then, 7,000 pound. 7,000 pound, all done then, will I take 250 if it makes me feel better? 7,000 pound, if there's 250, jump in now, 7,000 pound only. 7,000 pound, all done then, 7,000 pound, can I say 250? 7,000 pound, are you sure you're done? 7,000 pound and away. Worth more that car, 7,000 pound. I've got more on my sheet, 7,000 pound, 7,250. 7,250, definitely worth more that motor, 7,250. We'll try for you, you know us, we'll always try and put a deal together for you. 7,250, provisionally sold for the first, second, third and last time. 7.25, provisionally sold. 743, mixed lot of automotive workshop items and vintage tins. Now that's nice. On sale from the word go. They're lovely, Mick. Look at that. That's nice, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, you can't find them anymore because they've all been skipped, haven't they? That's the thing. £80, £80, £90, £90, 100, £100. I've got the whole lot, the whole box lot. £100. £100 just on reserve, £100 and away, then it going 100. Here's the 10. £100 I'm going to sell them, £100 they're going to go. The whole box load, £110. £110 I'm going to sell them, 110. The whole lot's going to go 110. Are you sure you're going 110 for the first? Second, third, last time, 110. 744 is a 2003 BMW 318 Ci Auto. Again, convertible, eh? What a car, eh? Aye, bit of flash here, bit of cheap flash, as we say. Didn't say, I was going to say. Does it? Oh, a little pigtail broke, eh? Oh, but it is. Yeah, he just said here, Josh, you can see it now, can't you? A bit low on the front there, wants a spring. Well, that's no big job, is it, eh? I've never known so many springs though, have you? Do you know, Will, we don't used to put coal springs on, do we? They last the life of the car. Now they break all the time, don't they? Right, here we go then, £500, 550, 550, 600, 650, 657, £700, £700 away then, £700 only wants a spring. £700, 750, 750, £750. Here's the rate, £750 looks for nothing, doesn't it? £750, can I say 8? 750, going to go in the timed auction, this one, I can see it happening, £750. And it will sell, £750 is the rate anywhere. Be sharp, be quick, £750. Timed auction one, mate, I'm afraid. 745. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Modern day battery, isn't it? It's them narrow plates, they touch it. Boom, gone, overnight, finished. Yeah, just Holly had one gone this last couple of days. 79, Monaco Grand Prix, illuminated sign. Oh, that's a lovely one. That's nice, look. Look, even got the dust on it. Dust goes with it, all the dust goes with it, look. Super thing, 745 we're doing. What's it worth? Is it worth 100 quid? Illuminated sign, look at that. Lovely content, Grand Prix Monaco. Super thing. Who's got £100 to start me? Oh my word, surely it's worth 100 quid, lads. How can you value that? Pun? There you go, Will's having 100 quid. £100 the sign, thank you very much, Will. Selling it provisionally £100. £100 is a £20. Oh, 110. You're right, £110. Thanks, Will. £110, selling it provisionally £110. £110, where's 120? £120, £110. £110. Is it going, Mick? Have you tried it? You haven't tried that one, have you? Is it going? Oh, word up, mate. 110, £110, £110, £110, 120 then, 120, 120, £120, £120 is the 30, 130 there is, 130, down on market, eh? Yeah, all everyone wants it now, don't they? Now, 130, now they know it goes, everyone wants it. £130 for nothing, that sign. Absolutely for nothing. £130, 140, 140, Cornwall, 140, £140. Hey, I thought you'd have dusted it over before it come in. Look, it's got 20 years of dust on that. It's his point, I know. Well, he's allergic to polishing, isn't he? I know, I've noticed, yeah. He's allergic to polish. £140, Cornwall, 140, 140, 150, £150 away and going then 150. All done then, I'm going to sell it. 150, thank you for bidding, gentlemen. 150 for the first, 60, 160, Cornwall again, 160. If you don't double your money on that, there's something wrong, isn't there? 160, and away. I know, absolutely, yeah. Let's have a word with him, Mick. Let's have a word. 160 and away and going, 160, 160 and away and going. All done then, 160, Cornwall. Last time looking round, 160, Cornwall, there you go. 746, 2007, Jack Your X-Type, S-Type, XF V6 Auto. Again, what a lot of car. Buy, oh buy. These are one car that's going to rock it sooner or later. You mark my words if it don't. But maybe not just yet, but it will. 500, £500, 500, 600, 700, 700, £700. £700 away, £700. Where's 8? £700. Come on, where's 8? £700. Breaker money. £700 and going then. £700 all done then. 700. Where's 8? £700. Can't do it. £700, I'll submit 8, I can't do £700. Is the rate anywhere? £700, we'll pass on it. £700 only. Where's 8? Be sharp. £700 and going then. Timed auction. 747, MDF and paid Ford Escort, Mexico sign. Mickey boy, Mexico sign. Sorry to disturb you. I didn't want to wake you. Where we go? Here he comes, look. He's a good old boy, really. He does well with that earlier, doesn't he? He does really well. Right, here we go then, mate. Yeah, look, he's got a bit of paint on now. Whereabouts then? 50, 50, 60, 60, 70 pounds, 70 pounds. 70 pounds, 70 pound only. Mexico sign, look at that, beautiful. 70 pound, 80, 80 pound, I've got 80. 80 pound, Festiniog again. 80 pound and away. 80 pound. 80 pound and going then, 80 pound, are you all done? 80 pound. 80 pound away, 90. West Yorkshire, 90. 90 pound. 100, 100, Festiniog, 100. 100 pound and going then 100. 100 pound. I'm down to Newtown maybe next week or the week after, Will, which I don't think's a million miles away from there, I don't know. 100 pounds, so we might be able to take some signs for him maybe if we don't come and get 100 pound, I don't know, we'll see. 100 pound and going then, 100 pound all done there. That it then, 100 pound, Festiniog and away, 100 pound and sold. 100. Lancia Ardia. 1950, lot number 748. Lovely thing. Now there's a lot of history with this. I think, am I right in saying, John, this is 5-speed one? Would you know that? I think it might be the first production 5-speed car, full stop, you know. I've got a feeling about that. Anyway, don't take my word for it, come and look for yourself. Whereabouts then? Who's got 5? 4, oh, here we're away, 4,000, 4,2, 4,4, 4,000, 4,46, 4,006, I've got you 4,8, 4,800 pound 48, 4,800, what a lovely car for that money, 4,800, all that lovely history, look, 4,800, criminal, isn't it, 5,000, 5,000 pound Bromley, 5,000 pound only, 5,000, I'm going to submit it but don't hold your breath, 5,000 pound and going then, 5,000 pound, where's 5,2? 5,000 pound. And away then, 5,000 pound, I'm going to submit it, but as I say, don't hold your breath, it's way short of reserve. 5,000 pound for the first, second, third and the last time. 5 provisional. 5,000 provisional. 749 cast iron turret clock dial skeleton with Roman numerals, 48-inch dial. Look at that. There's a mouthful, Mick. They got it? No? Is it in there? Oh, well, it's a clock anyway, you can see it there. Whereabouts then, what's it worth? Whereabouts 100, 120, 140, 140, 160, 180, 180, 180, 180, 200 pound, 200 pound I've got, and selling it provisionally 200 pound. 200 pound and going then, selling it provisionally only 220, 220 pound, 220 pound, still provisional 220. I'm going to sell it provisionally at 220 pound then, all done 220. That it? Last time looking round is the 40 anywhere, be sharp. 220 pound for the first, second, third, last time provisional. 220. Vauxhall Calibra, an 8-valve version. This one, lot number 750, which I think is just there, being filmed at the moment. I was looking at it yesterday, thinking what a lovely car they were. Still are. Never quite got away in their day, did they? Somehow there was something, I don't know what it was. Yeah, it was funny, wasn't it? Not really a brilliant seller for a long while. Then all of a sudden they started moving a bit. Anyway, don't matter, does it? 3,600 we got. 3,600 pound is the start. 3,600. Where's 38? 3,600 I've got. 3,6. 3,600. Where's 8? 3,600. Lovely car. Lovely example. Being filmed as we speak. 3,600. What a lovely, lovely example. 3,600. In fact, I think they're more attractive now than they were then. 3,600. Maybe we weren't ready for them, Mick. That's probably what it was. 3,600. And away and going then, 3,600 pound. All done then, 3,600 pound. We're going to talk, we're going to try. Again, we're a bit off, 3,600 for the first, second, third and last time. Provisional, 36. 751 is an Avon tyre banner. Mickey boy's got it, look. There you go. Avon tyres, good tyres of course. Where 20, 30, 40, 50, 50 pound away. 50 pound is the 60 anywhere, 50 pound only. 50 pound away and going 50. That it then, 50 pound away and going 50 pound, are you all done? I'm going to put someone's name on that who ain't even here and ain't even bidding, but I know he'll want it. 50 pound away is the 60 anywhere. You sure? 50 pound, provisionally only 50 pound. All done then, 50 pound is the 60, be sharp. 50 pound away and going, 50 pound. 50 pound. Hotchkiss Willis Jeep. Yep, the old Willis. I was looking at it the other day, 1957. There you go. A Willis one. Definitely a Willis. I checked it out the other day. It's not a Ford. Don't matter anyway, really, does it? 1957 it is. Whereabouts then? Going then. French one. 10,000. Dead right, worth every penny. You cannot go wrong. 10,500, 10,500, 10,500. Who wants 750? I've got 750. 750, I'm putting it on sale, it can go. It's worth every penny, £11,000. 11,250. No difference between that and a pre-war. Virtually no difference at all. Wartime, shall we say. 11 3/4, 11 3/4, £12,000. And away and selling 12 1/4. Nice, isn't it? 12 1/4, 12,500, 12,500, 12,750. Gloucester, cheers. 12,750. And away then, 12,750. Going across Gloucestershire, 13,250 on the internet. 13,250, Alan, on the internet. 13,500, thank you. 13,500, Alan's phone, 13,750. Colford, don't know where that is, I've never been there. You ever been there? No, I haven't been there. 13,750 on the internet. Here's the 14 there is, 14,000 on the telephone. 14,000 and a quarter. 14 and a quarter. 14,250. What do you think, Alan? Do you want 5? 14 and a quarter, I'm going to sell it. Are you sure? 14,250. Going to go. Going to Colford, 14,250 for the first. 14,250 for the second. Fair warning, going to be sold. 14,250. Colford the buyer. 753 and Mrs. Drip. There we are. Whereabouts then? 60, 70, 70, 80, 80 pound, 80 pound, 90, 90 pound. Fill it up, come on. 90 pound for a Mrs. Drip. 90 pound, 90 pound, big one look. Mick's holding it up there. 90 pound is for 100. 90 pound only, are you sure, Mr. T? The bidder, 90 pound, 100. Droitwich, 100 pound. They bought a few bits and pieces of Droitwich, haven't they? Haven't they, Will? 100 pound, 100 pound. I'm going to sell it here. 100 pound. It's not made its reserve, but I've got a bit of discretion with this sort of stuff. 100 pound and going for the first, second, third, last time. You bought yourself a Mrs. Drip. You said about that. Yeah. I know we're getting senile, us two, aren't we? We're telling this next auction, you wait and see. So did I ever tell you about that car show? 754, Suzuki Charles quad bike. There it is. Whereabouts we're going to be with that one then? 100, 100 pound, 100, 120, 120, 120 pound, 120 pound away, 120, 120, 140, 160, 160, Mr. McNeil, 160. 160, it's going provisionally, it's nearly there, I've just got to submit it, 160, 180, 180, bruh, 180 pound, but there's some fun they're going to have, a little, isn't there? 180, and they're lucky, these days, in my days, all we had was a blooming little thing, a little, what they call them, a milk float thing, a little milk fight or whatever they call them. You know, some old ball bearings on a plank of wood. 180, 180, 180 pound and going, selling it provisionally 180. Rough, 180, provisional, it'll come. 755, set of 4 VW 18-inch, Transporter T5 Sportline alloy wheels. Looks as though they got the tyres then, 23550 ZR 18s. Where's that then? What are they worth? Tidy money, I bet. I bet 200, 220, 240, 260, 260, 280, 280, 300, 320, 320 pounds, 320 is the 40, 320 pound. Going then, 320 pound, all done then, 320. Here's the 40, 320 pound only, all done then, 320. Don't like to pass, but I can't do that. We've got more on our sheet. I'm sorry, chaps. 756, 2002 MGZT, 192.5. You can see that's a flying machine. These are going to be rocketing in price as well, I'll tell you. Bit of a rarity list. Look at that lovely write-up about that. Come on then, 2000 I've got, 22, 2002, 4, 2004, 2400, 2400, who's got 6, 2400, 2005, 2006, 2600, 2600 pound, £2,600, cheap that, £2,600 with me, 2,600. £2,600, are you going then? £2,600. Internet, you're out, come in if you wish, 2,600, you want 7. £2,600 for nothing that, £2,600, that it then? All done then, £2,600. Internet, you're out, 2,600, that it? Yeah, you can do. Yeah. Yeah, you can have, yeah, 26, yeah, 26, absolutely, yeah, no problem at all. Yeah, £2,600, £2,600 and going then, suddenly provisionally 2,600. Are you all done then, 2,600, not a car that, £2,600 and going. Who's this?
This is Jeffrey.
Is it? Jeffrey, £2,600, £2,600 and going then, 2,600. Jeffrey, Jarrow, £2,600, I'm selling you it provisional. You're surprised, I know, because you never thought you were going to get it this cheap, did you? But I'm going to try for you. £2,600, I'm selling it provisional to Jeffrey and Jarrow for the first, second, third and last time. £2,600 provisional. Cheap car if that comes, Jeffrey. 757, Mrs. Drip, SO happy there with the same thing again. Nice big sign, look at that. What's that worth? 50 quid, I know. 50, 60, 70, £70. £70 away, 70. £70 is the 80. £70 and going then, £70. Are you all done then, £70? And away, £70, have we got 80? 80, we have £80. £80, that Droitwich again, £80. £80 and going then, selling it provisionally to Droitwich, £80. All done then, I'm selling provisionally to Droitwich, £80 for the first, second, third, and last time. A Van Volt toolbox, including the key. They're useful, these. Here we are then, 758 we're doing, what's that worth? On sale from the word go because it's sensibly reserved. £50 only, £50 for nothing, £50 away, £50, £50 and going then, £50. Have we got £100? £100 away, £100. £100, I'll take a tenner if it helps you, £100 and sold and away, 100. Scarborough. £100 and going then. All done then, I'm going to sell it. £100, that's cheap, that's for nothing that. £100 away and going. Scarborough's the buyer for the first, second, third, and last time. Land Rover Defender 90 reproduction sign lot 759. Mickey Boy's going to get it, look. Better bring this up to date somewhere near. You got it, mate? Oh, beautiful. Work of art. Absolute. Hey, Picasso, got nothing on these boys that we deal with, has he? Oh, how rubbish he turned out. Let's have a look, hang on a minute. There we are. Here, no we're not. We're going to keep going, hang on Mick, I'll be with you. Here we are now. The Land Rover sign, there's a super sign, whereabouts? £60 away, 60. £60, rule and stool, £60. £60, I'm selling it provisionally, £60 is the 70. £60 only, come on you Land Rover lads, this is for nothing. £60, rule and stool, £60, all done then is the 70 quid. Be sharp, I'm going to sell it provisionally, otherwise £60, £70 on the telephone. Just in time, rule and stool, you're out, £70 on the telephone. Yes. Selling it provisionally, £80, £80, rule and stool, £80. £80, are you sure you're done? £80 and going. £80, all done then, I'm going to sell it. £80 for the first, second, third and last time. £80, rule and stool. 760, 2012, Toyota GT 86D42. That's fantastic looking car, that. Beautiful looking machine, look at that. But I do like that. Beauty of that, I'll tell you, Will, they're so reliable, I bet. You can't knock these Toyotas, can you? He's got it about right, Mr. Toyota. 6,200. Mind you had it right 40 years ago, to be honest. £6,200, 6,262. 6,200, who's got 6'4"? Come on, what a car. 6,200. Looks 40 grand's worth. 6,200. Add it then, 6,200. 5. Going then, 6,200. Way off a reserve, but we'll talk and we'll try. And we'll try and put you and the vendor together. 6,002, 6'4". 6'4", any of you are going to start to pronounce that, but it's Anglesey, look, 6,400, 6,004, that it then, all done then, £6,400, I'm going to submit it, 6,004, probably...
They really gave the British market with cars over,
oh, knocked spots off, I suppose. You know, just on reliability, the finished article, and the fact that Datsun's come in with a radio. Never heard of a radio in our cars, you had to pay extra for all that, fortune. 6,400, £6,400 and going then, 6,400 and away. Whenever someone part exchanged an Allegro for a Datsun, that was it. Allegro, BMC never got him again. He was signed up for Datsun for life. 6,400, and going then 6,400. We're going to submit it 6,400. Are you all done then? Provisionally 6-4 for the first, second, third, and last time. Provisionally only angle C 64. 761, which is a CNA Motors Limited enamel sign. What's that there, Nick? Let's have a look. Yeah, oh, CNA models, is it? That's nice. Haven't seen that before. How about that? That's lovely, that, isn't it? Whereabouts then? What's that worth? 50, 50, 60 pounds, 60 pound. I like that. 60 pound away then and going. 60 pound only. CNA, 60 pound. That it? All done then. 60 pound. Can I say 70? There's a rarity. 60 pound only. 60 pound. Mr. T the bidder. 60 pound. All done then. 60 pound. Can I say 70? 60 pound for the first then. Second, third and last time. 60 pound. Mr. T the bidder. Mr. T. 1950 Douglas. 762 Douglas there. What's she? A Dragonfly by the looks of her. Can't see it very, very well, but I'm pretty sure you'll find she's a Dragonfly. 762, 1950 she is. Whereabouts then? What's that worth? 224, 26, 2,600. Rare machine. 2,600 and away and going then. 2,006. All done then. 2,600. Surely there's 8. 2,006. Are you done then? 2,600 only. 2,600 pound. Come on, we know the British bikes are on the floor, but they are actually coming back a little bit. 2,600. I bet this is making £3,500 in a year's time. You mark my words. 2,600 pound and going then. 2,600. Need more. 2,600 pound. Can't do it. Timed auction won that one. It will sell. 2,600. No good to us, I'm afraid. 763, which is the Viper Ride-On Scrubber Industrial Cleaner. Oh my word. Things we sell, eh? Well, can't argue much. It's got wheels on it. Well, that's the thing. That's our rule, isn't it? Wheels or comes in the car. Yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah, you've heard that before, haven't you? Right, here we go then. Got a lot of interest in it though. 300 quid, 300, 320, 340, 340, 360, 360 pound. 360 pound away. 360 is there 80 somewhere. 360. Dread to think what it would cost to buy it new. 360 pound. Here's the 80. 360 and going away then. 360, are you sure? 360, 380, 380 on its way then. Suffer Warden. 380, fill it up, come on. 380, that it. All done then. 380, going then. 380 for the first, second, third and last time. 380 provisional. 52 Daimler. Look at her. This what, mate?
I did try and avoid suggesting that we took things that dropped off the back of the lorry.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you better not go there. 764, the Daimler. Whew. I know, they're a great old motor, mate. Pre-select, I suppose, is it? Yeah, will be, yeah, nice. I love them pre-select. So relaxing as a pre-select. Beautiful gearbox. Super thing, lovely bit of kit. Here we go then. Where are we? In your hands completely. I've got some bids with me. I've got lowest is 15, 5, 16, 5, 16, 5, 17, 17. 17,000 pounds, 17. 17 and away then, 17,000. Can I say 5? 17,000 pound, a lot of car for the money. 17,000. Here's the 17.5. 17,000 away then, are you sure? 17,000, way off a reserve, 17. 17,000. Shame the way it's gone, mate, but 10 years ago I'd been doing 35 grand that car. 17,000 pound and gone then, 17. All done then, 17,000 pound and away. Last time looking round, 17. And 765, the Isle of Man TT wooden hand painted sign. There we are, Raymond again. Whereabouts then? £40 I've got. 40, beautiful sign, look. £40, look lovely. We got loads of them on the wall round here. Look, you've seen them all. £50 and away, £50. Bridge North, 60. 60, Berry, 60. 70, £70. £70 and gone and sold then, £70. That it then. Bridge North, £80. Vest in the old crew, £90. On its way, £90 is 100, be sharp. Got a lot to get through, lads. We've got to move on. £90. Are you all done then? £100 Berry. £100 and going and being sold, £100. Oh, 2 o'clock already. £100 away and done. Last time looking round, £100. Berry's the buyer. internet under bidder. Now then, this car apparently is called Massive Interest. Sighting 71, Mark II 2-litre Vitesse convertible. There's a white one over there, I believe. Lots and lots of interest and lots of absentee bids here. Loads of them. Whereabouts then? 9,000. Give you all a chance. 9, 9,2, 9,4, 9,004. On sale and going. 9,400. That it then? 9,400 and away 9,004. 9,400. Going to be sold then? 9,400. Is the 6 anywhere? 9,400 and going. Last time looking round, 9,400. 9,600. Don't leave it to the last minute. I'll drop that hammer. 9,600. 9,600. Mark, are you in? 9,600 I've got. 9,600. All done? 9,600. 9,600. 9,800. 9,800. 9,008. 9,800 I've got. 10,000. 10,000 pounds. 10,000 pounds. Mr. Spencer. 10,100. Mr. Spencer. 10,100. What do you want to do? 10,200. Well done. 10,200. I'm out. 10,200. On sale. Internet, you're out. I'm out. 10,200. On sale and going. David's phone. 10,200 for the first. 10,200 for the second. Third and last time. 10,200. Sold. 767, which is the Mini GB alloy wheels with something under. Look at us doing. Get him a bit panicky, haven't we? Hang on to the last bit. One of these days. I've got you worked out. At least 12 inch, they obviously are, aren't they? Yeah, no good to me. I want some 10s. Whereabouts then? Where £200, 200, 220, 220, 240, 240, 240 pound away then, 240. I'm selling them. They're going £240 away. 240, that it then. Gonna be sold. We can sell them, can't we? 240 for the first, second, third, and last time. 200. You coming on in a minute, Paul? £240 sold. 240. A 1992 Granada Gia 768. Oh, love them to bits, love them to bits. What a beautiful driving car. Sit there at speed limit. I wouldn't go over the speed limit, will obviously. Sit there at 70 mile an hour, maybe a little bit more. And sit there all day, beautiful. Whereabouts then? 1,000, 1,000, I've got 1,000, 12, 14, £1,600, 16. £1,600 for the gear, £1,600, that don't look expensive, does it? 1,600, £1,600, that it then, £1,600, that can't be over dear, surely. £1,600, who's got 18? 1,600, 18 anywhere before we go, 1,800, 18, Shoppington. Ooh, never heard of that. £1,800, 18 and away then 18. £1,800 Northumberland, £1,800. We'll have a go for you, we'll try. £1,800, who's got 2? B sharp, £1,800, that it then. I'm going to submit it, £1,800. Last time looking round, drop it down to a 1. Will. £1,800, I'll take 19. £1,800 and gone then. £1,800, that it. Selling it provisional, £1,800. Are you sure? Provisional 1,800. Kumo tyre banner, 769 we're doing. Nice big banner, look. How about that? Super thing, where? 20, 30, 40, £40, 40. £40 and going, £40 is the 50 anywhere, £40. £40. Is this one for Coxo, Paul? £40. £40. Are you listening? Is this one for Coxo? £40. £40. £40
it
away.
might be, yeah, it might be, mightn't it?
£40, £50 then, Coxo, £50. £50, we owe them this and a lot more. £50 and going then for Coxo, £50. And away then, £50 for the first, second, third and last time, £50. There you go. Land Rover Discovery TD5S. Lots of interest in this, lots of interest. 3 phone bidders, I think, on this and some absentees. It shows you how popular they are. 770 we're doing. She's a 2001. Whereabouts then? Start me on it. Is it worth £1,000? Who's going to start me £1,000? Who wants £1,000? £1,000 I've got. On sale. How about that? That's a surprise, isn't it? £1,000 on sale. Selling. £1,000 for the first, £1,000 for the 1,200. £1,200, 1,200 I've got, 1,200. 1,200 on the telephone. £1,200 away then, 1,200, 14, thank you. £1,400 going, 14. £1,400 away. 14. Alan's phone on sale then, £1,400. Are you all done? £1,400 away then. I'll take 100. Drop it down to 100, mate. £1,400 is the 15. Be sharp though. £1,400 and going for the first, going for the second. 1,500. Mexborough. 1,500. 1,500. Alan, you're out. 1,500. You want 16? He does. 1,600. £1,600. 16 for nothing, 1,600. Mexbury, you're out, come back, £1,600 and away. £1,600 and going then, 17. 1,700, Mexborough, 1,700. 1,700. Reminds me, you haven't seen Big Al for a little while, have we, Mexborough? No. Lucky really, haven't we?
Spoke to his mate the other day.
Oh, did you? 1,700, you ain't got any mates. 1,700, eh?
He's still got one.
They've still got one, mate. 1,700. £1,700 and going then, 1,700. All done then. Alan, you're out. 17. Do you want 50? £1,700. And away it's going to Mexborough. £1,700 for the first. £1,700 for the second. Third and last time, £1,700. Mexborough. There you go. £1,700. There you go. And
Oh, you're off. You're off.
I'm off. Cup of tea time. I haven't read out any of them.
Right then. That's it. He's had enough. That's it. He's off. He's had enough.
Sick of it.
He's had enough. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Lot 771. There we are then. The Chevrolet van. Massive potential. Lots and lots of potential, everybody. Very, very straight on the body, this here little van. Does run. Have driven it. Moved it on site. There you go, look. What a lot of thing. Absolutely brilliant, isn't it? 771, 1955 Chevrolet. There she is then. Look at that lovely bit of kit. You tell me where we're going to be then. We're going to be, well, we might as well start at that 7.5 over there, Will, at 7,500. At £7,500 then. At 7,005. Who's got 7,750? At 7,005 and 750. 7,750 we have. At 7,750. At £7,750. At 7,750. Look beyond the first impressions. Very straight van. A proper van. At 7,750 bid. At 7,750. Who wants 8? At 7,750. 7,750 then we'll submit. At 7,750, are you sure? At 7,750 then we'll talk. At 7,750 then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at 7,750. We'll try. And moving on to 772, the Citroen 2CV. There she is, look. 2CV Citroen Bumblebee. There you go, look. There's a cover for it. There's a folder showing all the work that's been done to it. There we go, look. Lovely. Ain't she brilliant? Super. Rebuilt there in 2018 by 2CV City. There we are. You tell me then. We're going to start 4,000, 4,250, 4,250 bid. At 4,250, 4,250, at 4,250, 4,5, 4,005. At 4,500, at 4,500, I'll take 100 if it helps you. At 4,005, 4,750, 4,750 we have. At 4,750, at 4,750, at 4,750, there's 100 there if you like. At 4,750 bid. At 4,750 then is the 4,850. At 4,750, at 4,850, 4,850 then, at 4,850 bid. At 4,950, 4,950 we have. At 4,950, at 4,950, should we take a 50 and make it 5? It'll be a lot easier. At 4,950, there's £50 there if you want it. At 4,950, 4,950, at 4,950 then we'll submit it. At 4,950 then, provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at 4,950, 5,000. 5,000, Bridlington, at £5,000. At £5,000 we have. At £5,000, 5-1. 5-1, 5,001, 5,100, at 5,100. Looks good value at £5,100 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time at 5,100. 51, we'll try for you. And we move on to 773, 2 wooden cabinets with glass shelves. There we are then, 2 display cabinets there, look. You couldn't make them for this sort of money, could you? I know that. 30, 40, £50 bid, £50 we have, at £50 then, at £50 bid, at 50, and on sale I might add, at 50, and 60, £60 he says, at £60 then, at £60, £60 then who wants 70, at £60 then, £60 then who wants 70, be sharp, at £60 bid, at 60, at £60, £60 then, I'll have 70 and we'll have a fiver if it helps, Will, for my numbers. At £70 bid, at 70, at £70 bid, at 70, at £70 then, 75, I have to have 80, £80 then here with me, at £80 then, there should be someone on a telephone, at £80 bid, at 80, £80 then, at £80 bid, at 80, everyone goes, ooh. It should be Sooty on the telephone, at £80 bid, at £80 then, is this the cancelled one? Good lad, I knew you'd be all over it. I knew he'd be all over it. At £80 bid then, £80 then for the first, second, third and last time. £80 sold and away. Thank you very much. Entered by Auntie Terry. There we go. Lot 774, ladies and gentlemen. 2012 Ford Transit 125 T280 Trend. There you go. That's a mouthful, isn't it? Look at that. Just had a bit of paintwork down the side with the old aerosol. There you go, but starts on the button. You got a back seat in this one?
Back seats, yeah.
Yeah, it's a crew van, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. There you are then. There you go. Couple of £1,000, £2,000 look. At £2,000. At £2,000 we have. At £2,000 then. At £2,000 then who wants 21? At £2,000 then. No VAT on this one, look. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000. At 2,000. 2,1. 2,001. 2,100 is a crew van. It's trimmed out real nice, isn't it? Yeah. Green. That's the one. 2,100. At £2,100 then is the 2-2. At £2,100 then we'll sell it provisionally. At £2,100 then for the first, second, third and last time at 2,100. We'll try. And on to 775, the Bulldog metal sign. Look at that, the quality of these is superb. Produced from the courtesy of Mark. We all know Mark. We do, you don't, we do. We know what he does. Lovely. £70 we have. 80, 90, £90 with me. At £90 then, at £90 bid. 100, 100, £100, 110, 110, 110. £110, 110, 120, 120, 120, at £120, 120, at £120 then are we done? At £120 then looking round for the first, second, third and last time at 120. Sold at 120. And on to 776, the Rover Mini Mayfair. There we go, 776. Current V5 or partial V5, look, missing a trade slip there, look. Owned for 13 years, 29,000 miles from new, always garage, maintained by a mini specialist. Any MOT advisories have been attended to. Oh, look at that, what a proper little car. Lovely. There we are. We have 35, 36, 37, 38, 3008. You love a mini. At 3,800. At £3,800 bid. At 3,800. 3,008. Who wants 3,939? 3,009. At 3,009. 39. Who wants 4? 3,000. We're on sale. On sale. 29,000 miles. It says here. 3,900. At £3,900 then. At 3,009. 3,009. Are we done? At £3,900 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 3,900. 39. And on to 777. Oh, Land Cruiser. There you go. If you go in the Outback, go in a Land Rover. If you want to get home, take the Cruiser. That was the saying. There you go, look. Now, 3 litre diesel. Started it earlier in the week for some people. Immediately. Lovely motor. Lovely, lovely motor. There we go. So, you've got £6,000, Will. Get ready with your finger, because I whiz away up this side. Look, up to 10, 10,5, 10,750, 11, 11,250, 11,250 bid. 11,005, 11,005, 11,500 and 750, 11,750, 11,750 and 12,000, 12,000 pound, 250, 12,250, 12,5, 750 with me, 12,750, 13, I see it, 13,000, 13,000 bid, at 13,000 pound then, at 13,000. Against you, 13,250, 13,5, 13,5, 13,500, at 13,500 pound then, 13,750 and 14, 14,000, 14,000. You can't find them, can you? You can't find them. 14,000 pounds we have. 14,000 pound then, who wants 250? 14,000 pounds then, at 14,000. 14,000 then, are we done? At 14,000 pounds then, looking round, are you sure? 14,000 pounds then for the first, for the second, third and final time at 14,000. Sold at 14,000, thank you very much. I think we had a buyer who really wanted a Toyota Land Cruiser. Yes, not half. Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. And we're moving on to 778, ladies and gentlemen, which is, give or take, 1958 Bedford A-Type. There she is, look. I think it's a New Zealand import. Solid as a rock. A little bit of surface rust, I'm sure, but solid as a rock. You see the body's just sat on there. It's not really fixed on. There you go. Your chance for a bit of a project there, look. There you go, make a lovely truck at the end of the day. Where are we going to be then? Is there £1,000 to kick us off? There must be £1,000, Will. There must be £1,000. £1,000, that's all we need to start off. Look, £1,000. At £1,000 then. £1,000. At £1,000 we have. At £1,000 then. At 1,000. £1,000 then, at £1,000, 1,100, £1,100 bid, £1,100 then is the 12, £1,100 then, £1,100 it's for nothing, you can't buy the cab for that, £1,100 bid, £1,100 is the 12, £1,100 then, where are all our men gone that want to do things, where are they? £1,100 bid, £1,100, barmy, £1,100 then, we'll submit it. It is provisional, we will submit it, we will get you an answer. £1,100 then for the first, second, third and last time, 1,100. Well, I don't know. And on to 779, pair of Hella spotlights and a Lucas LR10 spotlight. There we are then. There you go. They're nice lights, look. Lovely. There we are then. You tell me then where we're going to be with these then. We've got £20, we've got £30, 30, 40, £40 bid. At £40 then, at £40 bid. At 40, at £40 then who's got 50? At £40 then, £40 we have. At 40, who's got 50? Be sharp. At £40 then, £40 then, we'll submit it. At £40 then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time then at £40 provisionally. £40, top right, on to 780. Here we are, 1996 BMW 320i SE Auto. There we are then, 48,000 miles, thereabouts. There we go. Spare set of BMW tyres, it says here. Original umbrella and toolkit and a car cover. There you go, lovely. Up and coming. Future classic for you. There you are. 3,000, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 35, 36, 3,006 and 7, 37, 3,007, at £3,700 bid, at 3,007 and 8, 3,008, 9, 39, 3,009, 3,900, At 3,900, have another bid, we'll put it on sale. At £3,900 we have. At 3,009, is there 4? At £3,900 then, we'll sell it provisionally. At £3,900 then, for the first. Going to Saltburn for the second. Third and last time at 3,900. We'll make a phone call, but it'll come, I'm sure. On to 781, the Howard Bullfinch Rotavator and Garden Master Rotavator. There we are then. There you go. Bit of gardening. Spring's nearly here, look. There you go. I'm in your hands. Is there £40 to kick us off? There must be £40 for a couple of rotavators. Look, there's two. You could let the wife have the other one. £40 then. At £40 then. At 40, who's got 50? At £40 then. Durham. He's the same thinking as me. He could use one, and the missus will use the other one. See, Dave? At £40 bid. Hey, valid, thank you. Mother's Day soon. You could take it for her. At £40 bid. At £40 then. £40 then. £40 then. We're going to sell them provisionally then. At £40. £40 provisional. And on to 782, ladies and gents, 1957 Douglas Dragonfly. There we are then, been sat indoors for 2 years. A pleasure to ride, it says, would benefit from a light recommission to bring it back to good use. Classic Douglas. There you go, look, to the new owner, I wish you all the best and many happy hours of riding. There you go, that's lovely, there you go. I know the vendor, there you are, lovely. What a lovely, lovely bike. Isn't she just great? Douglas Dragonfly, look. I think, is that not the last model that Douglas produced? I think that's the last one they produced. There we are then. We've got 24, 2004, 25, 25, 26, 2006, 2,600. At £2,600 then. At 2006, 2,600. Who's got 27? £2,600 bid. At 2,600. 26, 2006, 27, 2007. 2,700 there. At 2007. 2007. Who's got 28? At £2,700 then. Is that it? At £2,700. Provisionally then for the first, second, third and last time at 2,800, 2,800, at 2,800, 2,800, what do you think? At 2,008, you want 2,900, at £2,800 then, doesn't look a lot of money, at £2,800 then, we'll submit it for the first, 2,800 for the second, third and last time at 2,800, only just. Add on to 783. There we go then. Oh, an electric bike. Oh, these are the future. There you go, look. Brilliant, aren't they? With all this here petrol issue at the moment, oil prices and all the rest of it, look. Oh, we'll all be commuting on these soon. Look at that. Come on, son. Come on, don't fall over that stand. Look, there you are, look. There we are, ladies and gentlemen, electric bike, look. Lovely, isn't she? Brilliant. There you go then. We've got 300, 325, 350, 375, £400 bid. At £400 then, at £400 bid. At £400 then, who wants 25? At £400. £400 we have at £400 and 25. 425 at 425. At 425, who wants 50? At 425. 425 then, we'll sell it provisionally at 425. 450. 450. 475. 475 at 475. Keep on, I bet that's quite heavy, isn't it? At 475. At 475. At 475. Another bid and we can sell it £500. There you go, we're on sale. At £500 bid. At 500 then. 500 we have. At £500 then, who wants 25? At £500 then. I see Sooty got the heavy end. At £500 bid. At 500 for the first, for the second, third and last time at 500. Sold at 500. Well done. And on to 784, ladies and gentlemen. MGB 1974, a GT, a V8. And a lovely car, says Mick. Lovely, lovely thing. There you go. You can't beat a V8 MGB GT, can you? Is there really 3 V8s in one auction? Is there really? I knew we had 2. I missed the third one. 3 MGB V8s in one auction. It's like buses, isn't it? There we go. Right then, ladies and gents, where are we going to be with this one then? We're going to be 13.5, he says. That's where we're going to be at 13.5. 13,500. MGB GT V8. Look at that. Lovely. At 13,500. At 13,500 pound we have. At 13,500. 13,500 and 750. 13,750. At 13,750. 13,750 at 13,750. Older restoration by Mr. Robinson, look. Same owner since 2008. Isn't that lovely? 2008. Long-term ownership, look. There you go, look. The alloy wheels were refurbed at a cost of £3,000. Oh my. There we are then, 13,750. Sorry, 14,000. Sorry, I was just doing my own work. At £14,000. At 14,000, 14,000 we have. At 14,250, 14,250. Now you're out. At 14,250, 14,250. Does he want 14,5? At 14,250, 14,5 he says. At 14,500 pound bid. 14,500 on the telephone. At 14,750, 14,750. You're out now. At 14,750, 14,750, 15,000, 15,000 pound he says, at 15,000, 15,000 pounds, at 15,000, what do we think? At 15,000 pounds we have, 15,000 pounds then, at 15,000, at 15,000 pound, what do we think, Henry? At 15,000 pounds. At 15,000 then, are you done? At 15,000, we're going to sell it provisionally then. At 15,000 pounds then for the first. 15,000 for the second. It is provisional, tell him. Third and last time then at 15,000 pounds. Provisionally, Andy's telephone. Thank you very much, gents. And we're moving on to 785, the Castrol Pump Wooden hand-painted sign. There we are. Mick's got it there for you. There you go, look. We've got 10, 20, 20 pound bid. At 20 pound then, 30 pound we have. At 30 pound then, at 30 pound. 30 pound there, at 30, who's got 40? At 30 pound then, at 30 pound we have. At 30 pound then, who's got 40? Be sharp. At 30 pound then, we're going to pull the lever. At 30 pounds. We'll try for you. And on to 786. There we are, 786, 1976 MGB Roadster. New clutch, new master cylinders, new slave cylinder, new disc, new calipers. Oh my lord, look at all this expenditure. Awful lot of expenditure here, look. And I think this is the car that drove into the auction. Pretty sure it did, It wants the wheels detailing, look. It wants a bit of acid round the wheels, look. There you go, stainless steel exhaust on the car, etc. Overdrive, look, lovely. There we are, there you go. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be at £4,000 to start off with. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000. At £4,000 we have. At £4,000. £4,000 then. At £4,000. Oh look, they're on their feet, they mean business. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000. At £4,000 we have. And on sale at £4,000. For one, says Dave. 4,100. 4,001. 2 with me. 4,2. 4,002. 3. 4,3. 4,3. 4,300. 4,300. 4,4 says Dave. 4,5 with me. 4,6. 4,6 says Ash. 4,6. 4,7 with me. 4,7. 4,8. 4,800, says Dave. 4,008. 4,800. 4,800 pound then. What's he think, Ash? 4,008. 4,900. 4,009. 4,900 pound then. Up 4,900 pound. 5,000, says Dave. 5,000 pounds. Up 5,001. 5,001. 5,100. 5,2. 5,3, please. 5,3. 5,003. 5,300 here with me. Up 5,003 and 4. 5,4. 5,004. 5,400 pound then. 5,004. Dave's bid. 5,4. 5,5. 5,5. 5,5. Ash on the phone. 5,5. 5,6. 5,006. 5,600 pound then. Thanks for letting me know. At 5,600 pound then. Dave, the bidder there on the telephone for the first. 5,600 for the second. Third and final time at 5,600. Dave, the bidder. Thank you very much. And we're moving on to 787 1971 MGB Roadster. There she is, look. Professionally resprayed, new inner and outer wings, it says here. There we go. Lovely, bright looking example. There you go. Superb. There we are. Where are we going to be with this one then? We got 3,500, 3,600 bid, 3,600. At 3,600 pound we have. At 3,600, 3,600. 7, 3,700, 3,700. 8, 3,800, 3,008. At 3,009, says Mark. 3,009, Mark on the telephone. 3,900, 4,000. 4,000 pound we have. And on sale, I might add. 4,100, 4,001, 4,100. 4,200, 4,200, 4,002. And 3, 4,300, 4,003. Mark the bidder. 4,400, 4,400. 4,004, 4,400, 4,400. What's he think, Mark? At 4,400 pound we have. 4,004, 4,500, 4,500, 4,500, 4,500. New Cornwall. 4,500. 4,500, 4,600. Is it me, he says. At 4,600, now it's you. At 4,600 pounds. At 4,600, who wants 4,700? At 4,600 pound, then we're going to pull the lever. 4,700, 4,700, 4,800, 4,800, 4,008. 9, 4,900, 4. Was that a bid, Jack? 4,900. 4,900 pound there. Andy on the telephone. 5,000 pounds now. At 5,000 pound on the internet. 5,100. 5,100 back on the telephone. 5,100. 5,100 pound then. At 5,100 pound then. What do we think? At 5,002. 5,200. 5,002. At 5,002 and 3. 5,300. 5,300. At 5,300 pound then. At 5,300 pound then. We're going to sell it. 5,400. 5,400. 5,004. 5,500. 5,500. 5,500 on the telephone at 5,500 pound. 5,500 then, are we done? At 5,500 pounds then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 5,500. Andy's phone, thank you. And on to, thank him for his bids. And on to 788, ladies and gents, which is a 2003 Mini 1. There she is, look. What we got here? In red, petrol, 5-speed, look. 1.6, there you go, look, lovely. Lovely little car. Ashron's one of these, wherever he is. Lovely, super. There we are then. We have £500 there. 500, 550, 550, at 550, at £550 then, at 550, 550, who's got 6? At £550 then, at 550, cheap little runabout for you, at £550. At 550 then is the 6, be sharp. At £550 then, provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at 550. Cheap little car if it comes. And on to 789, ladies and gents, which is the Lambretta Dealer Reproduction Enamel Sign. Little one, there you go. There you go, nice little wall filler for you. There we are. Excuse me, we have 40, 50, 50, 60, £60 bid. At 60, at £60 then who wants 70? At £60 then, at £60 we have. At £60 then, at 60, do you want 70, be sharp? At £60 here with me, at 60, at £60. £60 then we'll submit it. At £60 then for the first, second, third and last time then at £60. £60, top right. And on to 790, Honda CB400F. There you go then. New mudguards, look, powder coated frame. There we are, look. Seats, forks, tubes, disc, caliper, full engine rebuild, 9,000 miles since. There you go. Lovely. What a lovely machine. Honda. Can't beat them, can you? There you go. So, 28 with you, Will. 29, 3,000, 31, 32, 33, 34. Here with me at 3,400. At 3,400 pound we have. At 3,004. 3,004. Who wants 3,500? At 3,400 pound bid. 3,500 he says. 3,005. At 3,005 and on sale I might add. At 3,500, 3,600, 3,600. 3,006 and 7, 3,700, 3,007 at 3,700 pound then at 3,007. Is there 8? There is 8. Labourn, afternoon, 3,900, 3,900, 3,009. Staffordshire at 3,900, 3,900, 4,000, 4,000, 4,000 pound we have. 4,000. Is there 100? 4,000 pound we have. At 4,000 pound then we're going to sell it. At 4,000 pounds then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time then at 4,000. 4,000. Thank you. And on to 791. 791, ladies and gents, is the ladies' Humber bicycle. There you go, look, lovely, isn't she lovely? There you go. We've got 40, 50, 60, £60 bid. At £60 then, at 60, at £60 bid. At 60, at 60, who's got 70? At 60, 70 he says. £70 then, at 70, our asking figure's a bit wonky there, Will, there you go. At £70 bid. At £70 then, who's got 80? At £70 then, at £70 then, we're going to sell it provisionally. At £70 then, looking round, 70, 80. £80 he says. At 80, £80, 90. £90 we have. At 90, £90 then is there 100. At £90 then for the first. £90 then for the second. Third and last time at £90. Sold at 90. And on to 792, which is a 2006 Range Rover Sport. There you go, look, lovely clean looking Range Rover for you. Rare colour, many factory options, large history file, etc. There you go, needs a new battery it says, as it's only holding charge for a few days. I was going to say it started all right for us for a few days, and it wants some front brake discs. She's got a pulsating brake pedal. Other than that, drives really well. Been up and down the estate there. Lovely, superb, good value. £2,000, 2,1, 2,2, 2,3, 2,4, 2,5, 2,5, 2,005. Don't do it, Mick. Just stay there at 2,500. Mick is like me. We love them, don't we? We love them. I know. 2,500. You'll take some beating to find something that drives any better at 2,500. I know. You stay sat on your hands. At 2,500 we have. £2,500 then at 2,005 is the 6. £2,500 then looks good value at £2,500 then we're going to sell it. It's on sale, ladies and gents, at £2,500 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. I thought you were going to get Mark to bid for you then. You were itching to put your hand up there. And we're moving on to 793, ladies and gentlemen. Ferrari Repro light up sign. There she is, look, lovely, lovely thing. There you go. You tell me then, Ferrari sign, we've got 150, 160, 170, 170, 170 bid, at 170, at 170 pound, at 170 who wants 180, 170 then, at 170, 170 we have, at 170, are we done? Is that it? At 170 pound then, looking round, we'll submit it for the first, for the second, third and last time at 170, top right, and on to 794, Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow. Mick's on his feet again. He's just saying, lovely old girl. There you go. And indeed, Mick has a soft spot for him. You're going to have one day, aren't you? You are. I know you are, and so am I. There you go. I've got to get a bit older yet, but I'll have one. I'll have one. There we are then, ladies and gents. 1972 Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow. There she is, look. Interior woodwork has been restored, look. Interior trim has been restored. Seat belts fitted to the rear. That'll keep the little ones in the back. New fuel pump and starter fitted within the last 500 miles, it says. New leads and distributor cap. Gearbox seals replaced, etc. New chrome, stainless steel bumpers, front and back. That's nice. Electric windows all operate as they should. Some original paperwork. There you go. 3 owners from new. Only 3 owners from new. There you go. What a lovely car. There we are then. We have 3637. We whiz away up. Will save my voice to 4546. 4,600. At 4,006. £4,600 we have. At 4,006. Who wants 7? £4,600 then. At 4,600, 4,007, 47, 48 with me, 4,008, here with me at 4849, back at you at 5,000, 5,000, Gary, 5,000 here with me, £5,000 bid, at £5,000, at £5,000 you're out, 5-1, not anymore, you're back in. At 5,100, and it's on sale, tell him, at 5,100, at £5,100 we have, at 5,001, are we done? Cheap car, at 5,152, says Cheshire, 5,002, 5253, 5353 on the telephone, 5,003, at 5,300, 5,003, at £5,300 then, at £5,300 then, the hammer's coming up, then we're going to sell it for the first, for the second, third and final time at 5,300. Gary. And on to 795, there we are then, which is a Rolex style Submariner wall clock. There you go then, there you go. 795, ladies and gents. We have 100, 110, 120, 130, 130, 140 here with me at 140, 140, 150, I see 150, 150, 150, 150, at £150 bid, at 150 and 60 and 70, 170, you're going to do a fiver there, at 170, you can have a fiver if it helps for our numbers, at 170, 175, 180, 180, 180, 180, up 180, 185, 185, 185, up 185 pound, up 185, 190, 190, 190 and 5, 195, 195, we needn't have worried. At 195, at 195, £200. 200 we have. At £200 then are we done? At £200 then the hammer's coming up. At £200, 25, 205, 210, 210, 215, 215, at 215, 220, 220, 225, 225, 225 we have. At 225. Oh really? Ah, 230, 230, at 230. Oh yes, I see, same numbers, there you go, yes. We had, just so you guys at home can understand why we do some of this, we had an absentee bid on here of a certain figure, and the way the ratio was falling, you were going to miss out. So we dropped into £5 so you didn't miss out. And now you're bidding live yourself, I can see, there you are. £235 we have, you're outbid now. At £235, at 235, at £235 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 235. Sold at 235, thank you very much. And we're moving on to 796, which is a 2000 Volkswagen Transporter 1000 TD short wheelbase. There you go. Drove into the auction. Is this the one with the throttle pedal? There you go. The throttle cable has detached from the pedal. Is it a knuckle joint or something, Josh?
It pushes through a little rubber.
It pushes through a little rubber. Pardon?
It's back on now. It just wants a clip on the end.
Ah, there you go. It needs a clip on it, ladies and gents. It arrived being followed by the RAC or the AA van, I can't remember which. So it did arrive under its own steam, but only just because it keeps falling off. So there you go. There you go. The VW pop top. There you go. Where are we going to be with that then? It's a 2000 to start us off. You can't buy much of a VW pop top for that sort of money, can you? Is there a couple of £1,000 there? £1,800 then. Go on then. £1,800. At £1,800 then. Diesel as well, you know, diesel at £1,800. At 18 and 19, 1900. At £1,900 we have. At 1900, who wants 2,000? At £1,900 then. At 1900. At 19, are we done? At £1,900 then we'll submit it. At 1900, £2,000 says Huddersfield. £2,000. At £2,000 then who wants 21? At £2,000 then we'll submit, we'll talk. At £2,000 for the first, for the second, 2-1, 2001. At 2,100, 2001. At £2,100 then 2-2, 2-2 and 3, 2-3, 2003 and 4, 2-4, 2,400. At £2,400 then, at 2,004, have another bid, we'll put it on sale. At £2,400 then we'll sell it provisionally for the first, for the second, third and last time then at 2,400, provisionally at 24. And on to 797, the Mercedes-Benz reproduction sign. There we are then, and on sale from the word go at £80. £80 bid, at £80 then, at £80 we have, at £80 then, £80 we have, at 80 who wants 90, at £80 then, on sale, at £80 bid, at £80 then is the 90, at £80 then is that it, are we done? At £80 then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time then at £80, sold at 80. And we move on to 797. Here we go. Sorry, 798. Sorry, 798. That was 797. 798, ladies and gentlemen. 2004 Audi V8 4.2 A6 all-road. There you go then. That's a lot of car. One of only 300 V8 all-roads allocated to the UK, it says here. Very rare car, that. There we are. Four-wheel drive, of course. V8. Oh, what's not to like? There we go then. And we have 3536, 3,600. At £3,600 bid. At 3,600. Looks a lot of car. At £3,600 we have. At 3,006, 3,600. At 3,006. 36 is the 37. At 3,600 we'll submit it. At £3,600 then is the 37 Be Sharp. At £3,600 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time at 3,600. 36, top right. And on to 799, Mr. and Mrs. Drip on a scooter. There we are. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Isn't that great? There we go. Look, a reproduction sign for you. There we are then. We have 60, 70, £80 bid. At £80 then, who wants 90? At £80 then, at £80 bid. At £80 then is the 90. At £80 then, who wants 90? At £80 then, we're going to submit it. At £80 then, looking round for the first. £80 then for the second, third and last time then at £80. Top right. And lot number 800, which is a 2000 BMW Z3. There we are then. Lot of car. Drove in by the vendors. Lovely car. They then came back down with the boot rack and something else, a couple of bits there. Boot rack and a hood cover, I think it was, something like that. But anyway, there you go. Topaz blue look. There you go. Lovely car. 25,000 miles it says there. Look, there we are. Manual. There you go. It's one to keep, isn't it? It's a lovely, lovely thing. There we are. So, interest will with me. Lots of it. 7,000, 7,250, 7,500, 7,750. I shortcut that a little bit, you probably worked that out. At 7,750 bid. At 7,750. 7,750. At 7,750. 7,750. 25,000 miles on this car, ladies and gents. At 7,750. 7,750. Are we done? At 7,750. 7,750. I'll take 100 if it helps you. At 7,750 bid. At 7,750. There's 7,850 if you want it. At 7,750. 7,750 then. At 7,750 for the first, for the second, third and last time then at 7,750. 7,750. Are you jumping on? Yeah. There you go. Dave's going to jump on, ladies and gents, and do one or two. You better read some of them out as well, look. There you go. Thank you very much.
Charles, there we are.
Cheers, Rock.
Thank you.
I haven't read any of them out.
Righto, we'll go through a few. Yeah. I know. Right then, thanks ever so much. Right, we'll start with a few provisionals that Charlie and the team have been converting in the office then. We'll do this sheet, it's quite a few, so bear with me. As I always say, we convert over 95% of all provisional bids. So, in no particular order, we've got 626 the Audi TT, sold 688 the Aston Martin DB7, sold 720 the Wolseley 1500, sold 735 the Shell Sign, sold 690 the Yamaha RD250, sold 714 the Vauxhall Corsa, sold 734 the BSA Bantam, sold 754 the Charles Quad, sold 772 the Citroen 2 CV, sold 718 the VW Transporter, sold 780 the BMW 320, sold 781 the Rotavator, sold 669 still Repro sign, I think that is, sold 697 the exhaust system sign, sold. There you go, all them have been sold. I told her this morning when I started at 10 o'clock there'd be a number of them a number of those throughout the day that the team have converted. And just update my screen, 801 is the Mr. Drip SO enamel sign there. There we go, where we're going to be on that, £100, £110, £120, £130, at 130, 140 and sold at 140. £140 then and we're going to sell at 140 then. She's on sale, it's going to go £140 then. Are we all done at 140? Hammer's coming down at £140. 150. 150 there at 150. 150, 160 at £160. At 160 then, at 160, at 160 going once, twice, third and last time, fair warning. 170, 180, at £180, at 180, £180 we have at 180, £180, 180, sold at 180 then, fair warning then, Hammer's going to drop at £180. Sold. 802 is the BMW, the 750 Li. There we are, look at that hell of a car. We've got some bids here, Will. We've got 3, 32, 34, 36, 38, £4,000 at £4,000 bid. At £4,000 we've got £4,000. At £4,000 then, at £4,000 are you all done at 4? at 4,000. At £4,000 then. £4,000. Are you all finished at £4,000 for the big BMW? 750 at £4,000. At 4,000. £4,000. I'll have to just go 50, Will, just for my figures. At 4,050 I've got. At 4,050. At £4,050. 4,050, you sure? At 4,050. £4,050. £4,050 then at 4,050. 4,050, you sure? At £4,050. At 4,050 then, are we all done? At £4,050. Sold. 803, the Beverell, the Motor Oil Enamel sign. Oh, there we go. Bonjour, Michael. There we are. Where are we going to be on that then? We've got £50 bid there, thank you. 50, £60 bid at £60. At £60 then, at £60 then, we've got at 60. At £60 then, at £60 then, at £60 bid. At £60 then, are we all done at £60, be sure? I'm going to pull the lever at £60. 804, the 1998 MGF 18 VVC. There we are. Look at this, this is cheap enough, isn't it? Look at this, little cheap MG. Where are we then? We have got £500 there at 500. 500 we've got, 550, £600. At 600 then, at £600 for the little MGF. At 600, cheap is that, isn't it? 600. At £600 then, at £600 then at 600. At £600 and 650. £650 at 650. 650 then, at 650, that's very provisional at £650. Very provisional on that one. Just put a little note to say that I'll ring if need be. 805, the Power Diesel Agency sign. Oh, there we are, wall filling sign. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. 25, 35, £40 bid. At £40 we've got. At £40 then, at £40 then, at £40 we've got. Excuse me, at £40. At £40 then, at £40 then. Hammer's coming down at £40 then. Are we all done and dusted at £40? Are you sure? £40. 806 is the Ford Transit Connect. Another little Transit Connect. We had one yet. This is a fancy one. Yeah, this is a fancy one. It's the 2.5 ST engine Transit Connect. There we are. I was talking, we have a mutual friend, the owner of this van and myself, and we were speaking only through WhatsApp the other day, and he said, I've driven that van, it's bang on that. So there we are. And we've got some bids here. We have got, where are we? We've got 4, 4.2, 4.6, 4.8, £5,000 bid. At £5,000 we've got. At £5,000. At £5,000 then, very special little van. At £5,000. At £5,000 we have 51. At 5,001, 5.1. £5,100 at 5.1 we have. 5,001, 5.2. 5,002, 5.2. 5.3, 5,003, a well-known van at 5,003, 5,300, £5,300 at 5,003, 5,004, 5,004, 5,400, 5,004. One more bid and I can put it on sale. 5.4, it's provisional. One more bid, lads, and I'll put it on sale. It will go to a new home. At the moment, it's provisional. 5.4, as promised. 5.5, it is sold at 5,005. It's going to be sold at 5,500. There you go, Josh. At 5,500. It's off. It's going. When the hammer goes down, when it's going to go, get ready. At £5,500, then off she goes to a new home at 55. Sold. 807, the VW Beetle, bright car in red, very sensibly reserved as well. Where are we then? We've got 3, 32, 34, 36, 38, 4, 4.2, £4,200 we've got. 4.4 there, Will, at 4,004. 4.6 I've got. £4,600. At £4,600 there. 4,006, thank you, Josh, at 4,600. 4,008, 4.9. 5,000, 5.1 please, Will, 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 5.3 I've got, 5.3, 5,003, £5,300,
Yes.
5.4, 5.5 I've got, 5.5, 5,005, 5,600 at £5,600. 5,700. 5,700. 5,700 pound at 5,700. At £5,700 and 5,800. 5,008. 5,008. 5,900. 5,900. 5,900. £5,900 at 5,900. Alan just beat you in, £6,000. £6,000 with Alan. 6,100. 6,100 we've got, £6,100. 62, Alan. 6,200 at 6,200. Alan's bid at 6,200. At 6,200 then, I'm going to pull the lever, it's Alan, 63. Just beat you in, did Ashley there, Will? 6,003. £6,300 we have at 63. 64, Alan. 64. 6,005. 65. 65. 65. 66. 6,006. 6,600. 67. 67. 6,700. 68. 6,008. 6,800. £6,800. 6,900. 6,900. 6,900. £7,000 says Alan at 7,000. £7,000. That's Alan's bid at 7,001. Back with Ashley at 71. 71. 72, Alan. 72, Alan. 7,002. 73, Ashley. 73. 7,300. 74. 74. 75. 75. 76. 76. What do you reckon, Ash? 76. 77. 77. 78. 78. 78 we've got. Pressure's on Ashley, 7,800. 7,900. He loves a bit of pressure, you can tell that. 7,900. £8,000 says Alan, £8,000. £8,000. £8,000. £8,000. Where do you gonna go? What do you think? 8,100. 8,100. 8,001. 8,200. £8,200. Alan, I think. At £8,200 at 8,000. At £8,200, it's Alan's bidder. You're all done, are you sure? I'm going to pull the lever, the hammer's coming down at 82. Sold. Ash is the underbidder there, Josh. 808 is the Sunbeam Alpine, a very sensibly priced Sunbeam Alpine, may I add. We've got £3,000, 31, 32, 33, 34, at 3,004, 34, cheap little car, at 34, 35, at 3,005, 35, at 3,500 then, at 3,500 are we all done? At 3,005, 36, 37 says Mark, 37, 3,007 says young Mark at 37, £3,700, 38, 3,008, £3,800, 39, 39, 3,009 at £3,900, 39, £4,000 on sale at 4, cheap little car, £4,000, £4,000, it's going to go at £4,000, 4,005. £4,500 says Mark at 4,500. That's sorted you out, isn't it? £4,500, and I'm going to pull the 4,600. 4,600 with David. 4,600 is with David. 4,600. 4,600. 4,700. 4,700. 4,800. £4,800 at 4,800. 4,008. David's bid at £4,800 then, and we're going to sell at £4,800. It's David's bid there. Hammer's coming down, be warned, it's going to go. 4,008. 809 is the English Tourist Board and Amel sign. There we are then. There we go, where we're going to be then. We are going to be £10, 20, 30, 40, £50 then, at 50, £60 we've got. At 60 then, at £60 then, at 60. At 60 then, are we all done at £60 then? At £60 then, £70 we've got. At £70 then, at £70 it's going to go at £70. Hammers coming down if you're all done at £70. 810 is the VW Marathon Beetle. And this is another night we had some lovely Beetles in this time. There we are, another cracking Beetle there for you. There you are then. There she is in all her glory. Nice little car. Is it in here, lads? Is it not in here? No? Oh, was it a late arrival, that one? Oh, I see. Right, anyway, there you are. It's here now. There we go. Where are we going to be? We've got £4,000 then. At £4,000 then at 4. £4,000. That's a cheap little Beetle. At 4,000. At £4,000 then at 4. At £4,000. £4,000 then at £4,000. Cheap little Beetle. For that, 4-1. £4,100 at 4-1. £4,100. At 4,001. Where's all the Beetle buyers that just missed out on the red one? 4,100 then at 4,001. £4,100 then at 41, 42, at 4,002, 4,200, £4,200. That doesn't look out the way. At 4,002, £4,200. Very provisional at the moment at 4,2, 4,3, 4,003, 4,300. At £4,300 then, at 4,003 I'm going to pull the lever, 4-4, Bridlington, good afternoon, 4-4, 4,004, 4,400, at 44, 45, we're getting there slowly, at 4,005, 4,500, at £4,500 then it's off, it's back at Bridlington at 4,6, 4,006, £4,600. 4-6. Are we done? At 4,600 then we'll submit it. At £4,600, 4-7. 4-7. 4,007. 4,700. 4-8. 4,008. £4,800. One more bid and I dare put it on sale. At the moment it's provisional to Bridlington at £4,800 then. Is that where we are? 4,008 then. I'm going to knock it down to Bridlington, provisional 4,9. It's on sale to Crewe in Cheshire now. It's going to go. One way or another it's going. 4,009 it's going to go. At £4,900 then it's going to go. At £4,900 it's on sale. It's going as promised. Off to £5,000. £5,000. £5,000, Bridlington, £5,000 on sale, going to be sold. £5,000 then at £5,000. £5,000 for the first, for the second, for the third and last time. Be warned when the hammer goes down, we'll get ready. So, 811 is a little line-up of badges there. Look, £5 a piece, £15. That's cheap enough, isn't it? £15 then, at £15 bid, £15, £20, at £20 then, cheap as chips then, £20 then, at £20 then, at 20, at £20 then, at 20, at £20 then, are we all done at £20? Cheap little throw badges at £20 then, £20, 812 is the Austin 7 Ruby. Here we are, the little Ruby. Again, cheap and cheerful little Ruby. We have got 3,005, 36, 37, 3,007, 38, 3,008, 9, 3,009, at 3,900, at £3,900, at 3,009, 3,009, that's a cheap little car, £3,900, at 3,009, are you all done at 39? At 3,900 then, at 3,900 it needs a bit more, at 3,009 not quite enough. 813, the John Player Special reproduction sign. Michael, you got it there? Good lad. John Player Special sign. There we go. Who's going to start me at 50? Will, bring it down to £50. Who's going to start me at 50? Thank you very much, Lancashire. £50 we've got. At £50 then. At £50 we have £50 bid. At 50. At £50. £50 we've got £50. At £50 then we'll put you down at provisional then at £50. Hammer's going to fall. 814, the 2005 Bentley Continental GT Coupe. Here we are, look at that. There you go then, 2005 in black. Looks a lot of car. £6,000, it's a start. £6,000, thank you. 61, 2, 3, 4, 5, 66, not surprised, 7, 68, 69, £7,000 at 7, at £7,000, at 7,000, the cheapest one in the world, look at that, at £7,000, 7,1, 7,100, at £7,100 we've got, at £7,100 then, cheap as chips, isn't it, £7,100, at £7,100 then, that's cheap, isn't it, at 7,1, 7,1, £7,100, how cheap is that, 7,100, £7,100, is that where we are at 7,1? I'm amazed, £7,100. Is that it, Will? 7,100? £7,100, that can't be dear, can it? 7,100 at £7,100. That's very, very, very provisional. 7,002 at 7,200. £7,200. 7,200 then. 7,3. 7,3. Must be the record for the cheapest one we've done so far. 7,003. Surprised you're not having a go at that, Will. It's got your name on that. 7,003. 7,003. That's very provisional at 7,300. At £7,300 then. Hammer's going to come down on a very provisional basis. 3,4. Did I say 3,4? 7,4. 7,004. If it's 3,4, I'd be buying it. 7,004. Go rallying in it. 7,004. 7,5. 7,005. They did on Top Gear once, didn't they? They took one round the rally circuit. 7,500. At 7,500. Very, very provisional on the Bentley at 7,005. Must be the cheapest in the country. At £7,500. Then Hammer's coming down. Be warned. Get ready, Will, at 75. It's provisional. Provisional at 75. 815 is the Honda petrol welder generator. I don't quite know what it is, but it's a bit of all sorts there. There you go then. £80 it is anyway, and it's sold. £80 then, £80 then, it's going to be sold at 80. £80 then, 80, £90 says Alan at £90. £90 then, are we all done at 90? I'm going to sell. At £90 then, £100 says young Mark at 100. At £100 says Mark at £100. At £100 says Mark at 100. £100 then, at £100 then, at £110 at 110. 110, 110, at £110, at 110. Thank you, Mark, at 110. Your bid, Alan, at £110. It's going to be sold at £110. Are we all done at 110? We are. And the Honda, here we are then, the little Honda TLR 200. There we are, lovely little bike. I believe the vendor came down on this one. I think it was this one, and we did a little video with it starting up. Sure enough, a couple of kicks, and I think it was away. There you go then. Where are we going to be? You tell me. I'm not taking any notice of that bit. Look at this lunatic here. He wants me banning, does this loony? Oh, bloody lunatic. Where are we going to be? You tell me then. We've got 1,000, 11, 12, 13, 14, £1,500, 15. At £1,500, cheap little bike. 15, 16. At 1,600 then, at 16. At 1,600 then, 16. At 1,600 then, at £1,600 we've got at 16. At 1,600. 1,600 then, at £1,600, cheap little bike at 1,600. At £1,600. £1,600, what a lovely comfortable little bike then at 1,600. At 1,600, are we all done then at 1,600? £1,600, at 1,600, he's looking for more, I don't blame him. 817 is the Ferrari metal painted sign, Michael. Oh, there you are, Michael's got it there. There you go. We have got, what we got on this, Michael? We have got 50, £60 bid. At £60 we've got. At 60 then. At £60 then. At 60. At £60 then. Cheap enough at £60. At £60 then. At £60 are we all done at 60. At £60 then. £60 then for the Ferrari sign at £60. 818 is the 1960 scooter car. Which is, oh, there she is. Thing of beauty and a joy forever. There you are then. Where are we going to be on that? Who wants to start me? Who wants to start me at 10? Will? Get her down to £10,000 with a matching trailer, may I add. There's a trailer floating about there somewhere for her, I think. Pretty sure there is. Who wants to start me at 10,000? Just there, I think. 10,000. Anyone want to start me at 10? I can't start much lower. I'll go to 9.5, Will, but I can't go any lower than that. I don't think for a moment the owner will accept anything less than that. Absolutely not. 9.5, and you never know. You might just fall lucky. If not, You'll have to have a word with the girls upstairs and see if you can put a deal together on the little scooter car. 819, incidentally, is a pair of Lucas P700 headlamps, Michael, and a Messerschmitt workshop manual. Yeah, a bit of all sorts there. Where are we on that? 40, 50 pound bid. At 50 pound then, at 50. At 50 pound then, at 50 pound bid, at 50. At 50 pound then, at 50 pound. At 50 pound then, at 50 pound. Are we all done at 50 pound? 820 is the Ford Focus Z-Tech. Here we are, the little Focus Z-Tech. Let my screen update. There we are, 88,000 miles, clean little car, little two-door one as well. Look at that. We've got some bids there, Will. We've got 18, 19, 2000, 21, 22. At 2002 we've got. At 2,200 pound then. At 2002. At 2,200 pound. 2,200 pound for the little Focus at 22. I'll take a 50 if it helps. If not, I'm going to sell at 2,200 then. At 2,200 pound then. The hammer's coming down at 2,200. I'm going to sell it at 2,200. Sold. 821, the Jaguar and Rolls-Royce mascots walking sticks. There we are then. They're nice, aren't they? 80 pound and sold and done. 80 pound then. 80 pound then for the two sticks at 80 pound. 80 pound then, at 80 pound then, they're on sale, they're going to go, at 80 pound then, off they go then, at 80 pound then, fair warning, they're going. 821, I think you've got it there, any Ash? 821, oh no, yeah, 821, sorry mate, 822, sorry, yeah. 822, the Yamaha XS250 SE. There you are, lovely, comfortable old bike, look at her. There she is, 20,000 miles on the speedometer there. V5 we've got. Yeah, what a comfortable old bike. Yeah, where we're going to be. Who's going to start me at £1,000? £1,000? Thank you very much. £1,000. £1,000 then, £1,100 then, and 12. And 1,200. At £1,200 then, 12, 13. At 1,300 then. What a lovely old bike. £1,300. She'll be a lovely old comfy bike, won't she? At 1,300. At 1,300 then. At £1,300. At £1,300 then. At £1,300 then. At 13. At £1,300. Are we all done at 1,300? 823 is the RAC AA badges. Michael, have you got those there? AA, it's supposed to, I think it's supposed to say RAC, RREC. I think who they are. And AA badges. There we are. Three badges then. Who's going to start me then? £60 on the way, thank you, at 60. At 60, 70, £80 and sold. £80 and sold and gone at £80. £80 then. At £80 we're going to sell them at 80. At £80 they're going to be sold. At £80 then off they go. At £80 then hammer's coming down at £80. 824. Oh, this is a nice machine. Nice bit of information there about it as well. The XT500, quite a collectible bike. We've got 3,000, 3,1, 3,2, 3,3, 3,4. Thank you, Will. 3,400. At £3,400 bid. At £3,400 for the XT500. 35. At 35. At 3,005. 3,500. At 3,5. 3,6. 3,7. 3,007. £3,700. 3,800. 3,008. We're nearly there. 3,800. 3,900. 3,009. £4,000 on sale. The big XT's on sale. It's going to go at 4,000. £4,000. 4,001. £4,100 at 41. It's on sale at 41. £4,100. It's on sale at 42. 4,002 at 4,003. 4,300. 4,4. 4,004. 4,400. Fair machine. 4,004. 45. 4,500. At 4,506. 46. 4,006. 4,006. Are we all done at 4,006 then? I'm going to drop the hammer. 4,7 says Dave. 4,007. 4,7. David's bid at £4,700 we've got. 4,7. 4,8. 4,8 I have. 4,9. 4,009. 4,009. David's bid on the phones at 4,9. £5,000 bid we've got. 5,000. £5,000 we have. 5,1. 5,1 on the phones at 5,1. 5,1 on the phones at 5,1. 5,001. David's bid then, I'm going to pull the lever, it's David, it's your bid, at 5,000, 5,2. 5,2 we have. 5,002. 5,200. 5,3 he says, £5,300 with David. At 5,300 then, at 53. £5,300 then, Hammer's coming to 54. 5,4. 5,4. 5,004 he says that's enough. At £5,400 it's going to go to Preston. Off she goes at 54. So, David's the underbidder, please. 825, Cheltenham Racecourse Metal Repro sign there. There she is, nice little clean sign. We have got 60, £70 bid at 70 then. At £70 then at 70. At £70 then, £80 there at Redcar at £80. £80 then, £90 and sold at 90. Going to sell it. It's going at £90 and it's on sale at £100. At £100 then, at £100 then it's going to go at £100. It's off to Redcar at £100. 110, Barnsley, 110, 110, 120, 120, at 120, 130, 130, £130 at 130, 130 then I'm going to pull the lever at 140, 140, 140, £140. Are we all done? Redcar, are we all done? At £140 then off it goes then, be warned, when the hammer goes down it's gone at 140, it's gone, 826 is the Harley Davidson, here we are, nice big machine there. Again, where are we going to be on that? We've got £3,000 start there, £3,000, at 3,000, £3,000, that's a cheap Harley, at 3,000, 31, £3,100 then at £3,100 at 3,1. 3,001, 32, 3,002, at 3,200 then 33, 3,003, £3,300, at 33, 34, 34, 3,004, 35, 35, 3,005, 3,006, 36. It's a cheap Harley, isn't it? 37, 37, £3,700, 38, 39, 39, £4,000. I think it had to start with a 4, didn't it? It really did. 4-1 to stand a chance. 4,001, 4,001, 4-2, 4-2, 4-3, 4-4. 4-5, 4,005, 4-6, 4,006, 4-6, are we all done at 4-7, 4-7, 4-8, 4-8, what do you reckon guys, 4,008, 4,008. At £4,800 then I'm going to pull the lever, 4,9. 4,9. £4,900. £5,000 bid. You come this far, Grimsby, you might as well, mightn't you? £5,000. At £5,000 then I'm going to pull the lever now. It's going to go at 5,000 for the Harley. Be warned, when the hammer goes down, it's going to go. Get ready, Will. Sold. 827 is a Mercedes SLK 200. No reserve on this little car. No reserve. We have got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 and then 15 there, Will. At £1,500, thank you. At £1,500 then. At £1,500 it's going to be sold at 15. At 1,500 then. At £1,500 the Mercedes is going. Cheap car. £1,600 we've got. 1,600 cheap little car. 1,600 then. £1,600 it's on sale. It's going to go at £1,600 then. Hammer's coming down at 16. Be warned. Sold. 828 is a little Ford Fiesta. Fancy little car. There it is. Where are we going to be with that? You tell me. Where are we? Who wants to start me at £4,000, Will? Exactly that, Will. Anyone want to jump in at 4,000? I can make a start at 4. I can't start any lower. Anyone want to come in at £4,000? If not, you'll have to have a word with the girls upstairs in the office. 829 is 3 framed rally cycle signs. There we are. Michael's got them. Are they worth a tenner a piece? £30, are they? Who wants to start me at £30? There must be a tenner each, surely. Who's going to start me at £30? £30 anywhere? £30 anywhere? There's no point in starting much lower than that. £30, they'll go in the timed auction. They'll sell for that. And they will. 830, the 2007 Audi TT. Here we are. No reserve on the Audi TT. Here we are. No reserve on this. Here we go. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. Who's going to start me? No reserve on the Audi. MOT'd until November. MOT'd until November. There we are. No reserve on this car. 6-speed petrol Audi TT. Where are we going to be? £500 on the way, then we'll start at £500, then at 5. £500, then at £500. At £500, I'm going to sell it at £500 for the Audi TT. At £500. At £500, £600, we've got £600 bid at 6. £600. £600. Audi TT at £600, £700 we've got at 700. At £700 then, at £700 we've got 700. At £700 then, at £700 are we all done at 7? At £700 then, Hammer's coming down at 7, £800. £800 then, 800. £800 bid, 800. £800 we've got, £800 bid. £800 bid, 800 for nothing. £800 for the Audi TT. 800. £800. £800 for the Audi TT. Don't look at such a bad card. Ash, £800. £800 then for the Audi TT there. Can't be dear, surely. 800 we've got. I'll take a 50 if it helps. £800 for the Audi TT. I'm just flicking through the photographs as we speak. I know she's not pristine, is she? But £800. £800 then, well, we're going to pull the lever then at £800. I can't believe it. It's the cheapest TT I've ever seen. At £800 then, Hammer's coming down at £800. 831, the Lambretta plastic light up sign, Michael, or two. Two signs here. 2 for the price of 1. There we are then. 2 for the price of 1. Where are we going to be on these? You tell me. 50, 60, £70 bid. At 70 then. At 70 then. At 70. At 70 then. Are we all done at 70? That's cheap enough for a couple of signs. £80 we've got. £80 then. £80 then. £80 then. £80 are we all done at £80? Hammer's coming down. I'm going to sell at £80. Sold. 832, the VW Beetle. Another nice Beetle. Here we are. We've got some nice Beetles this time, haven't we? You wait, next time we won't have any. And we have got loads of bids here, Will. We have got 3,250, 3,005, 3,750, £4,000, 4,250, 4,5, 4,750, £5,000, 5,250, 5,250, 5,500, please, Will, at 5,500. I'll take £100 next. £5,500 we've got. 5,600, 5,700. 5,700 has gone. £5,700 has gone. 5,700, 5,800, 5,900, 5,900, 5,009, 5,900, 6,100 I've got. 6,100, 6,001, 6,002, 6,200. Will, can I just grab a 50 there, please? 6,250. At 6,250. 6,250, bid with me. 63 with Josh. At 6,300. Bid is with Josh at 6,300. At £6,300, you're only just in, Josh. At £6,300, I'm going to sell. At £6,300, it's on sale. Josh's telephone bid at £6,300 then. Hammer's coming down, 6,350, York. 6,350, York. 64, he says, 6,004. At 6,400. At £6,400 then. Back with Josh on the phone at 64. Be warned, get ready with that button, Will, it's going to go. Fair warning, you've had a while now. 64. Josh, 64. 833, the Ford Fiesta Freestyle. Bids on the screen and bids there, Will. We have got 8, 9, £1,000 bid there. Can I have 1,050, please, Will? 1,050, no reserve, 1,050, it's going to go. 11, 1,150, £1,200 on my sheet, please, £1,200. At £1,200 on my sheet here at 1,200. At £1,200, £1,200 then. £1,200 on my sheet, bidder number 500025 at £1,200 then. If no one's got an extra 50, it's going to go at £1,200 then. Hammer's coming down. Be warned at £1,200. Are you sure? Sold. 834 is the Mazda B2500 four-wheel drive crew cab pickup. Here we go. This is the one. We have got £5,000, 5,250, 5,550, 750, £6,000 bid at £6,000. £6,000 we've got. £6,000 bid. £6,000. 6,250. Alan's just come in at 6,250. 6,250. Oh, it's 6,1, Alan. 6,1. Apologies. Will, who's changed the increment without me knowing. 6,001. 6,2. 6,3. 6,003. 6,4. 6,4. 6,4. 6,5. 6,005. 66. 66 we've got. 6,006. 6,7. 6,7. 6,7 is Will Allen. 6,8 is on the internet. Internet bid, Josh. 6,008. 6,9. Alan's back in. 6,9. 6,9 we've got. 7 says Josh. £7,000 says Josh. £7,000. £7,000. 71. Alan. 71. 7-1. 7-2. 7-2. 7-3. 7-3. 7-3 we've got. 7-3. 7-4. 7-5. 7-5 we have. 7-5. 7-5. 7-6. What do you reckon, Al? 7-7. 7,007. 7-7 is with me here. 7-8 is on the internet. 7-8. 7-9. Alan there on the telephone at 7,009. 7-9. At 7,009. I'm going to pull the lever then. 7,900. £8,000. £8,000. 8-1. 8,001. 8,001. Back with Alan's phone bidder. 8-2. Back in Southend. 8-2. 8-3. 8-3 he says. 8-3. 8-4. 8-5. 8,005. 8-5 we've got. 8-5. 8-6. 8-7. 8,007. Step in at any time, Mullen. 8,008. 8,008. £8,800. 8-9. 8,009. 8,009. £9,000. £9,000. 9-1. 9-1 we've got. 9-1. 9,001. 9-2. 9-2. 9-3 says Alan. 9-3. 9-3. We are at 9-3. 9-4. Who's in Southend?
David.
David?
Yeah.
Oh, good name anyway. 9-5. 9-5 with Alan. 9-5. 9-5. Alan's bid. Dave, you're out. 9-5. You're back in again. 9-6. What's he say, Al? What's his missus say? 9,006. David's bid then. Are we all done? At 9,600. That's not you. That's David in Southend at 9,600. Are we all done before I pull the lever? 9-7. 9-7. 9.7 we've got. 9.8. Straight back at you. 9.8. 9.9. 9.9. £10,000 says Dave. £10,000. 10.1. 10.1. 10.1 we've got. Alan, your bid at 10.1. Are we there then? £10,100 then. I'm going to pull the lever now at £10,100. Alan, you're there at £10,100. Be warned, get ready with that button wheel. At £10,100 then. Thank you for your bids at 10.1. 10.1 to Alan, thank you for your bids. Lot number 835, a box of bits and pieces and cables, you name it. Here we are. 10, 20, 30, 40, £50 we've got. At £50 bid, at £50 then, at 50. At £50 then, £50 then, are we all done and dusted at 50? At £50 then, at £50 then. Hammer's coming down at £50. Are you done? Are you sure? £50. 836 Suzuki GSXR. Oh. GSXR, look at that. GSXR Suzuki, where are we? Let me just refresh my screen. We've got some interest in this one. We have got 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, £3,000. We've got 31, 32, 3,002, 33, £3,300, 34. At £3,400, I'm going to sell it. At 3,400. At £3,400, it's on sale at 3,005 and 6, 3,006, at 3,600, £3,600, at 3,600, £3,600 on sale, 37, 38, 3,008 with me, 3,008, 3,008, £3,800, 39. £4,000 bid with me. Bidder number 500061. £4,000 bid here on the books with me at £4,000. £4,000. £4,000 I've got here with me. 4-1. 4,001. Who's that, Will? Neil. 4,001. Neil, you're in. You're only just in. I'm sure you worked that out. At £4,100 then. Off she goes then at £4,100 then. At £4,100 we're going to let her go. At 4-1. Get ready. She's going at 41. Sold. Underbidders there, obviously, Josh. 837. 2 Foden lorries, Michael. There you are then. 2 Foden lorries. One with a tractor on, one with some barrels. There we are. We have got £80 bid straight away. £80 then. £80 then. Bid straight away. £80 then. Sold at 80. At £80 then. 2 them. 3 models really, isn't there? 3 models then really for £90 bid. At 90. At 90 then. At £90. Lovely little collection there at £90 then. Hammer's coming down at 90. We're going to let them go. They're off at £90. Sold. 838 is Little Triumph Mayflower, I believe. Yep, there she is. Look at that. Hit the button, Will.
Oh, it's frozen.
It's frozen. No, it's not. There we are. Look how cheap this is. £1,000 at £1,000, 1,000, 11, £1,200, 12, 13 at £1,300, 13, 14 at 1,400. How cheap is that? At 1,400, the cheapest little Mayflower in the world. At 1,400, at £1,400 then. At £1,400 then. At 1,400. That can't be there at 14. 14, £1,500 bid at 15. At £1,500. At £1,500 we've got a 15. At £1,500 then. £1,500 for the little Mayflower. At £1,500 Hammer's coming down at 15. 839 is the Jaguar Mascot. Again, we've got some interest straight away on that. We've got 90, 100, 110, 120. £120, 125, Will, please. At 125. £125 I've got. 125. 125, then are we all done at 125? At 125 then. At 125 I'm going to sell. At £125 then. At 125, are you sure? 130. £130. At £130 we've got. At 130 then. 130 then. It's going to be sold at 130. Hammer's coming down. Sold. Lot number 840, the TY. 175, the little TY. Excuse me. Look at that. She's a little love, isn't she? The little TY. There you are. Where are we on that? We've got £1,500 bid, 15, 16, 1,700 and sold. At £1,700 and sold at 17. £1,700. I'm going to sell it. At £1,700 it's going to go. At 1,700, 18, 1,800, 18, 18, 19. Sorry, Will, can I have 1850? I apologise. 1850, please. 1850. 1850, please. Just to keep my figures right on here. 1850, thank you. 1850 we've got. 19, 1900. Now we can go 2,000, Will. £2,000. I just had to slip that extra one in. At £2,000 we've got. 2,021 at Saltburn. 2,001. £2,100 we can sell now at 2,1. £2,100 then at 2,1. At £2,100 then Hammer's coming down. At £2,100, are you sure at 21? Sold. 841, a selection of signs. There we are, 3 different signs there. Where are we on that? You tell me. 30, 40, £50 then. At £50 then. At 50. £50 for the 3. £50 for the 3 then. At £50 for the 3. Are we all done at 50? At £50 then for all 3 signs at £50. 842 is the Ford Mondeo gear. Here we are, the Ford Mondeo gear. We have got 900, £1,000 bid. £1,000 we've got at £1,000. At £1,000 for the little Mondeo at 1,000. Cheap enough? At £1,000 then. At £1,000. £1,100 we've got. £1,100. £1,100 we have. 11. Cheap little Mondeo. 11. 12 says Dave. It's quite a clean little thing that. At £1,200 then. At 1,200. 1,300 we've got. 13. At £1,300. 13. Clean little car that. 1,300. 1,400. At 1,400. £1,400 we've got. David's bid at 14. £1,400. 14. 1,400 here. 1,400 only here because sadly the gentleman passed away. At 1,400. £1,400 we've got. At £1,400. It's your bid, Dave, I believe. At 1,400. Hammer's going to come down. It's going to be £1,500. 1,500. £1,500 we have at 15. 15. 16 says Dave. 16. 1,600. £1,600 says Dave at 16. £1,600. £1,600 then. Are we done? Giving you ample time then. I'm going to pull the lever. I'm going to sell it to Dave at £1,600. It's Dave's phone at £1,600. Dave, 843 is a selection of railway underground and light up signs. There we are, bit of all sorts there. Bit of a lucky dip, £90 and sold straight away. At £90 and sold at 90. At £90 we're going to sell. At £90 then, off they go then at £90. Good selection of signs there for 90 quid, look at that. At £90 then, at 90, £100 then at 100. At £100 we've got. At £100 then, £100 I'm going to pull the lever, they're going to be sold. At £100 off they go at £100 and it's 10, 110, 110, 110, 110 and £110. At 110 for the first, second, third and last time at 110. 844, same stable as the Mondeo, again only here because we lost him. The Dacia Duster Comfort, there we are. I believe they bought it new, but don't hold me to that. Clean little car, genuine reason for being here. Very genuine car, very sad reason for it being here. Very genuine car then. Where we're going to be, we've got £3,200. 32, 33, 3,003, worth a lot more than that. At 33, 34, 35 with Mark. 35 is with Mark. £3,500. 36 here. 36 we've got. 37. 3,700, £3,800 at 3,008, 3,008, 3,900 with Mark, 3,009 with Mark, 3,009 we've got, £3,900 bid, £4,000 internet bid at 4, £4,000, 41 with Mark, Mark's bid at 41, Mark's bid 41, 42, 42 we've got, 4,002, 4,3's gone Mark, 4,3 you just missed it, 4,3, 4,4's gone. 4,004, 4,005, 4,500, 4,5, 4,6, Mark's bid, 4,6, 4,600, 4,7, internet bid at 4,007, 4,007, internet bid Mark at 4,8, 4,008, 4,800, 4,8 with Mark, 4,9, 4,9, internet 4,9, 4,009, 5 with Mark, £5,000, £5,000 with Mark, 51, Ilford 51, Mexborough 52, 52, 52 we have. 53 Josh. 53 Josh. 54 Mark. 54. Mark at 54. Josh at 55. 55 we've got. Josh at 55. 55 is Josh's bid. 56 is Ilford. 56. 57 is Josh. £5,700 is Josh. £5,700, then it's Josh's telephone bid. 58 Mexborough. 58 Mexborough. 59 Josh. 59. £5,900. £5,900. £6,000 bid. £6,000 we've got. 61. 61. At £6,100. At 61. 62. 6,002 Mextra. 63 Josh. 63 Josh. 63 Josh's phone bid at 63. Are we all done then at 63? I'm going to pull the lever then. It's going to go to Josh's phone bidder at 6,003. 64. 65 straight away. 65. 6,005. Genuine car. Genuine reason the car is here. 6,500. 6,005. Hammer's coming down at £6,500. Be warned, it's going to go at 65. Josh, 65. 845 is the Cast and Parsons and Co. sign. Here we are. We've got £80 and sold straight away. £80 is going to be sold. £80 then. £80 it's going to be sold. £90 it's gone. At £90 it's gone. At £90 then. On sale and gone at 90. At £90 then. £90 then. It's going to go. At £90 it's going to be sold. At £90 are you sure it's going at 90? Be warned. Sold. 846, the Ford Fiesta S1600. A little bit different. We've got some bids here, Will. We've got 2, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 on that screen, 27 at 2007. £2,700. I'm going to sell it at 27. 2007, 28, 29, 2,900, £3,000 bid here with me. £3,000 here, Will. £3,000 bid with me at 3,000. At £3,000, £3,100 at 31. At 31, 3,001. £3,100, 31. £3,100. I'm going to sell it at £3,100. It's on sale at £3,100. Are we all done? At £3,100. The hammer's coming down at 31. 847 is the brass boiler water gauge. There we are. Sooty's got it there. There you go. Where are we then? £10, £20 then. At £20 bid. At £20 then. At £20 bid. Are we all done at 20? At £20 then. £30 bid. 30. At £30 then. At £30. At £30 then. At £30. £40. £40 we've got. At £40. At £40, £50 and sold at 50. At £50 then. At £50 bid. £50. I'm going to pull the lever. It's going to be sold at £50 if you're all done. Sold. 848 is the little Hyundai. Here we are, the little Hyundai. It's a fancy little bit of kit, isn't it? There we are then. Where are we going to be on that? Who's going to start me at £2,000? £2,000 anywhere. £2,000 then. Someone jumping at 2,000. That must be a £2,000 little car, surely. £2,000 anywhere. 2,000. Thank you. £2,100 at 2,001. At £2,100. At £2,100 bid. At 2,001. 2,001. 22. 2,200. At £2,200 we've got. 2,003. £2,300. £2,300 we have. 23. Very provisional at 24. 2,004. £2,400. At 2,005, £2,500. At 2,005, £2,500 we have at £2,500. At 25, at £2,500. 2,500. At £2,500 then. Are we all done? At 2,500 down, we'll put you down provisional at 25. And 849 is the Porsche light up sign. There we are, Porsche light up box sign. Michael said it's on display down there. Where are we then? We've got 100, 125, 150 we've got. £150 then. At £150 we have at 150. 150, 175, 200. £200 beer? Is that a £200 there, Josh? Hang on a minute. We'll get that sorted out. You can wind it back to 175 if you want, because I know it was at 175. I think you maybe just jumped in there, internet, when we were between increments. We don't want you paying more than you're hoping than you were hoping to. 175, that's it. I know whose that is, no worry. 175 then, at 175, £200. Now we're back all lined up, aren't we? At £200. At £200, is that a bid, Max? At £200. At £200 then, at 200. At £200 then, at £200 we've got. At £200 I'm going to sell it. At £200 it's on sale at 200. At £200 then it's on sale. At £200 then, are we all done? It's going to go at £200. Sold at 200. At £200. Jack, bring him up here. He can sell a couple. 850. It's the Austin Ely Sprite. The Austin Ely Sprite here we've got. The Austin Ely Sprite. I tell you what, before we just jump on the Sprite, Max is just going to tell you some confirmed sold. Hey, mate. How are you? How's my lovely big boy? This is my lovely big boy, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? Are you okay? You had a good day? Look, we've got some souls here. You're going to read them out and do the old banging? Are you? Right, okay then. Look, here we go. We have got, right, lot 674, the Ariel. I know, look down there. That's been sold. Lot number 440, the Lotus XL. That's been sold. Lot number 638, the Morris Minor. That has been, and the grass went free with that. 428, the Peel 50. Hang on, you've got some more to do. That's been sold. Lot number 626, the Rover 45. Sold. Lot number 607, the petrol pump. That's been sold. 721, the Spirit of Ecstasy. That's been sold. Lot number 643, the Honda sign. That's been sold. Lot number 711, the Alpha sign. That's also been, guess what? Sold. Lot number 729, the Royal Daylight lamp. That's been sold. And last one, 705, show a bit of enthusiasm, the Harley Davidson sign. That's been sold. There you go. All right, clap, clap. That's it. They've all been sold. So thank you very much. So thank you for your bids. And I'll see you in a minute. Good lad. Okay, mate. Good boy. Anyway, more importantly, 850. I know. So see you in a minute. Austin Ely Sprite. There we are. We have got, where we got? We've got 9, 1,000, £1,100 bid, £1,200 there at £1,200. At £1,200 we've got. At £1,200, at £1,200 then, at £1,200 then, sold at £1,200. Are we all done? I'm going to sell it at 1,200. At £1,200 then, I'm going to sell it at £1,200 then. Are we all done and dusted at £1,200 then? Hammer's coming down at £1,200. Sold. 851 is the mechanic hourly rate sign. Oh, these are funny, these, aren't they? We have got 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, £100 bid. At £100 we've got. At £100 bid. At 100. At £100 bid we've got at 100. At £100. I'm going to sell it £110. £110. £110, which is just above the standard hourly rate. Look at that. £110. At 110 then, we're going to sell it. At 110 then, Hammers come, oh, 120. £120. At 120. £120 then, at 120. At £120 then, Hammers coming down at £120. Sold. 852, the Datsun 260Z. Now this is a fair machine. There we are then, the Datsun. I'll let you have a look at that. I'll just turn this thing down. It's getting a bit warm around here now, isn't it? I like you down to your pants, George. Blimey. It's getting a bit warm around there. There we are then, look, the 260Z. Where are we going to be on that, you tell me? £8,000 there for a start. £8,000. £8,000 we've got. £8,000, 82, 84, 86, 8,006, 88, 8,800. At £8,800, 8,008. £8,800 we've got. 88. £8,800 at £8,800 then. At 8,800 then. 8,008. 8,008. That's not out the way, is it? 8,800. I'll take 100 if it helps. 8,008. £8,800. Then are we all done? I'll put it down provisional at 8,089. £9,000 says Dave. £9,000. £9,000 says David at 9,000. £9,000 we've got. 91. 9,001. 91. 92. 92 says Dave. It's getting a bit warm up here, Dave. 9,002. David's bid at 92. 9,200. At £9,200. 9,002. 92. David's bid. It is provisional, Dave, at 9,002. We'll try for you. At £9,200. Are you all done at 9,200? Dave, provisional, 9,002. The All Sun Motor sign there, Michael. Have you got it there? Nice little touch. There we are then. Where are we then? 40, £50 bid, 50, thank you. At £50 then, cheap enough at that. At £50 then, at £50 then, at £50 then, cheap enough at that at 50. At £50 then, at 50, are we all done? Are you sure? At £50 then, all done and dusted at £50. 854 is the VW Beetle. Now look at this is sensible, isn't it? We have got 1,000, we've got 11, we've got 12, we've got 13, we've got 14 and £1,500 there, please. If you can, Josh, at £1,500 bid, I'm going to sell it at 15. At £1,500 and 15 is going to go. At £1,500 then, at 16. At 1,600. At £1,600, that's a cheap little Beetle, but we've had some good Beetle buys this time. At £1,600 then, at 1,600 we've got. At £1,600 then, I'm going to let it go. At 1,700, it's on sale at 17. At £1,800 bid, 1,008. £1,800. At £1,800 then. 19. At 19. £1,900. 19. £2,000. £2,000 and sold at 2,000. It's going to be sold at £2,000. Then it's on sale. It's going to be sold. Hammer's coming down. It's going at £2,000. Be warned, it's going at 2,000. Sold. 855 is the lovely Ford sign there, Michael. There we go. We've got some interest here with this. Obviously, we always do. 100, 120, 140, 160, 180, £200 bid at 200. At £200 we've got. At £200 then at 200. 220, £220, 240 we've got. 240, 240, 260, 280 on my sheet here at 280. At 280, £300 bid. At £300 bid, it's on sale at 300. At 300 then and 20, 320. At 320, 340, 350 says Alan. 350 down there, Josh, 350 we've got now. Just let the internet catch up. We've got 350 with Alan down there. Hang on a minute, where are we, Josh? We're going up and down and all over. 350 with Alan. There we are, we're back on it. 350 is your bid out at £350. At 350 we've got 360 there, £360. At 360, 360, 370 back with Alan at 370. 370 back with Alan, 370, 380 in Hampshire, 380, 380 we have at £380, £380, 390, Alan, 390, 390, 390, £400, £400 bid, nice sign that, 410 says Alan, 410, 410, 420, 420 we've got, 430, 430, 430, 440, 440, 450, 450, 460, 460, 470, 470, 480, 480, 490, 490, £500 bid. We've got a £500 here, £500 out. Not you, Alan, you're out. 510, you're back in. 510, 510, 510. It's Alan's bid at 510. I'm going to pull the lever. Alan, it's you at £510. Be warned, it's going to go at 510. Alan at 510. You're going to do a few for us? Yeah, I'll go and see my little boy. Yeah, hang on a second then. We'll just get farther on just to do a few for you. Thank you.
Seen the motorbikes, he loves them.
Good man, well done.
Yep, David's just going over to see Max before he goes. I've had him in the motorbike shed and he loves the motorbikes. Lot number 856 we're doing, which is the Rover Mini, 2020 Rover Mini. In red there, as you can see. What a lovely little vehicle this is. Good value by the looks of this. Whereabouts are we going? £2,000 we got. £2,000 we're away and we started. £2,000. £2,000 who's got 2-1. £2,000 at Durham. Who's got 21? £2,000 away, 21, 2100, 21, 21, 2,100, 2,001. Durham, you coming back? 2,100. Are you sure you're done? 2,100. I can't do it, but I'll sell it provisionally. 2,2, 2,2. Back with Durham. 2,200. That don't look expensive, does it? 2,200. Little convertible Mini. 2,003. Oh, she'll love that, won't she? 2,300. Summer's coming, round the corner. 2,300. Who wants 4? 2,300. Shrewsbury, 2,003. Oh, excuse me. Are you all done then? 2,300. Selling it provisionally. 2,300. 2,400. Excuse me. 2,400. 2,400. Going County Durham again. 2,400. All done then. Going to sell it provisionally. 2,400. That it? Last time looking round then. 2,400. County Durham's the buyer. Provisionally sold. 2,400 for the first. 2,400 for the second. Third and last time. County Durham. 2,400. Provisional it'll come, I'm sure. 857 is 3 TV Roving Eye Dinky Toys. Oh, they're interesting, aren't they? What nice little things they are. There we are. Whereabouts then? Start me on that. What's it worth? £80 I've got. £80 away, £80. All three we're doing £80. £80 only, that it. And selling them £80. Maiden bid £80. Going then £80. Mr. Pentley, £80. All done then. You're going to be buying them £80. Here's the 90, be sharp. £80 away then. Going to be sold £80. £80. Bedford A-type chassis cab. With most of the other stuff for it in the drop side of the other Bedford there. The chassis and running gears has all been reconditioned a number of years ago. The cab is as solid as a rock, surface rust on it only. Amazing thing, tremendous project. Start me on it. Who's got 500 quid? 500, £500 here, 500, 600, 700, 800, 800. £800, £900. £900 A-type chassis cab. £900 only, 900. £900 should be selling the cab separately, really, I suppose. £900. Anyone looking for a virtually rust-free A-series A-type cab, can't go wrong, can you? £900. Is there 1,000 anywhere? Chassis and everything. £900 only. £900. All done then. £900. We'll talk. We'll try. £900. I think it'll do the timed auction, but we'll have a go. £900. On to 859, which is the camper bar, the VW camper bar. That's nice, that's interesting, lovely for your man cave. Where? 200, 250, 300, £300, 300. £300 only. Lovely little bar for your man cave, £300. £300, put your pumps on that and away you go. £300. £300, that is the 350. £300 only. Can't be expensive that surely. £300 away then and going, £300. All done then, £300. Last time looking round 300. And we're on to 860, which is the 1975 Morris Mini 1000 pickup. Little pickup, how about that? Wow, a little pickup. In green, as you can see there, super little thing, 1975 she is. Where then? 5750, 5756, 6250, 6250. Mini pickup, 6,250. 6,250 only is the 65, be sharp, 6,250. We all know that's not expensive, 6,250. Mini pickup, where do you find them? 6,250. All done then, 6,250. Where's 65? You can't buy mini pickups, we all know that, 65. £6,500. I'm selling it provisionally then, 6,500. All done then, 6,500. Drop it down to 100 quid bids, will you? 100 quid increments, please. Thank you. 6,500. There you are, giving you a chance. Who wants to bid another 100? 6,500, 66. Derbyshire, 6,600. Going then, 6,600. Frank, thank you for your bidding, gentlemen. 6,700. Back with County Durham, 6,700. Where are we, mate? I'll give you 6,700. So we'll put a deal together. We'll sell it somewhere down the line, but I can only do it provisional for a start off. 6,700. Gonna sell it provisionally for the first. Here's the 6,008. Be quick. 6,700 for the second. Third and last time selling provisionally, £6,700. County Durham fair warning. 6,700 provisional. Internet underbidder. 861 Gentleman's Antique Illuminated Cut Glass Hanging Sign. As you can see there, 200, that's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely superb bit of kit. £200, 210, 220, 230, 230, 240, 240, 240, 50, 60, with you all the way, 260, 260, 260, 70, 270, 80, 280, 290. Beautiful. £290. £290. Going away then, £290. 290, are you sure you're all done? Fill it up. 200, 300, 300, 310, £310. I've got 310. On sale and selling then, £310. Here's the 20. 310 for the first, second, third and last time, 310. On there. Land Rover 86273 Land Rover. Loads of interest in this, as you can imagine. Always is in Land Rovers, and it can't go wrong. I wish we'd have kept a shed full of them years ago. There it is, Series 3 Land Rover. Start me on that then. Whereabouts have we got? Loads of interest here. 5,000, that's the start. 5,000, 5,2, 5,200, I've got 5,2. 5,2, 5,5, 5,5, 5,7, 5,007 I've got. 5,007 here. 5,007, 6,000 pounds, 6,000 I've got, 6,000. Going then, £6,000, that it then, £6,000, 6,2, 6,200, 6,2, Burton on Trent, sold and away, 6,2, 6,4, 6,004, 6,004, 6,6, 6,006, 6,600, that it, Brighton, 6,600, selling then, 6,600, thank you for your bidding gentlemen, 6,600 for the first. Going to Brighton for the second. 6,6, third and last time. Be warned, going to be sold. 6,6. As a matter of interest, we've got a very similar one coming in for the next auction. So keep your eyes open and you'll buy something very similar by the looks of it. 863, selection of showroom posters and a box of books. Lovely bit of history there. Look at that. Start it then, whereabouts? 50, 60, 70, 70 pounds, 70 pound and away, 70 pound is there 80, 70 pounds, showroom posters and books, 70 pound only. That it, 70 pound away then, is there 80, be sharp, 70 pound, we've got a few to get through yet, 70 pound, going then, 70 pound only, that's it, 70 pound, thank you. 864, 1959 Triumph TR2. Lovely, aren't they? An elegant car. Look at this. What a sensibly priced vehicle. Wow, can't go wrong with this. Whereabouts then? 10,000 to start. Surely the TR2. In your hands. Come on. Whereabouts? 8 we've got. 8,2, 8,4, 8,6, 8,8, 8,8, 9, 9,000, 9,002, 9,002 and 4, 9,004, 9,006, 9,600. Oh, for nothing. 9,600, what a bargain. 9,600 pound. 9,6, that it? 9,600. 9,8. Surrey, 9,800. Dear oh dear, that's cheap. 9,800. Well, we'll submit it. 9,800, that's all I can do. 9,800, we'll try for you. Be prepared, you know as well as I do. I think you're going to have to find a bit more money. But 9,800, we'll sell it provisionally 9,800 for the first, second, third and last time, 9,800, provisional. And on to the, is it AEC grill? I think it is, isn't it? Here we are. Yep, AEC, yep, Associated Electrical Company. Whereabouts then? That's a lovely bit of kit. 80 quid, 80 pound, 80 pound and going, 80 pound and on, 80 pound, 80 pound, surely it's worth 90, 80 pound. That it? 80 pound only. 80 pound. Got more on my sheet. 80 pound. I'll sell it provisional to you. 80 pound. That it? 80 pound Erskilling. 80 pound. 90 pound Leeds. 90 pound. 100. 100 pound. Erskilling. 100 pound only. I've got a bit of discretion. I'll sell it. Suffer the consequences. I'll sell it. 100 pound. Going then. 100 pound. All done then. Going to Ireland, £100. You're out in Leeds, 100 for the first, second. Third and last time, £100. Going to Ireland. A few sales, I'll just do a couple of these. Provisionals that have been converted. Lot 796 VW Transporter sold. Lot 753 Mrs. Drip sold. Lot 737 Michelin Man sign sold. And lot 715 John Deere Tractor sold. That was nice. They're all done, finished, concluded, and on to a little mini now. 1963, little early mini. Funny, I've said this many times that the bids we've got finish off at exactly the reserve, and this is one of them. Strange, I know, but it's a fact of life. They marry up, so I can't do anything about it. £7,000 sold and away, £7,000. Mr. Young, £7,000, bang on. The reserve, it needs to be 7,000 plus, £7,000 away, 7,000 is the 250. £7,000, that don't look expensive, does it, for an early mini, Mick? Blimey, we've sold them at 15,000, haven't we? £7,000 is the 250. That all? You sure? £7,000. Well, there you go. It ties up with a reserve. I can't do any more than that. £7,000. That it? All done then? On sale and going. £7,000. I know it's strange how it happens, but there you are. It's on the paper. £7,000 for the first, second, third and last time. £7,000. Bang on. Well done, Mr. Young. Got yourself a right good motor for the money. AA reproduction metal sign. 867. Mick's got it there. Look. 50, £50, £50 and sold and away, 50, 60, £60 and gone, 60, £60 and away and sold. All done then, £60, can I say 70? £60, 70 I can, 70, in a skilling, £70, sold and gone, 70. Is there 80? Be sharp as I want to sell it. £70, all done then, £70 away, that it, last time I'm looking round, £70, sold and gone, £70, £70, 868, which is the 2011 Saab 93 Linear SE Turbo. Oh, what a car. What a beautiful car. These are going to be going up in value. It's obvious, there's only one way these can go. Very good buy, these. 868 we're doing, whereabouts then? Who's got 1,600 quid? It's a start. £1,600, it's a start, we're away. 1,600. Barry, South Glamorgan. £1,600, 17, Blackpool, 17, 18, Barry, 18, £1,800, 18, who's got 19? Blackpool has 19, £2,000, South Glamorgan, Barry it's going, £2,000, on sale, believe it or not, it's on sale, 21, 22, £2,200, what a lot of car, 2,200, 23, 24, 2,400. Going to Wales, 2,400. Unless Blackpool come in, 2,004. 25. Mexborough. Ooh. Mexborough, Doncaster, 2,500. 2,500. There you go. 2,500. Sold and gone and away. 2,500. That it. 26. 26. Barry again. 26. All done then, going to Wales by the looks of it, 2,600 for the first, 2,600 for the second, third and last time, 2,600, Barry, 26, thank you for your bidding chaps, 869 is a Brompton folding bike, an old mountain bike and a selection of spares. There it is, it's all through there I would think, there you are, a little collection for you, you bike lads. Whereabouts then, where have we got? 140, 160, 180, 180, 200, 200, 220, 220 pound, 220 pound, 240, 240 pound, going then 240, all done then 240 pound, they're on sale and going 240 pound, 240, 240, 260, 260 pound, 260 pound here then, 260 pound, all done then 260 and away 280, 300. £300 I've got, 300, 320, where we got 320, marrying up, 320, 330, 330 I've got, 330, 330, 360, sorts that job out, 360, sold and away, Glasgow, £360. That it, £360, he's a bike man, 360, going for the first, 360 for the second, third and last time, Glasgow 360, thank you. 870, the 1973 Lotus Elan +2, 130. Interested in this on telephones and with me. 10,000 I've got, 10,002, 10,2, 10,4, 10,6, 10,600, 10,8, 10,800, 10,800, split up, come on, 10,800, who's got 11? 10,800, lovely car, look, £10,800 only. 10,8, that it, all done then 11, 11,000 I've got, 11,000, £11,000 I've got, 11,000, 11, all done then £11,000, do you want two? £11,000, that it, all done then £11,000, going then, selling it provisional, £11,000, internet you're out, £11,000 away and going, 11,000 for the first, second, third and last time, £11,000 provisional. 11,000 provisional. Alan's phone. And on to 871, a box of mostly 1/8 scale die-cast models. Yep, there we go there, 50, 60, 60 pound, 60. 60 pound and going, 60 pound. 60 pound, are you all done then? 60 pound is the 70. 60 pound away, 70 there is. 70 pound and going then, 70, 80, 80 pound, 80. 80 pound away, 80. 80 pound and going then, 80. Down the market, 90. Whittam, 90 pound. 90 pound and going away, 90. On sale, 90 pound, going to Whittam. 90 pound for the first. 90 pound for the second. Third and last time, nope, 100 pound down the market. 110 back to Whittam, Essex. 110, 120 Downham, 120, 130 Whittam, 130. Here's the 140, 130. All done then, 130. On their way, gonna go 130 for the first. Fair warning for the second. Third and last time, Whittam the buyer, 130, 130. No, 1993, the Ford Granada gear, automatic of course, 872 we're doing. Super bit of kit. What good value, lovely bit of kit. Whereabouts then? Start me silly. Not that silly. £1,000, 1,011, 12, 13, 1,400, 14, 15, 15, 16. £1,600, £1,600 only for the Granada. £1,600 the Granada gear. 1,600, who's got 17? 17 and away then, 1,700. £1,700 and going then, 1,700. All done then, £1,700. Doesn't that look good value for money, eh? £1,700. That it? 17 then, 17 for the first, 17 for the second, third and last time, 1,700. 1,700, Mr. S. 873, 83 Audi Quattro. Ooh, now we're talking. Now we're talking the big boy stuff. Proper car, Mick. Nice bit of kit, Mick says. Proper car. There you go. 1983 she is, the Quattro. Well, lots of interest, obviously. 20, 1, 2, 3, 23, 4, 24, 24, 24,000, 5, 24, 5, 24,500, 25, 25,000, 25, the Quattro, 25,000. Who's got another 500 quid? 25,000 and away then, 25. 25,000. Who's got 25,500? 25. 25,000. That it then? 25,000. Can I say 25,500? 25,000. All done then? £25,000. Need more chaps? 25,000. Are you all done then? £25,000. That it? Any more? £25,000 and going then? 25. Can't do that one, chaps. 874, 1953 Austin Somerset. It's a lovely old car. I was looking at it the other day. What a cracking old car these are. Very usable, drive lovely, column change, beautiful. Whereabouts then? 32, £3,200, £3,200 away. Where's 33? There it is, and 4, and sold and gone 34. On sale and going £3,400. Goodbye that. 34, 35 on the telephone, 3,500. Dave's phone, 35. Goodbye that one, I'll tell you. 36 Northampton. 36, going then 36, 7, 37 with Dave, 37, telephone bidder, 38, 38 Northampton again, 38, do you want 9? 39, 39 I've got on the telephone, fill it up Northampton, £4,000, £4,000. Lovely example, you know, £4,000. I looked at it the other day, nice vehicle, £4,000. Sold and gone then. Northampton, good luck to you. You're the buyer, you'll enjoy that. I love them old cars, they're a right comfortable, usable old car. There you go, £4,000, that it. Gonna be sold then, £4,000 and away. All done then, £4,000 for the first, second, third and last time. Northampton, £4,000. David underbidder on the telephone. Brands Act style painted sign. Always popular, any racing stuff. Turn it round, Mick, let's have a look. Lovely, lovely. Back, show the back, Mick, show that lovely back on it. Look at that beautiful back on it, look. Where we have £100, 120, 120, 120. £120 sold and gone, 120. All done then, Brands Act AA sign, 120. Can't find these now, can you? 120, 140, 160. 160, Mr. Shaw. 160. Sorry, got in before that man. 160 I've got on my books. 160. 160. 160, there you go. 160 pound. Going then 180, not the same man now, I shouldn't think. 180, 180 pound. Seven Oaks, 180. All done then, 180. Going to be sold then. Sold and away, 180. Going, we can sell it, can't we? 180 for the first, 180. Oh, 220. 220, come back in strong. 220. 220 pound. Seven Oaks, 220 pound. Lovely, not far from it. 220 pound away then, going. 220. Are you sure you're done? Going to be sold then. 220 pound for the first. Second, third and last time, fair warning, 220. Sold it, Mick. 876, 1954 Standard Vanguard. Powerful old car. Right on top of the job, these old girls. Super thing. Lovely. Well-made car. Built like a tank. Whereabouts in 3 I've got 32, 34, 36, gotcha, 38, 3,800. Fill it up, come on, 3,800, 3,008. 3,800 pound, that's for now. 3,800 pound away then, 38, 4,000 pound run cord. 4,000 pound. 4,000 pound. They used to say once you've driven one of these, you wouldn't want to drive anything else. They were lovely. 4,000 pound, powerful, right on top of the job. 4,000 pound and done then, run cord. 4,000 pound arm, going to be provisional only, don't hold your breath, there's more on the sheet. 4,000 pound. Runcorn Cheshire's the bidder, 4,000 pound for the first. 4,000 pound for the second. Third and last time, 4,000 pound. Provisional, 4,000. 877 Peugeot alloy wheels and tyres. They are, look, the old set, a lot of them there, alloy wheels and tyres. Whereabouts send it? 50 quid surely. 50 pound surely. 50 pound at kick-off. Or they go in the timed auction. Here's the 50. 50 pound anywhere. You sure? 50 pound have to go in the timed auction then. 50 pound. And Subaru Impreza, you doing it? You coming on?
If you've had enough, it's up to you.
Oh, well, I'll do a few more and just leave you to finish off, eh? 2006 Subaru Impreza WRX, lot number 878, the business. This is the old thing to have, isn't it, eh? ATB, as we used to say. Start me on that then, what's that worth? 6, 6, 2, 6, 4, 6, 6, 6, 8, 6,800, 700, 7,000, 7,000 pound. 7,000 pound only, 7,2. With you all the way, 7,2. 7,200. Who's got 4? 7,200. What a bargain that is. 7,200. Can I say 4? Tiverton, 7,200. Disappointing money. We think it's worth more. 7,200. Tiverton, 7,2. I'll put you down. But we need a bit more, and I think you know that. 7,200. Going to do it provisionally for you. 7,002 for the first. Second. Third and last time. 72. I think you know you need to find a bit more for that, my old mate. 879. Tin printed Repro no trespassing sign. I like that. It's good, isn't it? I like that one. Here we go then, whereabouts then? £40 I've got, 40, £40 away, £40 going then, £40, £40 on the way then, 40, 40, 50, 50, 60, 70, 77, 80, £80, £80, Mr. Davison, £80, £80 and sold on the way then, £80. Is there 90? There is £90, £90, Stoke-on-Trent. 90 and away, £90 and being sold. Make no mistake about it, it's on the market and going. £90 sold, £90. 880 is a 2000 Honda VFR 800 ANIV, whatever that means. You'll know, I'm sure. It's on sale from the word go. We all know why that is, because it's sensibly reserved. Whereabouts then? 1,000, 1,100, 1,100, 1,100, 1,200, 1,200 and away. £1,200 and going, 1,200. £1,200, 13. 1,300, where's 14? 1,300 and going then, 14 I've got. 14, 15. 15 I've got, Mark. 15, do you want 16? 15 with me, Mr. Clark, 1,500. Who wants 16? 16 internet, just got in before you, I'm afraid, 16. On the internet. Penrith, as we say, Penrith, and it's sold 1,600, 17, 18, 1,800. Dave's phone, £1,800. 1,800. Do that again. Go on, both of you. 18 and 19, 1,900, 19, 1,900. Just got in before. You were looking the wrong way. I know I was, yeah. £1,900. 19. Penrith, come back. 19. Penrith, hang on a minute, he's coming back, he's Penrith. You just hang on. There he is. There you go, £2,000. Do you want one? £2,000. £2,000 selling to Penrith. £2,000. 2-1. 2-1. 2,100. Mark's bid 2,100. And done and gone 2,100. All done then. Mark, who's winning today, Mark? I thought you might be. 2,200 internet. Penrith. 2,200. Mark, do you want 2-3? 2,200 I've got. 2-3 he says. 2,300. 2,300. 2,300. Mark's bid. 23. Internet, you're out, sir. 2,004. Back in. Penrith. The back in is 2,400. 2,400. Dave, you were trying to get in? 2,400. It's going. Mark. 2,004. 5. 2,500. 2,500 and away. All done then, 2006, blooming internet back in there again. Penrith, well done, 2,600, 2,6, 7, 2007, Mark, 2,700, 2,7 and sold, 2,7, internet you're out, 2,700, bidding, 2,800, 2,008, £2,800, 2,008, internet you're out, Mark you're out, 2,9 back in again, 2,900. 2,9. That it then, all done, 2,900. I thank you for your bidding, Jeff. £3,000. £3,000 away, then and gone, 3,000. Mark? 3-1, thought you would. 3,100. 3-1. You must be way ahead of Dave today on these. Must be way ahead. 3,100 I've got, mate. 3,100. Mark's phone. 3-2. Dave's phone. 3,200. 32. Telephone, 32. Mark's phone, internet, you're out. Mark, you're out. 3-2. Are you sure? 3-2. All done? 3,200. Internet, you're out, Mark. Coming back in, Mark, there. 3,200. All done then, 3,200 for the first, second, third and last time. 32. Got it, there you go. How about that?
Are you off here?
There, you can have a go. You can finish off. Thanks for your bidding, Dave.
So we have a little bit of a laugh and a joke, ladies and gents, you've probably worked out, and Mark and Dave have a little poll between themselves on who's going to sell the most each auction, and some days it's very close and some days it's not, but I think Mark's way ahead this time. I think he's way ahead. There we are. Anyway, we're moving on to lot number 881, ladies and gentlemen. The radio flyer pull-along cart. There it is, look. There it is, down there, look, little thing. There we are. We have £10. We have £20 bid. At £20 then. At £20 then, who wants 30? At £20 we have. At £20 then, who wants 30? There you go, 30 and 40. £40 we have. At 40 is the 50. At £40 then, at £40 we have. At 40 and 50, £50 then. At 50 £50 then. At 50 is the 60. At £50 then, looking round for the first, for the second, £60 he says. At £60, £60 then. At £60 then, you want 70. At £60 then for the first, second, third and last time at £60. £60. And on to 882, ladies and gents, the BSA C11. The 250 look. There she is, look. Will need recommissioning after being stood for a few years, look. Still on the old style green logbook. And there you are, look. Comes with plenty of paperwork and files, etc. There you go. What a lovely, lovely bit of kit. There we are. And sensible on the money. Absolutely right. We have 1,000. We have 1,100. We have £1,200 there. At £1,200, it's no money. At £1,200 then. At 1,200 we have. And 1,300, I should think so. It's for nothing. 1,400. At 14 and 15, 1,500 we have. At £1,500 then is the 16. At £1,500 then. At 1,500. £1,500 then, who wants 16? At £1,500 then, it's no money. 1,600 he says. At £1,600 there. At 1,600. £1,600 then, who wants 17? At £1,600 then. At £1,600 then, we're going to sell it. It's on sale at £1,600 then, looking round for the first, for the second, Third and last time, 1600. Sold at 16. And on to 883, ladies and gents, a collection of Club Corky and Foden Dinky toys. There we are then, little dinky lorry. There we are. We have £10, 20, 30, 40, £40 bid. At £40 then, at 40 and 50. £50 then, at 50, who wants 60? At £50 then, £50 then, who wants 60? Be sharp. At £50 then, £50, 60, £60 says Norfolk. At £60 then, who wants 70? At £60 then, we're going to sell him provisionally. At £60 then for the first, second, third and last time at £60. Provisionally at 60. And on to 884, ladies and gents. Hey? Is this that turbo one? This is a different car he's thinking about. Yeah, no, it's not in the sale, is it? He's thinking of a turbo one that we didn't have running. This one runs lovely. Nice car, Mick. There you go. Yeah, different car, Mark, causing confusion. There you go, ladies and gents, forget about that. 884, the 2003 Porsche 911 Carrera 2. There you go. Looks a lot of car, absolutely. 75. 75, 8,000, 82, 8,002. We're in 200s, ladies and gents, at 8,002 and 4 and 6 with me. 8,006, 8,600, 8,006. Who wants 88 at 8,000? Oh, you all put your hands up. I think it was Mark, but it doesn't matter because we're 9,000 here with me at £9,000. Okay. At £9,000 bid. At £9,000 then, here with me at £9,000. Who wants 2? Two's on, you were picked there, Josh, online. 9-2, 9-2. You can have 9-4. 9-4 says Mick. 9-4, 9-4, 9-6 here with me. 9,006 with me at 9-6, but it's all right. At 9-6, 9-8, 10,000 here with me. 10,000. At £10,000 then. At 10-2 says Mick. 10-2, I'm out. At 10,200. 10,200, Mick the bidder. At 10,200. 10-4 says Dave. 10-4, give him a kick. At 10,400. 10,004, I'll take 100 if it helps. £10,400 then. At 10,005. 10-5. At 10,005. I'll do the same for you, Dave, at 10-6, 10,006, 7, 10,007 from over there, at 10,007, who wants 10-8? 10,008, thank you, got me out of that one nicely, didn't he? 10,008, 10,800, 10-9, says Andy, 10,009, Andy's phone, 10,900, who wants 11? 11 says Dave. £11,000 then. Dave the bidder. £11,000. 11,000. Watch them because they'll both put their hands up at the same time. £11,000 bid. 11,001. 11,1. 11,1. 11,100. £11,100 then. 11,100. What's he think? 2. 11,2. 11,002. £11,200 then. Dave the bidder. £11,200. 3. 11,3. 11,003. 11,300. Andy there. 11,3 and 4. 11,4. 11,5. 11,5. 11,005. Andy the bidder. Thank him for his bids. £11,500 then. Are you out, Josh? 11,500. We've lost connection. 11,500. 11,006. 11,6. £11,600. Josh on the telephone. 11,6 and 7. 11,7. 8. 11,8. 11,008 and 9. 11,9. 11,009. £11,900 then. 12, 12,000, 12,1, 12,1. You could cut me out of this really, they're sat next to each other. At 12,100 then. 12,100 pounds we have. 12,1, 2, 12,2, 3, 12,3, 12,003, 12,300 pound then. Andy the bidder. 12,300. 4, 12,4, 12,005, 12,5, 12,005, 12,500. Andy the bidder. Is that a bid? 6, 12,6. I can never tell whether you're bidding or not. 12,6, 12,006 and 7, 12,7, 12,007. You're out, Josh. Andy's in. 12,7, 12,007, 12,700, 12,8, 12,008, 9, 12,9. You're as bad as each other, you two, just a little. 12,9. Andy the bidder. 12,9. 12,9. Hey? Wink, I won't see that. 12,9. Andy the bidder. 12,9. Does he want 13? 12,9. He does, 13. It's getting worse, isn't it? You can tell it's getting late. 13,100. 13,100 pounds. Andy the bidder. 13,100. 13,001. Is he sure? It's only £100. 13,100 pounds then for the first. For the second, 13,2, 13,2, 13,3, 13,3, 13,300, 13,300 pounds then for the first. For the second, is he sure? Don't want him having an accident. Third and last time, 13,3. Andy's telephone there. Well done, fellas. Well done. Andy's phone. Josh, telephone under bidder. And we're moving on to 885, ladies and gentlemen, which is there it is down there, Mick says, an Escort RS Turbo light up sign. There she is, look, nice bright sign. We have 200, 210, 220, £220 at £220 bid. At 220 is the 30. At 220, at 220, 30, 40 with me. 240, at 240. 240 is the 50. At 240 then, at £240 bid. At 240 then for the first, 250, 260. 260, at 260. 260, at £260 we have. At 260 then, at 260 then, 270. 270, 270, at 270. At £270 then for the first, second, third and last time at 270. Sold at 270, thank you very much. And on to 886, ladies and gentlemen. 1971 Lotus 7 Series 4. There she is, look. Full mechanical overhaul, including an engine rebuild, new brakes, new tyres. It does start and run very nicely, does it not? Lovely little car. There we are. There we are then. We have got 8,250, 8,5, 8,750 and £9,000 there, and I'll take 100 if it helps. At £9,000 we have. At £9,000 then, ladies and gentlemen, at 9,000 and on sale at £9,000. At £9,000 then, Lotus powered at £9,000. At 9,000 is there 100? At £9,000 then, at £9,000 we're going to pull the lever. It's going at £9,000 then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time then at 9,000. Sold at 9. And on to 887. vintage cycle panniers and a box of model cars. There we are then, no reserve, ladies and gents. We have 20, we have 30, we have £30 bid. At £30 then, oh look at all that lot. At £30 bid, at 30, at £30 then, at 30 and 40. £40 we have. At 40 is the 50. At £40 bid and 50, £50 he says. At £50 then is the 60. At £50 then, at 50, we're going to sell them. At £50 then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time then at £50. £50, thank you. And on to lot 888, the 1999 Toyota Celica VVTi. There she is, look. It is with genuine regret that I offer my beloved Toyota Celica for auction. There you go, look. So it doesn't, the vendor loves the car. There we are, look. It's a reliable, low mileage, modern classic. There you go. Hope the owner appreciates and keeps it well maintained. Lovely, brilliant. There you go. £1,000 with you. At £1,000, Will. £1,000. Is there 11? At £1,000 then, 1100. £1,100 then, £1,100 is the 12. £1,100 then, £1,100 bid. £1,100 then is the 12. £1,100 then, we're a little light on reserve. £1,100 then, 1100 is the 12. £1,100 then, we'll submit it, we'll talk. £1,100 then, submitting. £1,100 for the first, second, third and last time, very provisional. 1100, we'll try for you. And on to 889, 3 small wooden handmade toys. There we are then. Ah, they're lovely, aren't they? There you go then. There you go. £20 we have, at £20 then, at £20 we have, at 20, at £20 then and 30, £30 then, at 30 who wants 40, at £30 then a tenner a piece there for nothing, at £30 then, £30 we have, at 30 is the 40, be sharp, at £30 then, at 30, £30 then, looking round, provisionally then, £30 for the first, second, third and last time at £30, £30. Top right, Ash, and on to 890. Here we go then, a 2022 Brian James Sprint Shuttle trailer. There you go, lovely little trailer, look, 14 foot by 6. Lovely little thing, dead clean, dead straight, dead right. There we are. We have got lots of interest here with me, Will. We've got 4.8 with you, we've got 4.9, we've got 5, we've got 5.1, we've got 5.2. We've got 5.250 on that screen there. We've got 5.3. We've got 5.4. We've got 5.5 with me at 5,500. At 5,500. Here with me at 5.5. 5,005. 5,500 at 5,005 and 6. 5.6 and 7. 5.7. 5,007. 5.7. 5.8. 9. 5.9. 5.9. 6,000. And 1, 6, 1, 2, 6, 3, 6,003, and 4, 6, 4, 5, 6,005, and 6, 7, 6, 7, 8, 6,008, 9, 7,000, 7,000, 7,000 pounds then, 7, 1, 7, 1, 7,001, and 2, 7, 2, Brian James, you see. That's all you need to say. Brian James. Wonderful, aren't they? We run a fleet of them. We're proud to say that... Oh, it's not on my sleeve here. Not on your coat either. It's on our normal coats, isn't it? 7.5. That we're working with Brian James. They're coming on and getting involved in sponsoring the show next year, the live event. So thank you very much for that. Looking forward to seeing you all. 7.6, 7.7, 7,007. 7.8. We had a tour around the factory, you know. Fantastic day. The development that goes into these, you think they're just six and wheels underneath. 7.9.
Where's the factory?
Yeah, down country. Yeah, I can't remember where we went. Where did we go? Oh no. Tom, where was it?
Bristol.
Nuneaton. Northampton. It was early. £8,000 we bid. At £8,000 then. At £8,000. They've got 4 or 5 depots, haven't they? That's the thing. At 8,100. 8,100 then. At 8,002. 82. Yeah, they are. They're Northampton. I'm winding you up. 8,200. At £8,200 then. Are we done? At £8,200 then for the first, second, third and last time. 82. Thank you very much, chaps. And we're moving on to 891, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Selection of Rolls-Royce and Bentley pictures. There we are then. A good selection of pictures there for you. You tell me where we're going to be with these then. We're going to be 10, 20, 30, 40 pound bid. At 40 pound then. At 40 pound we have. At 40 pound then is the 50. At 40 pound then they are Rolls-Royce and Bentley. At 40 pound bid. At 40. At 40 pound then. At 40 is the 50. At 40 pound then we're going to sell them provisionally then. At 40 pounds then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time at 40 pound. 50 only just leads. 50 pound we have. At 50 pound then is the 60. At 50 pound then, hey, behave. At 50 pound we have. At 50 is the 60. At 50 pound then we're going to submit 50 for the first, second, third and last time provisionally at 50 pound. 50 pound, thank you. And we move on to 892, which is a 2005 Skoda Fabia VRS TDI PD 130. There you go, it's the one to have. Look, what a lovely little car. Drove into the auction, it's had a little bit of repair work, but there you go. They just keep going and going and going. There we are then, where are we going to be? You tell me where we're going to start. £700. £700 bid at 700 pound then. I'm trying not to look at him and laugh. 700. Dave's bid was 800, Carlisle. I'm sorry we had a bid in the room. 800, 900 on the internet day. At 900, £1,000 he says. £1,000 then. At £1,000 we have. At £1,000 then. At £1,000 there, Dave. At 1,000, 1,100, £1,100, 1,112 he says. £1,200 then. At £1,200. At £1,200 then we'll submit it. At £1,200 then 1,300, 14, £1,400, 1,415 and on sale, £1,500 on sale. What, was that a bid? Oh, £1,600. At £1,600 then. At £1,600 then. Looking round then, it's on sale. At £1,600 then for the first, second, third and last time at 617. 1,800 he says. £1,800 then. £1,800 then. Give everyone fair chance. £1,800 then for the first, second, third and last time at 1,819. 2,000 he says. £2,000. At £2,000 we have. At £2,000 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 2,000. Dave's bid. There you go, Dave. There you go. Ladies and gents, Dave. It's reception, Dave, and he's got one of these Skodas that he bought new and he's had forever, and I mean forever, that's been to the moon and back. And so he thought he'd treat himself to a younger model. There you go. So well done, Dave. Well done. There we are then. 893, ladies and gentlemen. A Triumph light up sign. There it is. It's coming. There we go. We have £100 bid at 100, £100, 110, 120, 120. Look at that. It's lovely, isn't it? At 120, 120. At £120 bid. At 120 is the 30. At 120, 120, 120 then. We'll sell it provisionally. At 120 then. Are you sure? At 120, 130, 140, 140, 140, 140. At 140 is the 50. At 140 then. It's still provisional. At £140 for the first. 50, 150, 160, 160, 160, at 160, 160, do you want 70? At £160 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time at 160, 160, provisional, and on to 894, 1960, Austin Healey, there she is, look, wants a little bit of love, look. There you go, it's got the frog eye front on it. There you are. Worthy project for you, a very worthy project. There we are then. We have got 35, 36, 37, 37. There you go, look, imported from California. So there you go, good and solid. Very solid. Father collected this one and he confirms very, very solid. There you go, in from California. They're the ones to do. There we are, 3007, 38, 38, 3008, 39, 3009, 3,900. At 3,900, who wants 4? At 3,900 then, at 3,900. £3,900 then will submit. At £3,900 then looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time then at 3,900. Provisionally at 39. And we're on to 895, large selection of auto jumble parts. There you go, look, a lucky dip for you. There you go then, £70 and on sale from the off. At £70 bid, at 70, at £70 then who wants 80? At £70 then 80, 90, £90 we have. Stick a fiver in, Will, at £90, £90 then, at 90, £90 then, the hammer's coming up then, 95, 100, £100 then, at £100, £100 then, at £100 for the first, second, third and last time at 100, £100 and on to 896, there it is. 1985 Panther Callista, there she is, look, 1.6 Ford powered, lovely little car, look, came in as a non-runner, we got it running, we cleaned it up. Are they? We had the plugs out of that, Mick, 4-cylinder, isn't it? Just pop that bonnet, it's open, isn't it? There you go, Mick's just having a look at that, ladies and gents. His father thought they were all V6s. I think that's 4-cylinder, that. Anyway, 4, it is a 4, yeah, there you go, 4-cylinder one, it's not a V6. Nah, there you go, every day's a school day. Does it? Does it? Ah, yeah. Absolutely. I'm more economical as a 1.6 rather than a 2.8. There you go, guys, it's a green Panther Callista, that's what it is. Don't worry about what engine's in it, it doesn't matter. It's a green Panther Callista. There we are then, you've been down and seen it. We all know that, there we go. And we have got 3,000, 3,1, 3,2, 3,3, 3,4, 3,5, 3,6, 3,600 and on sale. And a lovely looking Panther Callista at 3,600. At £3,600 then 3,7. That was a bit of luck. 3,8, 3,8. 3,008, 3,9, 3,9, 3,009, 3,900 at £3,900, 4,000 on the internet, 4,1 he says, 4,1 in the room, at 4,001, 4,2, 4,2, oh we're all over the place, Will, at 4,002 and 3, 4,3, 4,004. Ah, they all want it now, they realise it's more economical. 4,005 at 4,500. 4,005 and 6 he says. 4,006. £4,600 then at 4,600. £4,600 then, are we done? At 4,007. 4,8. 4,008. 4,008. At £4,800 then at £4,800. 4,9. 4,9. 4,9. 4,900. £4,900 then we're going to sell it at £4,900 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 5,000. 5,000 at £5,000. At £5,000 we have 5,1. 5,001 at 5,100. £5,100 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 51. Sold at 51. And we'll move on to 897. MG style double-sided sign. There we are. Oh, here it is. Mick's walked off with it. Here it is, ladies and gents. We have £40 bid. At £40 then. At £40 bid. At 40. £40 then. 50. 60. £60 we have. At £60 then. 70. £70. £70 then. At £70. 70. Who wants 80? At £70 then. At £70. At 70 is double-sided. At £70 then for the first, second, third and last time at £70. £70 and on to 898. Ah, this is what you've all been waiting for. 1968 Bedford TK. There she is, look. There you go. TK lorry was purchased new by the current vendor, I believe. And obviously it's had very light use. Petrol, she's a petrol. and it's lovely. It sits up there, the body, the rear body just wants a little bit of love look, but generally speaking it's absolutely lovely. Starts on the bottom, sounds super sweet. There she is, it speaks for itself, it really, really does. You can't find commercials with that sort of history, in that sort of condition. There we are. So, we have, here lots of interest over here, Will, please. We have 10,000, 10,250, at 10,250 bid, at 10,250. At 10,250, who wants 10,5? At 10,250, 10,5 says Josh. 10,500, Josh on the phone. 10,750 here with me. At 10,750, 10,750, at 10,750 and 11,000. 11,000, I ran out of fingers. 11,250, 11,250, 11,250 here with me. 11,250, 11,250, who wants 11,5? You can't find them, can you? 11,250, it's probably better being a petrol now. 11,250, 11,5 says Mark. 11,5, 11,750, 11,750, 11,750 here with me. 11,750 bid. 11,750 and 12,000. 12,000 pound there. Mark on the telephone. And 250. I'm with you. 12,250. 12,250. 12,5. 12,5. Marked bid there. And 750. Here with me. 12,750. 12,750. At 12,750. 13. 13 says Mark. 13,250. I'm with you. 13,250. 13,250 at 13,250 bid. Thanks for letting me know. At 13,250, bidder number 600328 at 13,250. Are you done? At 13,250, you sure? 13,250 then for the first. Are you sure? For the second. £13,250 then for the third and last time. Is he sure? He is now. 13,250. Lovely little truck. Lovely, lovely little truck. And we're moving on to lot number 899, ladies and gents. 1995 Volkswagen Golf GL. There she is, look. Lovely little usable, little modern classic for you. There you go, look. £400 bid. At £400 we have. At £400 then. At £400 we have. Is there a 50? At £400 then. At £400 bid. At 400 is there a 50? At £400 then, be sharp. At £400 then for the first. Provisionally for the second. Third and last time at 400. There you go, we'll try for you. And moving on to lot 900, 2014 Fiat Abarth 500. There she is, look, 1.4T, totally standard, well cherished, very clean on the body, lovely gloss black alloys, 4 matching tyres, 65,000 miles with history. There you go, hardly used, mainly kept inside. Lovely, brilliant. What a lovely little car. There you go, and a real bright little car. There we go. 4-2 with you, Will. 4-4 with me, please, Will. At 4-6 with you, Will. 4,600. At 4,600. 4-8. 5,000. £5,000 we have. At £5,000 then. At 5,000. 5-1 says Andy. I was hoping someone was going to do that. At 5,100. We all had the same figure. At £5,100 bid. At 5,001. 5,002, 5,2, 5,002, at 5,002 and 3, 5,3, 5,300, £5,300 then, at 5,300, £5,300 then, on the telephone, at £5,300 then. Are we done? At £5,300 for the first, second, third and last time, 5,300. Well done. And indeed, that was the car we were looking for, ladies and gents. We have a few solds here just to rattle through quick. 693, the Dallas Cowboys sign. Sold. Lot 647, a McLaren sign. Sold. Lot 798, an Audi Allroad. Sold. 769 Tyres banner, 751 an Avon banner, 831 a Lambretta sign, 813 a JPS sign, 814 a Bentley Continental, 763 a Viper scrubber, 748 a Lancia, 849 a Porsche sign, 768 a Granada gear, 749 a clock, 850 an Austin Healey Sprite, 756 at MGZT have all been sold, and I would like to thank each and every one of you for being around today and your bids and your involvement and engagement and support. YouTubers, for all you're watching on there, thank you all so much. We've had a great auction, and we're going to be back in about 4 or 5 weeks' time and do it all over again. So thank you so much. Have a good night and a good weekend.